Just getting a few data points coming through from last month to consider here as we get going on a Tuesday. U.S. wholesale and retail inventory numbers coming through on a month-over-month basis. 0.2 versus negative 0.1 on the wholesale number. Retail inventories 0.4% to the upside. U.S. advanced goods trade balance overall negative 91.6 billion versus negative 90 billion, so a little bit more than expected there. The bigger number this morning coming up at 10 o'clock, we'll get the Conference Board's consumer confidence number, 101 expected on that. I'll bring that to you as it happens live. Coming off a positive Monday. Overall, I mean, the NASDAQ kind of lagged. Tech was a little bit weak. We're seeing the same thing setting up so far here in the pre-market. It was 3 in a row, though, to the upside for the S&P to kick things off on a Monday. A lot of things moving around here this morning, including Alibaba to the upside in a big way. Going to split into 6, count them, 6 different units. Apparently 4 or 5 of those going to explore raising some funding, including possibly exploring IPOs as well. So we'll talk about Alibaba coming up here. Another investigation for Tesla, not really causing much of a movement so far as the stock is concerned this morning. And big tech, as I mentioned, back on watch, a little bit weak on Monday. Do we see more follow through coming up this morning? It's Tuesday, March 28th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Not much of a move off of those numbers this morning. We are downside a little bit, 0.1 from the NASDAQ now, and negative 0.13 overall for the S&P 500. Looks about like that, pretty flat for all three. Again, the S&P coming off 3 in a row to the upside. The Dow was positive on Monday as well, but the NASDAQ lagging ever so slightly, trying to hold on to well, break even at this point anyways for the NASDAQ. Choppy, though, right across the entire board as we get settled and get going here on a Tuesday. A ton to discuss, a ton to talk about as we consider a few things, including some movement in Chinese ADRs. Sharif is here, as always, talking BABA. But we are actually seeing some movement in JD.com was up this morning. Even Baidu I saw a little bit positive, but the big story obviously going to be Alibaba going to split into 6.
Yeah, wow. They can all raise their own capital, have their own CEOs, have their own debt. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all moves.
Yeah.
We saw Jack Ma yesterday reported that he actually was seen in China for the first time in a year. How naive I was not to know something was coming up, Brenda.
Obviously going to be a big announcement surrounding that. They found Jack Ma all over the place over the past year or so, but he's back again. So big news for Alibaba. Some of the other Chinese ADRs, as I mentioned, moving around here, but a ton to consider here, guys, this morning. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's going to be a great day today. We've got a fantastic guest coming up later, Peter Schiff, this afternoon, and should be a fun one. And look, Alibaba, this has been all the rage. Split up your divisions, get a little bit more efficient. It allows you to focus on the different divisions of the business, and the ability to raise capital in each is going to be rather large. We'll get more details down the line, but this is a stock that had been languishing. And, you know, well, the first thing I sat down, it's like, okay, it's finally above that 200 period moving average. That's 93. So anything back into 93 matters. We've seen this story before with Chinese ADRs. Just to get this out of the way, where you make a big ramp up in the morning, in the pre-market, let's say, and then when you get to the open, sometimes you see a little bit of profit taking and selling. So I want to see this survive the open. 93 is that line in the sand. If it gets to 98 to 100, I think that can be a resistance. But it's not the only game in town. We're going to get Micron after the bell. We got Lulu, I think, also reporting as well. And that should be pretty interesting for the chip names. You know, we're going to have the chip back on tap. I'm watching some Nvidia. That's relatively weak today. Microsoft, relatively weak. Still some pressure on those big tech names. But at least we know where the strength is this morning. It's pretty darn clear here. We've got Alibaba up, and that should be an interesting one. Regardless, even if it fades and can't hold 93, we know this is a good stock to trade. I do have my eye, at least the back of my mind, on Pinduoduo. If that comes up too far, they're bad earnings. If they get dragged up far enough, I would look for a short there, but that's not my first look.
Morning, everyone. Yeah, it's Tuesday. Should be a great day here today. Going to the Raptors game tonight should be a fun one there. Taking the family, that should be lots of fun. And then, yeah, looking to make a little bit of money. First of all, to pay for some of that evening, we're going to look at some Tesla coming through today. I really like that 190 level. We just put out a brand new sticky note, brand new content, digital format. Not the same kind that Prado's mentioned to me, although I was thinking that could be kind of cool. But I'm back with the yellow sticky note, and I did a little video. So let's see if that can pop off a little bit. Go find that. Mullen right now at 10 cents as well. That should be interesting. So all you got to do for Mullen is make 1 cent and you get 10%. So we'll see what happens with Mullen here. Right now, there will be some more size, I would expect anyways, at 10 cents like there was yesterday. Hundreds of millions of shares went through, and we'll see if it can hold that 10-cent mark. If it doesn't, then I would look out below, needless to say. So FRC also at a very nice level today, near that 12. I mean, it's near. I mean, we never know if it's going to fill or not, but it should be able to dump down at least $2, down to 12. I like that kind of a level here on FRC as well, down here to 12 bucks. So yeah, lots of stuff happening today. Should be exciting. Big guest at 2:45 or so this afternoon. And I think we should have Jeff Mendel coming from OTC Markets. So we'll find out if there's any talk on any of these banks moving lower down to the OTC or not. So yeah, it should be a good one. We're excited. Let's get ready to rock and roll.
I was just noticing this coming up at 10 o'clock as well. Just be aware. Fed's bar set to speak at 10 a.m. this morning. Going to get some housing data around 9 o'clock as well. But those are the big two today. CB, the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index at 10, and then bar, as I mentioned, speaking at the same time. Here are the yields, anyways, are the two that we kind of keep track of. That's the 2-year back below 4 today. We did get above and actually closed above yesterday on the daily chart. So back to 397, but still green on the day so far. Here's a 10-year as well, pushing back towards that 3.5, 3.5 and a half area, trying to bounce off these levels once again for the 10-year. So we were talking a little bit about tech in relation to some of these yields going back to yesterday, and how we saw a little bit of weakness for the first time in a couple of weeks, at least for the NASDAQ as a whole, but big tech specifically, a little bit of a pullback. I mean, they've been on huge runs here today. We're seeing a little bit of fall through today. Yeah,
as the banking crisis kind of cools down, yields are pulling back, and yields are going up, and as a result, these big tech names do suffer as they are yield dependent. But yeah, we're nowhere near where we were, Brendo, just back in early March. We were at that 5% on the 2-year, and almost at 4.1 on the 10-year. So we were ways away. Yeah, big pullback, obviously. And, we're not sitting here trying to say all is well, everything, as you were, as far as banks are concerned. Our guest today will have a lot to say about what is happening in the banking sector. So make sure, as the guys were mentioning, Peter Schiff coming up this afternoon at 2:45. Going to be interesting to get his take on how that will play out. A lot of the bigger banks, though, seeing a little bit of strength here once again. We saw specifically the JP Morgans, BACs, Citigroup, even Goldman yesterday. A little bit stronger than the rest as far as the regional banks are concerned, though. Was a bit of a bounce day yesterday. If we do see some follow through with that today, might mean that more pullback is in store for tech.
Yeah, well, that was kind of the trade yesterday. Like, the stronger the banks got, it was that rotation kind of went the other way. You had tech get that strength in the midst of the banking crisis. Well, I don't even want to, should we call it a banking crisis? I think it kind of was, but some people would say that's overdoing it. I was looking at where we got to on a couple of names, because it's only off the bottom a couple of days here. Like, you look at BAC, you haven't broken out of the bottom of the channel. So it's not as if you've gotten to somewhere that you think, I was drawing trend lines before, where you think this move is over, and 29.5 to 30. I mean, 29.5, I remember that right before I left for vacation. Like, that was that big breakdown on the daily chart, and one of our trainees had pointed it out, and that was pretty much the only reason I was looking specifically at BAC that day when it broke such a monster level on the daily. So if this gets back, it's about another $1 or so to the upside, then you've made that kind of capitulation recovery. So, I'd look to see if these can possibly continue. There's not a lot of action here this morning, so I feel like you got to be a bit patient with this. I wouldn't take a BAC for a breakout or anything like that. I would just say, hey, if you catch bids off of, and I'm looking at this level here, if you catch bids off something like a 28 and suddenly it starts working to the upside, that's a kind of long that would make some sense to me. And if it is breaking out, and there's some shorts I like in tech, well, then you like those shorts a little bit more, because if that trade extends another day, you kind of do it until it stops working. I was watching some FRC this morning. Maybe it's putting in a higher low here at 13.5, but this one, almost everything was strong yesterday in the banking sector, with the notable exception of FRC. Yes, it gapped up, but it did no job of holding it. 17 is monster resistance on the stock. It doesn't seem to want to get past 17. That's a huge line in the sand. And now that 15, which was the other barrier, that's back in play as well. I haven't paid for locates because there's a couple of other names that I'm going to be looking at, Silvergate being one of them. But FRC, 15, 17, I'm not really looking for longs unless it's back at that 11 bottom. So stick to the bigger names in terms of the strength. FRC is probably more of a shot play for people looking long on that.
Yeah, I wrote down FRC here for 12 bucks. I mean, just thinking that, you know, the bottom, I mean, it's going to be hard if I show it like that. Just the bottom here has been near this area. And I don't, you know, like I was listening to Kramer talking about the banking crisis and all this kind of stuff. I mean, I'm just looking to say, hey, if you want to take it, I don't think it's really worth taking any of these names overnight or anything like that. We saw that First Citizens Bank absolutely rip up on a great deal from SIVB, and SIVB today is going to the pink sheets, so that should be really exciting to see if that can trade. But we're going to wait to see what happens with FRC. I don't know what's going to happen with the equity here or anything. Jenny Yellen sort of walked back some of her talk and then came back with some of that deposit insurance, and I know that there's been some flow, some deposit flow into, of course, the bigger banks like JP Morgan and Citigroup and things like that. So yeah, and they've held out pretty good. Like I mentioned before, I did dump a little bit when we broke through 126, which kind of sucks. I think it was like 125.50 or something. So now you're a little bit back up here. But I sort of did the plan anyways. I was getting out up here before that crisis. Hard one to predict. Came back in. But I feel like some of these banks are holding out really well. And I'm still waiting for WFC. Let's check it out today to get near that 39 level again. So that's a level for me that I like to break to the long side right here. Just taking out this 39 back upside. Then I think we can start to go. So I like WFC down here. I think they're the most well capitalized. They're regional. So I think that's a good one. It's a name that we all like. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Warren Buffett and Berkshire is a huge investor in WFC, but I'm going to have to double check that one, as there's been obviously some movement in that fund. So we'll wait to see there. But Berkshire, I believe, is still in this one. So we'll have to watch WFC, JP Morgan, and the rest of them. I don't know. I like the bank names, but I like tech better.
Going that well. All right, let's talk about a few other notable names here moving around this morning. I wanted to mention Tommy Hilfiger, owner, PVH, up huge this morning. PVH Corporation, 11.8% here. Not a lot of volume so far in the pre-market, but right back to multi-month highs here on the daily chart after better than expected results for PVH. Walgreens also reporting this morning back to the upside after a decent Q2. Not a lot of volume again, muted action overall. And then there's this report for Meta. We'll get into big tech as a whole, but specifically Wall Street Journal reporting they're going to lower bonus payouts for some employees right across the board. Obviously, job cuts were all the rage last week for Meta once again.
Yeah, Meta continuing that efficiency push that they've been pushing. But the PVH headline is the one that really gets my attention. We've been hearing a lot about how money is flowing from goods to services. Well, here you go. Here's one that a retailer that's actually outperforming. I want to see how they compare to TJX when they come in with their next report, Brendo. But yeah, kind of got my attention there.
Yeah, I was going through, there's at least 3 or 4 different positive analyst notes on this as well, including JP Morgan with a price target increase. There's Telsey Advisors coming out with a positive note as well. So kind of under the radar this morning, guys. Not a lot of volume, but worth a note.
Yeah, it is worth a look. I mean, it's on the heels of we get Lulu after market tonight, which I'm going to go on a limb and say there's a few people that are going to be interested in those earnings and maybe trading that one tomorrow. And look, anytime we see that sort of strength in the retail sector, we've seen like pretty large moves, at least potential large moves up. And you know, I look at Lulu today. Just this is the one I'm going to be focused on because they're reporting tonight. And all this can do is possibly give a little bit more juice for this to get a little bit of a continued run into those earnings, which we're going to get after the bell. They have a call at like 4:30. And this has been, it just broke that 50 period on the daily. It's looking up to that 330 level. well, looking up to that 30 level, not necessarily saying it's going to get there, but if we do get up to the 30 to 35, I think that's where you have your fade zone. But you have both the 50 and the 200 kind of clustered in here for some support on Lululemon if it can start to hold up. I think this is one where even if you might say it's expensive on metrics, it typically is worth the premium it gets. And the news in PVH and certainly the bump to the upside is only going to be able to help Lululemon there. I want to say Meta, it's just one of these. It's gone so far. It hasn't had a decent pullback since it had the 195 and it dipped to 170. So that felt like it started in earnest yesterday, because he rejected this 207 a couple of times now. You're still above 200, and if anything, maybe even a tad below that 200 could be support, like a 199.5 in a 200. But that's that last level. If it breaks that, you could have a kind of a healthy pullback happening on Meta. In the afternoon, 204 was a big deal, so I'm looking at that price. A couple of afternoon prices I really like where things turn around. One of them was Nvidia at 267 and then Meta at this 204. I had 03s, had it wrong, and then 04 ended up being a little bit better. It's probably a bit of a channel in that range. So I'm still looking to fade at that price on a Meta. I don't know if I'll trade Lulu, but if it does shoot up far enough going into earnings, get it carried up, I think there's going to be a reversal play. Or conversely, if it gets back to the 50 period on the daily, that will work for Lululemon. But right now I'm thinking any pop, let's look to fade Meta off that 04 in the afternoon.
Remember that yesterday we had Micron, and we had a great short in Micron yesterday afternoon. It was one of the better trades for the afternoon period that I was able to find anyways. And that was right here. So this Micron short, we shorted right. I mean, I don't know how we picked this top. I mean, I know how we picked the top. We went into yesterday's support, then we went into this cluster, and then we found this right here. So we were short Micron into the close, and we actually really had a nice banger of a trade there. Short this all the way into the close was absolutely great. And I was jealous of the Nvidia trade, but then we wound up crushing this one to the downside and finally had a late movement into $59, $60. So we'll watch out for Micron. That's going to be an interesting name today. And of course, Nvidia is only up 81% this year. So it's, probably has a lot more room to go. I have no idea, man. This AI play is just absolutely insane, but a nice, that's still the Micron chart. Beautiful move to the upside, but look at today, man. So it starts fading out a little bit here as the NASDAQ starting to go to the downside. So let's watch out for some big tech plays coming through. I feel like we're fading out a little bit. Yesterday's close, the NASDAQ was red yesterday while the other markets were green. So maybe we're getting a little bit of a switch back here into some cyclicals or industrials and maybe even the bank stocks and money pulling out of Nvidia. But we do have Jeff Mendel ready to rock and roll, who has some interesting things to say.
Yeah, we pulled him off a golf course this morning so he could talk a little bit about OTC and give us an update. Here he comes. Jeff Mendel is head of broker-dealer sales.
Hey, Brendan, I'm having trouble hearing you, but give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, perfect, cool. So, I think the big two names today that, especially if you're day trading, that you're going to want to look at is Silicon Valley Bank, and the new symbol on that is SIVBQ. So it's right now it's trading. It's like at around $2 in the pre-market. So that's that's a big one in the news lately. Silicon Valley Bank, SIVBQ, and then we'll shoot over to Signature. That is trading under ticker SBNY, and looks like there's it's bid at about 60 cents and offered at 74 right now. So some action in the pre-market on SBNY, Signature Bank, this morning. So those are the two that everyone's kind of been talking about, and if you're day trading, you probably are looking at. Oh, I can't hear you.
Hey, Jeff, how are you?
Oh, gotcha. Perfect.
Okay, can you hear me now? All right. So
yes, I can.
What do you have for us on the crypto front? We saw crypto, kind of take a little bit of a back seat lately with this whole thing with Coinbase. Anything going on that front?
Yeah. So GBTC, it looks like it's trading up around 15 and a quarter this morning. So decent amount of trades going off. Just taking a look over here. Yeah. So GBTC and probably ETH. We'll bring it up real quick on my screen here. So two names to kind of look at and get some exposure in the crypto market. And obviously any news coming out of Coinbase is going to affect the crypto market, and should see some action in these names as well too. So I don't know if you guys heard me on the first two names. We're having some audio issues, but yeah, I think the two big ones today are definitely going to be Signature and Silicon.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jeff. Yeah, also, we know BYD is also on your exchange. A lot of Chinese ADRs are moving today as a result of the news with BABA. So BYDDY, I believe, Jeff, it is. BYDDF that you got there. BYD on the OTC exchange.
So probably the one, so BYDDY is the ADR, right? We've talked about this one in the past a few times. So it is actually up. It's being quoted about $3 up today in the pre-market. Closed yesterday at just at 52.92, and I'm seeing some prints go off over $55 in the pre-market. And so BYDDY is the ADR version that trades here in the U.S. and is usually a pretty liquid name as well too.
Yo, what's up, Jeffrey? Glad to have you on. We are having some mic problems, obviously, as we go, but can you hear me okay?
I can.
Perfect, great. All right, first things first. Looks like SIVBQ is going to be an interesting name, obviously, today. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. And I was just going to tell people that if their brokers aren't quoting it, please contact them, right? Because today's going to be the first day for that. So let's get that quote going and get some volume over to OTC markets. I'm seeing it trading here between $1.65 and $1.90. On our platform, we don't show the pre-market trades, but that should be really interesting there. And SBNY sub $1 right now at 60 cents. So that also looks pretty interesting. Did you want to talk a little bit about your OTC link by any chance? Because I know that's a great way to get liquidity, especially if traders were looking for some names that, you know, for me anyways, trading the OTC markets, especially with ETHE or GBTC or Luckin Coffee, there's a lot, 10 cents, some of these ADRs, and there's just so much volume there that they can also use OTC link very similarly that they would use a BATS gateway or an EdgeX or something like that. Did you want to explain maybe a little bit about OTC link?
Yeah, so actually, what you're referring to is OTCX. So it's our ECN here that we have at OTC markets, and so it essentially allows you to trade, put out bids, put out offers, and trade in an AutoX environment. Versus the dealer-driven network that everyone has been accustomed to over the years in the over-the-counter space. And so, like you mentioned, right, it works as an ECN. It works very similar to the listed environment. And so when you are working an order, or when you know that you need to execute a trade immediately, and you see OTCX at the inside, when you route an order to it, you are going to get a fill instantaneously. And so, actually in SIVBQ right now, for example, we have it up and running this morning, accepting orders. We're out there with a few other market makers that are in the name, but OTCX is actually at the inside for most of the time today. So, right now it's a dollar spot 55 by a dollar spot 90, and OTCX is there at the inside.
Well, in our system as link. Come to my screen quickly, Brad, here. Just quickly, I can show everybody. There's the quote that Jeff is talking about. So there's the OTCX by OTCX. So 155 by 189, the current best inside bid. So, all right, thanks, Jeff. Sorry about all those mic issues. I'm going to throw you back to Brendo.
Thanks, Sean.
All right, guys, we'll give this a shot and see if we can hear each other. There we go. Hey, fantastic. How's it going, Jeff?
Not bad, Brent. Not bad.
Anything else that is on your radar so far this morning?
We mentioned BYDDY, but then also Tencent, right? TCEHY, it's another one of those names. Let's see where it's at this morning. That's up over $2 in the pre-market as well too. So we have a bunch of different names that have a decent amount of activity this morning here in the pre-market. Also another one, DIY. So DIY, which I think most people are familiar with, DD. And so that's another one of those names where if you use OTCX to trade, you can jump in and out. especially if you're day trading and you want to you want to pick on a position and work it through the rest of the day or quickly, right? OTCX is a great way to do it. And, I appreciate you guys for highlighting that there on the screen earlier. So it's not just in Silicon Valley Bank. It's in basically all these names that we've talked about this morning.
Never-ending headlines, anyways, coming out of China, it seems, on a daily basis. So I noticed that a number of those were top of the most active list once again over at OTC. Jeff Mendel's head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC Markets. We appreciate it, as always.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, guys.
Okay, and always good to have Jeff. And look, we talk about
Some mic issues right
always
there.
trying to learn. That was a lot of mic issues. It's a Tuesday. I think it'll be. I think we're just getting psyched up for the market, and the equipment can't handle it right now because this market is actually the NASDAQ. The ES just turned red. I know we're going to get to Arun in a second, but just turned below 4,000 and 0.25% to the downside. I just wanted to point that one out. It is looking relatively weak. I was just wow, like Nvidia. When I sat down, I got to go over this because when I sat down, Nvidia was making this move up almost $3 pre-market. It's pretty much given almost all of it back there. So I was just saying, I was just talking about 267, liking that for a level on Nvidia. That's now $3 away again. So this might not come into play at the open. That was one of the first things I was going to look to. Yeah, but this market kind of reversing a little bit. So maybe I guess we'll have another day of potential that bank strength and a little bit of weakness in some of these big tech names. Alibaba's still flying to the upside, but wow, it looked like things were pretty strong at one point earlier. And tech is reining itself back in, but we still have a half an hour until we get to the open. So a lot of time for things to matriculate here just a little bit. I just wanted to point out, I wanted to shout out to its 337Y. They're mentioning twice. You mentioned just now Coinbase off the 200 period on the daily. I've been looking at the same thing. That's about $60. It's bounced here ever since. That Wells report, it's found that bottom at 60 a few days in a row. Now, we've been shorting up in the high 60s every chance we get. I don't know if we get that chance today. And if we do, it means you had a huge long off that 60 level. But with any good level, it's there till it breaks, right? If this can't hold 60 today, maybe coin's making that push back into the 50s that some people have been believing in for some time. But until it breaks, that's a significant level there on Coinbase. Has to be pointed out. It's not just a double bottom on your chart. It is also a major moving average. That 200 period on the daily is always interesting support.
Yeah, just we talked about SIVB coming back today, so just a sad day because the last time you saw SIVB, it was at $40. Right, and then so right now today you're going to get it at $1.80. So if you still have shares in this name, obviously there's nothing, I mean, I can't, no words can really explain it, obviously. This is just one of those disaster situations one more time. If you see us trading it, we'll show it up here and I'll talk about it. But I don't know what's going to happen right now. We don't, unfortunately, our charts are going to be a little useless because we get the Q change there. It's just, I think it's being worked on. I put in the support ticket that it would automatically revert back to the old symbol, but I'm just going to use E-signal right here just to show you. I mean, there's really no technical levels to look at. It's down here to $2. We'll see if it breaks it or not, but that's SIVBQ. And the other one is SBNY. I'm just doing this for Jeff. He was here talking about these levels, so let's just do it real quick. So Signature Bank, this is even worse. This is even worse. The last time you saw Signature Bank, it was at $60, $70. 55 damn cents right now for Signature Bank. So 99% down or so, I guess, from $69 to 55 cents. So, yeah, not great there. And I feel sad about that. Meta right now coming out with some more job information here about bonuses and lowering some of the payouts and whatnot. So let's just see. Yeah, it's not really doing anything. Watch out. Oh, I didn't even notice this. I put a new sticky note out today, and I was talking all about support and resistance levels because I don't know. We'll talk to Arun about some futures levels coming up soon, but right now the NASDAQ's kind of, this is like what it was doing yesterday. Remember, it was like up, down, and then finally we had that little move down there to end the day, down, finishing down 0.5. But right now you're kind of stuck in the middle of a range here with the NASDAQ where we have that 13 top and then the 12.8 bottom, and we're breaching 12.8 right now. We have breached it. So I'm actually wondering about a short, and that's what I wrote down on the chat there, on the sticky note, was that if we break through and then start to head to the lower side, then forget about all these supports, like forget about Meta 200, we're just gonna go short 200. So we'll try to defend some of these levels in the first place. Meta wasn't on my radar. What's on my radar is Google and Amazon at some low levels, and of course we have some Alibaba that we like, but Google down here at 101 breaking into 100 could be interesting as well. And then Amazon, stayed back with my guy Obi back here yesterday, and we talked about strength on Amazon near 97. So I definitely want to check out that strength if we do drop down. So I feel like today it's going to be patience with the levels and patience with the market, because hey man, the market looked like it wanted to go down, Lexa wants to go up. I don't feel like we want to do anything. We have Fed speak at 10 o'clock and consumer confidence, Brendo.
Yeah, going to be a big number again. We'll bring that to you as it happens, guys. First segment of the show brought to you by, as always, Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Bottom of the screen there, TTV will get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. Here's a quick look at some upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. A number of names we were discussing over the past couple of days. Ton of strength yesterday in streaming names. Paramount to the upside this morning, B of A, Carnival, Oxy, Carrier on here, Fox as well, iHeart, Marathon, and Blink all downside. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market as we head towards 9 o'clock and get into everything else we need to know. 10 o'clock going to be on watch here, Arun. What else do we need to know today?
A whole lot of nothing, apparently, because this market has done absolutely nothing since yesterday's close. Even yesterday was somewhat muted. So whatever levels we were starting with yesterday is going to be the same levels we're going to be working with today. 40.50 up top, that's still in play. Seems like everything north of 40.25 is getting sold. So let's see if that's still in play for today as well. To the downside, I'm going to leave it wide open. I really don't have anything until we get all the way down to 39.15. There's a lot of mixed action all the way through. So there's no real confidence in any of the levels there. So 39.15 is going to be the real wide one down. So that's that's the 85 points down. So there's a lot of space to the downside if this market were to kind of try to go down there. But for now, I think 40.25 to 40.50 is an easy spot. Let's see what consumer confidence brings at 10 a.m. But until that point, until we get some sort of a catalyst, I think you're just going to have to wait for this range to get broken.
So thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that every single morning. Use a QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and you get that every single day. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market. Before we come on, and hey, did I mention it's also free? Let's start with Alibaba here this morning, top of the list after this kind of surprisingly comes out this morning. As we were saying to kick things off, Jack Ma back in China for the first time in a year yesterday. You kind of figured something was going to happen in relation to Alibaba, and here we go. Yeah, they're going to break it up into 6 different units. 4 or 5 of those, according to this, going to look into possibly raising some funding, which could include IPOs. So maybe 4 or 5 IPOs coming out of this.
Yeah, it's good news for a company that does really need it. $600 billion has been wiped off the market cap of this company since the October 2020 highs. So definitely needs something to reinvigorate it. We know what the headwinds were. There was tech beefing with the CCPC, excuse me, and as well as the Chinese economy with the zero COVID policy. So some good news.
Yeah, I was just reading through here. I mean, this company does anything and everything, essentially, from e-commerce through cloud intelligence, logistics, shipping. I mean, they're talking about digital media and entertainment. So a ton of things to consider here, guys, for BABA today, but nice move pre-market.
Yeah, look, I mean, Alibaba, I still think it's pretty hard to invest in these Chinese names, but again, we'll have Peter Schiff on, who talks all about China all the time, and, maybe there's some reasons for that, why you can get back into China, but up 10%, I mean, whenever a company is going to split up, that's why I tell the FTC, split up Google and Meta if you want to, and then we'll see a great increase in the price of their shares as well. Like, could you imagine if Google spun off YouTube or something? So I think there's a lot of potential here for Alibaba. We know they have have Ant Financial and a bunch of different other pieces there, apparently 6 other pieces. So we're going to see a spin-off there, including, like you said, including IPOs. I think IPO is disastrous, but should unlock more value for these guys, and it's not already up 10%. If you're not in Alibaba already, just forget about the news here for a minute. If you're not in, you're already making this sort of smiley face turnaround. You just took down the 50-period rate now here today. That's the pink on the daily, so that's $92, $93, and that's kind of where I'm thinking about support back in here. $92, $93, if we can get that, I think that would be great. I wrote down here 95 on a break long. That's been the pre-market high, so if you like that kind of a trade, then fine. But I just think that today with the NASDAQ sort of hovering around flat and this news already baked in, is there some more upside? Do people want to rush to buy some Alibaba? I don't know. This might be a good opportunity to sell, man. You're up 10% today. Those of you that have maybe picked some of the bottoms up here, there is so much more room to go to the upside. So I can sort of see both ways right now with Alibaba, but it is moving around. It's 7 million shares. Whenever you're unlocking value in a company, I think that's a good thing, and especially when there's so much uncertainty about China. So it's really nice to hear that this is happening today for Alibaba shareholders. I know Shakib, and I know there's a few other traders in this chat here that have supported Alibaba throughout this whole time. So today you get a nice little tailwind, and we've broken. So I wrote this down when 95 was the top. We've now broken 95, and it looks like it's 95.50, 95.60 as the new top. But look at this bottom, 94. So maybe I have to go to 94 instead of 93. But either way, let's watch to see what Alibaba does today. I do not want to be short this name. I don't even want to be short at 100. I don't want to be short at 98. I don't want to be short anywhere. So let's just wait to see what happens with Alibaba. I think it's a long for sure. But again, I feel like levels are going to matter here. Being up so far, man, it's already up a lot. And we have a buy right here of 299. So it's sort of already coming in right now. Let's wait to see what happens here with Alibaba. I could see a little bit of a flush and then a move higher on people selling the news, then figuring out what it wants to do after that. So I'm going to stay away from Alibaba early, but definitely I'd be surprised if I don't have a trade in this today.
Yeah, I can't disagree with the whole dip buy because we've seen it too many times. We were talking about this earlier with the Chinese ADRs where you get gaps up, and oftentimes there is that sell at the open. I'm going to put my trade ideas chart up in the daily just because it's a little bit more clean as opposed to my P-Pro 8 chart, just having some issues with that one. Look, if it does get it up to 100, that's not, if it gets to a level like that, yeah, I'm going to look for the short up there. And if it gets there, then there's going to be some longs to be had. Like when these trend, you get an explosive trend almost always on the Chinese ADRs. And this is the one I want to focus on because above that 93 level, and we're sort of sitting here, that's to me, as long as it's above 93, I think this one has an absolute chance to go. And whether it's a 95 break, whether it's a series of dip buys, there's a lot of ways to be able to play it. At the open, whoops, see that's at 15-minute having issues there. Whether it's a dip at the open in a 93.5, 94, I would take a shot at those above that 93 level and then just try and ride the trend. If I short something in sympathy, then Pinduoduo had bad earnings. It was a terrible report. They've been trending down. They're only up 2% right now. As a matter of fact, it's not even all that strong. If you look at what happened, gap down on earnings, if this gets anywhere near that fail zone in the low 80s that it had last week, then to me, this is a short. If it gets too far on sympathy, it gets in and around that 80 level, then PDD is like it's an automatic short up there since their disaster earnings. But Baba's the one. You want to look to join that trend. As long as if it fails 93, then I'm not that interested in the long, but as long as it's above it, that's the only direction I'm looking until it gets up to 98 to 100.
That's fair. All right, let's go to Lyft here. Kind of unexpected this morning as well, but 2 co-founders out, new CEO in for Lyft, saying all the right things, by the way, the new CEO anyways, as far as getting this company online and going in the right direction, I guess is the right way to put it. But Lyft benefiting from that so far this morning.
Yeah, he's got good experience coming in, I believe, from Amazon and Microsoft experience. I think this company needs fresh blood. They haven't turned a profit. Well, neither has Uber, but their losses have been bigger. And they've been losing market share to Uber as well. So it definitely needs a fresh blood.
Yeah, there was a ton of analysts quick to point out here this morning that regardless of this, Uber's still obviously doing a lot better than Lyft at this point. But nevertheless, here's 5%. We're back above $10 once again for Lyft.
I want to try to get excited about Lyft. It's difficult to. If anything, it's because look how it's down so far that maybe there's a bit of a bounce that can happen. But look, it's at 10. It needs to go another 5%, and then it breaks out of this little higher low channel. So it would need to get to 1060 and break out. So, I'm not sure we're going to see that today on Lyft. Uber's still been chewing them up in terms of market share. How are they going to combat that without lowering costs? What are you going to get the price war starting to go again? I don't think that's a win for them if they get that going. But at the end of the day, the new CEO actually comes from, most recently, the nonprofit sector. So, doing more with less. We'll see what happens if he's able to do that. I don't know if I'll be trading this one today. I haven't really looked at Uber. So I'm not sure if there's a sympathy kind of play there for Uber, or just say if Lyft starts getting too exuberant, like Uber can get chased up. But this is, it's not really moving. It's down as well. I can't get too excited about Lyft. If it cracks 1060, I think there's a chance that it could go on a bit of a run. But for it to go another 5% first, and then you're looking to get into a trade, that's probably more of a tomorrow thing. Or look back at it toward the back end of the week, see if it's moving. Now that I look at Uber, 30 level, wow. Okay, I haven't looked at Uber in a while. 30 level on Uber. That's a bit of a flat bottom break were it to happen. It's not a huge level, probably another one at 29 even, but yeah, that could be interesting if this one breaks that 30 to the downside. Spicy, I'm glad I looked at it.
Guys, just quickly here. So I put out the sticky note. Thank you so much. We have a new digital copy here. This is what I was talking about. It's me sort of walking through the office here talking about the sticky note. And thank you for all the comments and everything as well. 18 comments, 11 retweets, 139 likes, man. Definitely thank you so much for that one. We'll hit the bang on that. But I forgot to include the actual sticky note. So I meant to actually include that. So now that's there as well. If you guys can go have a look at that. And Lyft is not on my sticky note. I'm going to avoid that. Just too many other things to trade for me here today. But Alibaba right now is taking out that pre-market high. So if you did like that long, I mean, now's a good chance to do it. It's 9:11 right here. So still a little bit of time before the market opens. Watch out right now for Alibaba. And then I just want to bring this SIVBQ is going to trade sub $1. It's not even going to be, it might not even be tradable. This is starting to move down right now. So if you're getting into this, this was just $1.50 or $1.70 on the bid not too long ago. Now it's $1.06. So we don't trade it in the pre-market, and many of your brokers may not either. But I just wanted to give you a live quote because I know there's some traders, and there's a lot of people that are going to make a hell of a lot of money. Because if you were short SIVBQ anywhere, like you had 500 shares short at $40, you should be able to capture a $39 winner right now, down to $1.35. So if they're in your account, I don't, again, not financial advice. I can give you trading advice. That that is that if they come in there and the name has switched, you should be able to punch out. It might be a little more expensive. I don't know what the situation is, but if you were short SIVB or Signature Bank, we just had Jeff Mendel on right now. These stocks are plummeting here into the open. So, my eyes are going to be on these names as well, but they're going to trade sub $1. And here at Day Trade the World, we don't execute on pink sheets under $1. So we may not get too much trading at all in these two names, but I just want to give everyone's attention to that because now it's $1.25. I just brought it to you, it was $1.36. So like now $1.25 and $1.06 here. So I don't know what's happening in between if there's liquidity because we're not quoting it, but just watch out. These banks are starting to get a little spicy. And I don't know, it just bodes well for FRC, man. Like Signature Bank came back sub $1, it looks like it's going to be. So I don't know, watch out for FRC and some of these other names here. WAL was another one. Western Alliance, that was under some pressure, but this is a little bit better. And then, of course, Charles Schwab was supposed to be the best capitalized name on this. So we're going to wait to see what happens here, but not a good sign here as I watch SIVB now down to 105 on the offer. So this could be exciting here off the open for some of those banks.
Let's talk big tech once again. Back on the board, back on watch. Second day in a row here. We were discussing as we came on there. Yields back to the upside. Saw a big bounce in both the 10-year and the 2-year yesterday. Putting a little bit of pressure under tech. But if you go to higher time frame charts on any of these, we're at long-term resistance levels. I mean, all of these have had such a huge move to the upside. Maybe in need of a little bit of a pullback. Do we get 2 days in a row? Here's a couple of things to note here as far as tech is concerned. BMO with a nice note on Microsoft specifically, and a price target increase today to 305 from 265. Just a heads up, there's 295 on the watch list, but it's 265 was the original. Yeah, Google partnering up with this UK-based autonomous software company as well. I mean, a minor deal for them, but shows more progress going in that direction. But overall, still kind of lagging the market here.
No, I think you were spot on initially when you said, these big tech names have had, stronger rallies and they are due for a pullback. And that's absolutely reflected on the NDX. When you compare the NDX to the SPX, we are back at early February, late January highs on the NDX. Not so on the SPX. We're not even 50% retracement right now.
Yeah.
So, strong rally and, due for a pullback.
I mean, 2 days wouldn't be the end of the world as far as the NASDAQ pulling back here, but is there a trade in any of these today?
Oh, there's a trade in. I'd say most of the big tech names. Well, you know what are the ones we have up there? Yeah, I mean, all of them are going to have a trade today, I do think. Microsoft, first and foremost, you can have that upgrade or price target increase all you want. I think the story it's in, actually, we're talking about this with Prad. He used the term box. It's in a bit of a box. And it's at the middle of the box. It's 75. The bottom of the 70 area. If it gets down there, I like a long, but we'll cross the bridge when we get there. If it does fail immediately at that 75, this is a name that looks reasonably short off that 77 where we closed yesterday, 76.5-ish. And then I want to go back over to Netflix. I think we already talked a little bit about Nvidia. I love the 67. It could be breaking support today on Nvidia, but Netflix failed a breakout at 333 yesterday. So it gets above the moving average, and then makes a bit of a fail. And this is a lot of the names that you look at Nvidia, you look at Meta, and they're up at highs, recent highs. Netflix is putting in a lower high here, and it's been an absolute beast, and nothing's been stronger off the open the last 3 days. Well, I mean, nothing out of these big tech names has been stronger off the open, I don't think, than Netflix. Just absolutely shooting up at 9:30 every single day. So if it shoots up and doesn't get past like the shoulder part of the head and shoulder, then all of a sudden you have Netflix already failing a breakout on the daily chart and then giving you lower resistance, and that could trend down. If it breaks 24, there's a bit of a room to set downside. So that's what I'm watching. Obviously, we talked about Microsoft, and then I mentioned Nvidia here. Look, Nvidia probably has this flat bottom breakdown. Someone said in the chat 64. I'm not really seeing it as 64. It's been like 63.5-ish, so it's not as clean of a level in terms of just taking a break at an even dollar price and then looking away. I'd much prefer, if we could get 67s, I much prefer that. But it gets beneath that 63, and then suddenly you've got some serious room to the downside. Don't forget Micron reports after market, so whatever we do for today in the chip names, be prepared to have a slight adjustment tomorrow. Micron could be in play. Actually, I'm watching a high in Micron, but I don't know if it gets all the way up there again. Like if Micron sniffs this top up at 61.5, that'd be a short for me. But I'd much rather be playing Nvidia. It's on the precipice as we speak.
So I'm going to stick, Nvidia was the only red name we had yesterday. We made it back on Micron and AMD and turned out positive, of course, on the chip sector. But I'm going to look right here. So we'd had some dip downs in the last couple of days here for Amazon. Amazon's been struggling a little bit under $100 to get really going to the upside. But, it has sort of resisted this 96.50. I mean, that very bottom is 96.30. We could have a look at that if that comes through. But this is 2 days ago where we had 97 bottoms. We came back in and held 97 again. And then yesterday, there's 97 in the middle of the day again there for Amazon. So on the sticky note, the yellow sticky note is now 97. So we'll see if that comes through. And then I have a couple lower bids as well, just to see if it does come into that 96.50 area. So for me, big tech, I like the longs if levels hold. And then we have Google is the other play that I have again on the sticky note today, looking at $100. So I'm not bidding anything till 100. We'll wait to see if Google can come in. This is not just this is just a play just because it's a play at 100. There's really nothing else here for it. We bounced off 100 a little bit, but it's just because it's a simple $100 level. There's also 101. I mean, this could all get supported down here, or it could easily break. So I don't really I think Google's best days right now are behind them probably for this week. I mean, we'll see what this market wants to do. I'm not super positive about it, especially if we don't hold this 12,800, which we're already below it. So, this 106 could be a great short if we get anywhere near there. So I'm excited for it today, but the ones I'm looking at are Google and Amazon, and then I don't know. We have Okay, Tesla's next. I was going to say the other tech name that I'm super interested in is Tesla, but Microsoft also again is at a level of support again as well, down here to 275. So I really like. Oh look, the Fibonacci's. I must have not traded this yesterday because
They're never going away.
they're absolutely never going away.
It's always it's Microsoft.
No, I can like watch Apple, AAPL.
You know it's going to go
Right,
away
and
now.
then no, it's going to probably come back. There's the Fibonacci's again right there. So I don't know how
What are
they
those
just.
prices? Just
I'm
out
just
of
going to have to
curiosity,
trade around these prices now. So
What's,
bottom of 275, I like that, and the top of 277. So we're right here in this range. I have no idea how to get rid of this. I mean, this is ridiculous. So I'm going to have to just try to figure that out and keep getting rid of it. But Microsoft again at 275, another pretty key level. We bounced off that yesterday as well. So I just feel like we're going to break a lot of these levels here off the open. So I'm going to wait a little bit longer. And Microsoft has been so sketchy when it comes around levels. Like it'll rip and tank $2 at once. I'm going to wait on Microsoft. Plus, remember, we have consumer confidence coming out. I know it's 9:20 right now, but that's coming out at 10 o'clock. So that's going to definitely play a factor in everything. And then I have some sad news to tell everybody, especially people here at Day Trade the World. SIVB is now 97 cents. So when Jeff Mendel came on and I first showed this to you, you could have punched out at $1.55 over here. It's now chopped in half. So right now the best bid is 82 damn cents on SIVBQ. So I mean, if you're short this name, hey, maybe it's a good thing you haven't got your shares yet, because you could have just punched out at what, $1.08 or whatever it was. Now it's 90 cents on the offer for SIVBQ and SBNY again. The former Signature Bank. The last time you saw this name, we were talking about $70. You're now 40 cents. What an absolute disgrace these stocks have been. Management and everybody should go to jail most likely. But hey, you know what? This is not, it's part of what they're allowed to do, right? I feel bad for everybody that had lost their jobs in all of these banks and things like that just because of the way the funding when the deposit structure was based. I just find that it's sad that this has happened. And honestly, man, everybody that's lost everything and a lot of money in this, I thought these names would come back and at least be in the dollars, give people a chance. I mean, look at SIVB. It's now even 10 cents, even worse than it was a couple seconds ago. I thought these names would be at least tradable for a bit, give people a chance, but I don't, unless you want to YOLO some of these longs, I have no idea where these names are. Look, I mean, now it's 76 cents. Like, I have no idea where these names are going to go, Neil, but I just feel.
Short covering is the reason they would go up.
Oh, and I feel like they could go up.
That's about it. I mean,
But
why else would they go up?
For me, I'm nervous about FRC and some of these things. If this is what's going to happen to some of these other banks, I don't know, man. This really does suck. Like I truly, I don't even really know what to say, and I just feel so bad because I know there's lots of people that are making a lot of money, for sure.
Well, yeah, both ways.
But
there's also people that have. Yeah,
there's people that might have been late to this story and they held, and then now you have this. I'm hoping none of you have held. Well, I'm not exposed to any U.S. banks other than the big ones, so this is it's not been good, but. Yeah, funny one there, Spin One Master. Last he heard, the banking crisis was contained.
Oh, of course. Every time they say that, it's like it's a little bit worse.
Contained into
Every time they say it.
the gates of hell, Brendo.
Come right across the board on that for sure, including this afternoon, guys. We'll discuss. I wanted to mention this quickly on Nvidia, and then we'll get on to Tesla. This was a really interesting article. They released a whole bunch of data. The company actually released a whole bunch of data out after the close yesterday on basically how they're going to use AI to improve designing and manufacturing chips that are then going to be used to run AI. So
Like the circle of life,
circle
but the
of
circle
life
of chips.
in AI. Yeah, no, it's really interesting information. Anyways, yeah, let's talk about Tesla here. More questions, I guess, being raised as far as some safety concerns, this time on the Model X, 50,000 individual units being looked at on some front seat belt issues that are apparently coming through. So not a huge number when you consider what we were talking about yesterday, 425,000 in the first quarter. But worth a note here for Tesla.
I feel like I hear this a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, about 50,000 vehicles covered the 2022 and 2023 Model X, but we've seen recent recalls for their full self-drive, and now we have a seatbelt issue. They can't catch a break.
Yeah, not a huge move, obviously, on this morning. Tesla pretty flat, to be honest, but monster range, as we were talking about yesterday, top to bottom.
Yeah, well, everything, a lot of things had a monster range yesterday, but I think the more important, look, what I'm looking at is these lower high trends. If you throw out Friday, you've got Wednesday, Thursday, and then yesterday we had 210, 199, and then like the 197. If you were to kind of gently draw that trend line on the daily without all these kind of wicks here, it's kind of annoying on the daily chart, but trust me, I tell you draw it before, and you think that 196, this area should be able to hold if there is any kind of push to the upside. So that's my first look on Tesla. I just want to point out, a lot of people have been asking about XPeng and NIO and some of the other EV names that are in China. Just remember, when you get a gap up in like something like Alibaba, you're going to get some follow through in these other names. And this is gapping up, like XPeng's gapping up, NIO's gapping up. They have their own news here today. I'd just be careful with the shorts, because if the program buying starts on the Chinese ADRs, it's like some of the levels just don't really matter, and they'll get chewed up and spit out. So this is a good level here on XPeng, and we're talking about that in the afternoon. But if Bob is flying and goes up like 10% and everything in all the Chinese ADRs are up, I'd just be careful trying to short that level and then maybe back off and wait for a higher one. But Tesla, 196 is where I'm looking. Obviously, I like that 200 level for a fade. I'm really thinking short the pops, but we'll say that can change. I mean, if Tesla dips beneath 190, 186.87 looks fantastic for a bit.
What are we talking about? Tesla, yeah. So, I mean, I wrote down Tesla that I like this long down here. So, again, it's going to have to hold. We're down here to 190. I just think that that's going to be a good level there that we wrote down on the sticky note back into 190. So, we held it yesterday, was that yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, midday, in that collapse, and then came back, went all the way to 194. So, you got $4 in this name, and then it's back in there. So, this is just a 3-minute chart for Tesla. And then down here, I also have 188 in case this really gets spicy, but the real bottom there is 187. So let's see what happens off the open. I'm going to be very, very patient with today. I talked about this. We have Fed talk coming in around 10 o'clock, I believe it was. And then we also have consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. So Tesla's definitely a name that I think there's support. And that's what I wrote down on the sticky note, right, was that we had a lot of support lying around everywhere today in these markets and in some of these names. So I'm just thinking that, hey, there is a good chance here today that we get a little bit of love for some of these bottoms, but it could also fall out of bed. I'm just wondering, I mean, SIVBQ is now 50 cents. Like, this name just continues to get beat down. I think it's actually blocked now on our system. So I don't know if there's going to be any love for the bank names. I know we're talking about big tech. I just worry about, here's SIVB. I'm going to keep showing it to you all day. And it's only because, honestly, and Dan Emmons I just retweeted what you wrote there. He said, Sean just quoted, the banking crisis is going into the gates of hell or whatever. But right now, thanks for that, Dan. But right down here, 55 cents. Just getting worse and worse. So we'll wait to see if this can have any flow through. And I don't know if it does have any flow back into Tesla or anything, just about market instability. I don't think it does. But I'm going to wait. I'm going to give this market a couple minutes here just to see what happens. Let's see if what did Sharif call him, Jimmy Diamond? Let's see what Jimmy Diamond's, obviously
James?
it's Jared, was it Jeremy? Jeremy Diamond probably as well. But we'll go with Jamie Dimon without the D at the end of it and just check out on his big bank here. JP Morgan holding out okay. Wells Fargo holding out okay. So really no movement in these banks. It just seems to be all the others. And even FRC, what time is it? Oh, shoot.
It's flat.
It's 9:27. Yeah, FRC also not moving. Okay, Brandon, Disney quickly.
Quickly, this was yesterday, guys. They began these 7,000 layoffs that they talked about at their last earnings report as of yesterday. I mean, not a big deal as far as overall movement here. We're dead flat on Disney as well, but this is going to continue throughout the week here for DIS.
Yeah, and they shuttered their metaverse division, which they called the Storytelling and Consumer Experiences Unit. That's as a result of cost restructuring, Brendo, that we knew about.
Yeah, so a little bit of actually moving right now back to the upside here, guys, for Disney.
Get him the mallet. So we have a special guest, Charlie. Is that your name? Hi, Charlie. Charlie's going to be ringing the bell. He is a son of one of the traders on our floor, so we're really proud to have Charlie. Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. I wonder if he's seen that before. He's going to get ready to ring this bell. Don't be scared of the man. That's Randy. He's fine. Don't worry. He's all good here. So we got about a minute and a half to get ready to rock and roll. It should be a great day. Disney layoffs, Neil. I haven't even looked at the stock, and now I'm distracted. Man, I love kids.
I'm distracted too. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'll quickly on Disney. If somehow it gets to 100, it's a fade at that price. That's about the only thing I'm concerned with Disney. We got about a minute to go, so a couple of things to cover here just before we get into it. Alibaba just touched the high of the day, so it is still running to the upside. It just hit 96. I'm looking for a dip at the open. If it dips at the open and holds 93, I just want to try to join that party. Nvidia, we're looking for that. I don't think we get to 67 level, but it could break down to 63. I forgot to mention Intel. Apologies there. Intel, it's kind of the same old story with this stock. Even dollars are going to be key, but there was a 29.5. That area was pretty interesting, but flat bottom break on Intel at 29. I do want to give it some time to push to the upside first. I don't want to be triggered into anything right away unless it's Alibaba, but these things can change. So 20 seconds to go. We got Charlie on the bell, son of one of our traders who's going to be there with him. So thank you, Ty, for bringing him in. We love it. It's probably the best bell ring ever.
Don't hit too hard. Don't hit it too hard.
8, 7, 6. Get it off me. 5, 4, 3, 2,
1. Let's go, Charlie. Oh, yes. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh my God, he broke it. All right, Charlie. All right, Charlie crushing it every single day. Good job, Charlie. Wow, okay, so that was a lot of fun, guys. The best bell opening of all time. So thank you. Thank you to Charlie for that one. Just quickly here, SIVB is open. We can have just a quick look at this SIVBQ. I probably won't look at it much, man. It's sub-dollar. It's 52 cents. It's not really doing anything right now, but just watch out for it. There it is, bumped to 59 cents. So just watch out for SIVBQ as it's trying to move around. FRC still at the same level as well. Amazon trying to come in now. Not really. I mean, right now the market is kind of chilling right here. So let's wait to see what we got.
Yeah, I'm being a little bit patient. There was an initial move up on Nvidia. It looks like it got to 65 and then pulled right back to 64. Let's give it some time. I like that 67 a little bit better. That's going to be the afternoon levels. BABA's still holding. BABA's not really dipping here. BABA's actually at 95.5. So slight dip, but it's off to the races. On to the next. Looks like maybe that 95 is just the first level. Oh, and don't forget Coinbase. Coinbase just broke 63. If Coinbase makes a big enough run to the upside, you know where the fade is. It's in those high 60s. Wow, Alibaba. That's probably the only thing that was worth being in right away, and you can see it. It's already churning.
12, 96, 97, and still going. Amazon as well, trying to get off some of that bottom spot right now for Amazon and trying to go. Google trying to go a little bit right now as well, as some of these names are starting to get back up to the upside. We were trying to get some dip buys here, but here comes Google right now coming back in pretty hard. Again, I was talking about it going to the upside. It went to 102.50. Here comes a flat breakdown right now for Google. Can it break through this 101? That is really in question right now. So Google trying to break through 101. Let's see where that goes for Google to the downside. What else is happening, man? Baba's ripping to the upside. Nothing else that I'm seeing right here. Let's go back over to Amazon. Is that coming near my level? No, not yet. Apple trying to 158, so that's another level here for Apple. Yeah, lots happening right now.
Oh, I just want one other thing I forgot to mention. I'm going to do that thing on Mullen again. It's nothing big. It's just that 10-cent level has been holding. So I'm going to get long pretty much right in front of it. I just forgot to put the bids out there. But Nvidia, oh, that was quick. Put the bid out, and it's like I'm already getting, it's 10 cents, 0.0002 or whatever the heck it works out to. So I was able to get that one almost instantly. But the 10-cent level's been big. If it holds, great. It goes 1/4 cent. That can be decent enough, but it could break. Oh, it could break right away. It might actually break right away here. I just got BABA on the way back in. That's a little more interesting. Is it got 95.22, but this is starting to really scream back. I said I'd wait for 93. And then it pulled that huge bid all the way into 97. Oh, wow. Mullen's already through 10 cents, but BABA reversing. If it can't hold 94, I got to back off to 93. And Nvidia is now through 63. I should be shorting Nvidia. I'm going to kick myself that I went to BABA instead of getting that short in Nvidia. I'll get to that in a second. I've got to handle this BABA position. And Mullen's broken that 10 cents. That was really quick. I lost 2/100ths of a cent.
Handle your business.
Well, maybe 5/100ths, depending on slippage.
We've got a new position right now as well, and it's coming in. So let's see if we can get some love here for Apple. Apple, some nice little downside pressure here. Let's just see if it can kick it in or not. So right now we have Alibaba trying to trying to make a play here for me. Let's just see if it can, or sorry, Apple, if it can come back in. We are short right now against this 158 level. That's a level that I want to play off of here. Just a little bit of a level of concern. 158. Of course, we have that big wick. I'm going to have to try to get out of that one. I was looking to short it against sort of where we closed yesterday, 158.50, 158 and change. But right now, it's a nice little trade for us as it's well in the money here, going to the downside now for us. Well in the money. I mean, it was 18 cents. Let's see if we can get a little bit more down to this bottom of the day, 157.30. The market is coming in. Let's just check out Google. That should be coming in soon as well. Yes, right down here, $100. There we go. Now we are long Google, short Apple, long Google. Let's see if this works. It doesn't seem like it will, but maybe it does.
Oh, by the way, that 29 broke on Intel. I'm going to still try and get some of that 63 action on Nvidia, but Intel trying to hold beneath that 29 level. I'm going to wet my beak here at 98. And then one last one for you. Forgot to mention CCL. They reported earnings yesterday, breaking out off that $9 level. So CCL is actually back on the way up, 960. If it gets to 960, that's my fade price. Brendo?
This was a bit earlier, guys, but OSCR, a little one moving so far on this. New CEO coming in. For Oscar Health, up big time. Now 50% just took out that high.
Awesome.
All right, guys, no failing over here. Look at this Google long. Holy crap. We got it again right now, guys. We got it good right here on a nice little long. We're long at 25s right now for Google as this is starting to rip back up to the upside. Let's take some out, man. 57, 56s. We put on some good shares again right there at that bottom for Google. And if you're rocking with the best of us, there's the sticky note right there. $100 long. I mean, it came in. We got that very bottom. We are now out of half for 30 cents or so. Let's go. Now it's just ripping up even more right now. We also got out of some of our Apple right there. We're out of 30% of Apple. The thing is, like being long one and short the other, you know, if the NASDAQ rips, I'm great one way and not good the other way. So let's start to get out of a little bit of issues here as we go with Apple and with Google. But so far, we'll just hit this, man. We are going to go 2 for 2 to start the day right now. A nice little Google long and a nice little Apple short. So there's Google long, took it out, and here's the Apple short. Both 25 cents in the money right now. So yeah, man, AI be damned, man. I'm going to be here every single day and using these hands to trade. Let's see if we can keep this going. Nice little upside move for Google and downside move for Apple.
Yeah, downside. Now Nvidia's down 1%. We're going to bring the register off 262.5. We didn't really get any money fills at that 263.5 zone, but we got the 20s in there, and now it's absolutely flushing. Unfortunately, Baba's going to give it up through 94, so I took the first dip buy in Baba. We'll slap a fail on that. The shorts are in. The market's coming down. You guys can see that. I did grab some Intel as well underneath that 29. It's now at 88, so these two are also flushing. That's going to mean I missed out on Microsoft, but you can't have them all. I wanted Nvidia. I decided to jump over to Intel when I saw it. But Softy now holding beneath that 275. That's another zone. Beneath 75, looking for that short. 70s would be where I go long this stock if we even see or sniff that 70 level. If I go over to Coinbase and see it's, oh, never mind. Coinbase not really making that big of a move. I thought Coinbase was still going to the upside. Looks like it's beneath that 63. So for now, I'm out of Alibaba. I don't know why that's still showing. But Intel, Nvidia to the south side. I didn't see anything in those regionals. But FRC, if you're tracking it, I thought there might have been a flush based on what Sean was showing with SIVB. Yeah. But it's actually holding the bid right now on FRC. So a bit of a surprise for me there with that bank.
Yeah, I mean, big time short here happening for me with Apple. So, you know, this is really starting to pay out a little bit here on the short side of things. We're out of half of it, but it's still 40 cents in the money. So, you know, really happy with the performance here so far today of our trading. So, you know, it does look like this wants to break. Let's maybe get out of a little bit more pressure here of Google. Sorry, what am I on? I'm still on Google. Okay. Just looking to get out of some of this pressure here on Google. If we're able to, great. And that's all. So that's what I'm trying to do here. Get out a little bit if it comes back, because it looks like it is trying to take this level out right now. And if it does take out 100, we're gone out of this long. So that would be that. Tesla's coming back in as well. Okay. Well, we have a lot to look at, but we got Brendan on the ones and twos.
Some earnings, guys. MKC engineering firm, McCormick, to the upside after a nice beat for them. Not a lot of volume here, but 12% for an $80 stock, straight to the upside.
Yeah. So that might be straight to the upside, but Tesla is straight to the downside. Tesla's now at 188.5. 186, 187, man. That's where 187. That's interesting level, but that's a level. That's support down here for Tesla. If it gets there, that's the first place I would even think about a bid. Oh my goodness, don't tell me, because if Tesla's going down, there might be that chance. So I was talking about be careful with those levels on the Chinese ADRs and the shorts for Neos and XPengs. But with BOVESPA pulling back in and XPeng at that level, yeah, and all of a sudden the short seems a little bit more safe here. So last week's high, 1040. I think that's where I want the short to. I wasn't putting on, I said be careful with it because you want to see what happens at the open on some of these. But if we're going to get weakness, both in Tesla and in the overall sector in Asia, why am I not getting shorts here? We have to pay for XPeng. All right, I get it.
Do we? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, so I've flipped over a little bit here to the short now on Google. It doesn't look like it wants to work for the short, but we'll see. We're short here at 02. I thought, I was just trying to do what I'm saying that I wanted to do, right? So it's like the minute we started to break a little bit lower here in the market and on Google, I wanted to reverse into the short. So we actually were flat. We made, look, when we went long 25s and got some out in the 50s and 60s, that was a good trade, and then we lost that same 25 cents right back once it broke O's. You guys all saw me get in and out of that trade, so it was relatively flat, but now we're averaged back into the short here at $100.06. Just thinking that it's, if it broke that 100, look at the market today. We talked about this. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to put up a poll or anything for the bull or the bear, but I'm bearish right now. Short 50 cents in the damn money right now for Apple. This one's really going to the downside. This is a great trade. That just touched 22s as I was trying to work on this Google trade right now. But there comes Google right back in again. We got the big boys on again here right now. So, buckle up, everybody. Hopefully this can come back in. We'll take some out at 90 right there. Remember, we're short at 06 on Google. So we're short at 06. Let's see if this one can work again to the downside. Would like to get at least 50 cents on this, but again, it's just dancing right now. It's still early. And the thing is, man, I don't want to be in position close to this 10 o'clock number. We're still way away from it, but Fed speak and consumer confidence,
I'd rather, if you're in something for that number, I'd rather be, in the money in the stock as opposed to, just putting something on at that level.
Yes,
I think that's generally the direction I like to go. I did just finally get XPeng there, so you'll see me in that one now. SI starting to move up, so if it gets to 250, that was the level yesterday. I got away from my original thesis on BABA, which was saying dips into 93. Took it at 94, and then that was a hit, but it's now at that 93 level testing it. Brendo, what's up?
Earnings mover yesterday, guys. Carnival back to the upside in a big way here. Barclays with a price target increase this morning. Credit Suisse down here with a price target increase after the close yesterday. So a nice move here, 6% already for CCL.
Man, I got to send that Charlie kid a bill for that. The way he destroyed that little mallet there.
He wasn't playing around.
Hopefully, what kind of pipes does that kid have on it? Randy beats the what out of that thing, and it seems to be completely fine.
Well,
Charlie gets his hands on that thing, and it's like, see you later to that mallet. So I hope Randy's over at the woodworking desk right now and getting that all fixed up. But I want to give a big thanks to Charlie again for ringing that bell and kicking us off here on a lovely March day. It is March the 28th as I sit here and hope that Google wants to go down. So that's what I'm doing right now, waiting for Google to go to the downside right now as it is, trying to break through this 90 level. Okay, there it is. I was going to say, this is the best we've had on it so far. Here we go. Let's go, Google. Right down. We are collapsing, and this is a money trade for me right now as we are collapsing in. 50 cents in the money on Apple, 40 cents in the money right now on Google, and it looks like we're trying to go lower right now, so let's go Google, man. We talked about this. Do as you damn well preach. The sticky note had everything on this. Talked about reversing these longs. We did the video sticky note, and here we go, man. Apple number one, well, Google number one for me, Apple number two here for the net today.
Oh, so I was taking a little bit of water there. Got to stay hydrated when you get a morning like this. The market is now flushing. The ES, by the way, is actually at 4,000 and holding, but the NASDAQ, when I say the market, the NASDAQ is flushing. I grabbed XPeng, got the short off the high of the day, paid for the locates. They were literally a third of a cent. Able to get some out there the first 10 cents. If it breaks 10 even, I think 990 could be the next stop. I'll make a judgment call. If there's a big bid at 10, I'll take some out there. Intel and Nvidia both looking pretty good, but Nvidia is catching a bit of a bid. Intel trying to do so at 98.75. When short off of the even level, you usually want to cover some at each of the quarters. Here's Nvidia. It's trying to bounce off this 60 level. I want to short pops in this. This is too weak. Definitely seeing a big fail in the overall market. And then don't forget Netflix. I thought Netflix would pop to the upside. It's not really falling like a rock, so this one could still come in where we get a pop, play it off the pre-market highs and roll into the short. I've taken an L going long BABA, but really it's the shorts that have been in play. So we'll go 3 for 4. And then just to get you one more here, I thought for a second Silvergate was about to make a bigger squeeze. But it did get to that level from yesterday, that 220, got to 25 and is slowing down. 250. Remember, double top just shy of 250. That is the big level for me on Silvergate. I'm not doing anything till it gets to that price. Yesterday I got in too early. This time I'm waiting for the key price.
All right, so I just want to talk about it, man. Apple right now has been an awesome short. I mean, it hasn't failed me once right here on the downside. But one name that is failing me, but we just reloaded. We are going to get some new graphics coming through. I always say that, but I've seen them, and hopefully they're coming through pretty soon. But Google is not operating like the smooth customer that I thought it would be here, bless you, for that downside move right now. We just reloaded it right there at 20, and it went down to O's and stopped again. So I was waiting for 90s, but right now we have a bid here at 03. Just for 10%, see if we can get that, just get pieces out here. And then we want to hold for this move. I'm getting more and more nervous. Brendan, can you confirm maybe if there's Fed speak at any time? Because I'm pretty sure there is at some point today, and I don't really, if it's 1 o'clock, then it's fine. I'm not worried about it right now, but I for some reason, I think it's 10. So that's, and again, I am nervous about consumer confidence. And again, because as I'm using more shares right now, I don't, Fed speak at 10. Who? Brainerd? Bar. Okay, Bar. It doesn't really matter who speaks, but we'll wait to see. What I need is a playbook. Like, are they dovish? Are they hawkish? But I guess anything can happen right now.
I have that bookmark. I'll find it.
Yeah, exactly. So there is something about that. So we'll look for that. But just because we're into Google doesn't mean we're going to be in it forever. I'm looking at $100.50 as a breaking spot here for Google. So if we go back upside, we got to get out of this one. So let's watch out for Google here, giving a little bit back on this move back upside here on GOGGL.
So I'm in. I'm out. Oh, there it is. There's the dollars. I thought it came out the backside of it, but I guess it goes out the front on the bear. 260 on Nvidia. That happened a little bit quicker than we expected, but once it broke down, that was the next level of concern, was going to be the even dollar. I'm going to cancel my offer. If it gets back to 263, I think you got to play it by ear. If you even remotely see a $3 bounce in a stock, especially like Nvidia, it goes 1% back to the upside. I wouldn't automatically want that one to the south side again, but stranger things have happened. Intel, like I said, I would take another bid in front of 75, so we rang the register there. And let's go to Mr. Brendo.
SI starting to go here once again, guys. Big move out of the gate yesterday, if you remember, straight to the upside. Here we go again. Back towards 230 here for Silvergate.
Oh, good. Prad just sent it, but it's a picture of the screen cap. I want to try to get the site, so maybe I can show it.
Link?
Here, I can just show it to you. Yeah, here it is right here. This is just what we're going with. It just shows. I don't see. This is what I mean. It's not going to be good. You said who was it? Bar. So where is? Not voting member. Okay, so these are just voting members. Thanks, Brad, for that. I'm just looking at this for the first time. So not voting member, but there's Google, man, right up to the upside. Let's flush ourselves down a little bit there because Google just ripped up. So again, we said we'd try to be as patient as we can with this. We're fine. Our net sort of shows that we've been pretty patient. But again, we've gotten out of some Apple there. That was a winner. Google's going to turn out to be a little bit of a loser. But let's just try to do our best to find some other opportunities right now because CCL, okay, that could be something.
CCL is up 6% right now, and it's absolutely tearing into that. We'll see if it gets to that 960, but I have an offer now just in front of 950. I think I put it at like 48 or something there, just to see what happens. The $9 break was pretty big to the downside yesterday, and now breaking back up. There's your 200. There's your wick top yesterday on the earnings, so this is where I would look to be able to fade it. I said if Square got to 66, that would be something for a short in between 65 and 66 yesterday. It's not really moving, but it is on my radar. Bit of a bounce in Nvidia, not much of one. I might get a chance to reload XPeng though. XPeng getting right back in to that 10-20 area. So I'm short off the high, got some out pre-market lows, looking to work off this top. Want to shout out in the chat. I wasn't looking at this until the afternoon. We got a couple of questions about XPeng, and I said, hey, that's a good rejection of a breakout at that price. I would short it if I got the chance, and we got the chance today. So we'll see how it goes.
What is Amazon doing? So we reshorted Google, and now we're making pretty much everything back on this, man. I was like, did I just get stopped out at 50 or what? And we did. So we went short again on that name. It was just that view up, and again, it's like this is part of it, man. Like I put these outs, and then it's like I not focused enough. Like that view up, it just went right to it and bounced. That view up is 60, not 50. Anyways, you know, I mean, it's just like data mining again. Like, you know, when levels hold, it's great. Look, it held. And when it doesn't hold, you know, and I was talking again about this with Obi and stuff and about some of these technical looks. And it's like, they're great when they work, but you know, you just got to find something that you can trust. And VWAP is something that I do trust on the 1 minute chart. So I should have been a little more frugal on that out. Or less frugal, I guess, and got out a little bit above that 60 mark. So we went right back into it, and let's capture a little bit of profit on this reshort here of Google, because right now, I don't, the market 12,700, it's okay here on the NASDAQ. It's holding out. I still feel like it's nice downside pressure here. We got to get a little bit back up. If we could test that 50 period, we'd be stopped out of Google anyways. But that's really sort of where you might want to turn around and start to go long. But again, with only 10 minutes until consumer confidence, I mean, this is another one of those prints that the Fed's going to look at when discussing Fed policy, right? So I want to stay pretty cautious here heading into that number. So if we do take out 60, we're out of Google. Try to hold it. If it takes it, we're out. Just got to make sure I don't get punched long here.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. I paid for locates on Mullen to reverse that long at 10. That was free money. It was free. It goes 10, just straight drop. So that's me getting in at 10.0002. That's me getting out 9.999, repeating, or whatever the heck it was. And that's just absolutely dropping like a rock. That's the thing about a support level. Once it breaks, you can't hold through. You got to get out of Dodge. That's just absolutely disgusting. Coinbase here. This is actually holding up pretty well, so just watch out for this 63 level. It looks like a good one, but if it breaks, you could be at 65 in a hurry, and then we know 70 is a level that we like. I might give one chance to short that 63 for the first one there. And Tesla making a bounce. It got to 188. I thought 186 to 87 was a buy zone. So it didn't quite get there. If it popped far enough, I think there's going to be a shorting opportunity on Tesla. But I'm more concerned with XPeng. I got out of my Nvidia. It was a good out because it's bouncing. But XPeng now could take out that 1030, and I'm going to get out of Dodge if it takes out that 1030. Some strength in the Chinese EV names. NIO, XPeng, both breaking the top. I guess they're floating to the tune of their own drum because I still see BABA as trading down.
Look at. Oh, yeah, actually, I have to go back over and look at Alibaba. Look at Amazon. We wrote this down at 97. We're at 97.25. Goes as low as 97.50 and then just rips to 98.40 right there. And the professor's like, Amazon. I was like, what happened to Amazon? And I looked over there because I was not long yet. And I was like, hey, man, I should be long this name. But now you're seeing why I'm not long, because it just ripped right there to the north side. So, again, a shout out to everybody that was trying to get that long with me on Amazon down there. We'll still see. If it comes in, it comes in, right? I mean, we'll wait for that trade to come. Hopefully it does back down to that downside. And by the way, man, we're just going to tweet this out, but Apple's been some hot fire right now, as this is yup number one right here for Apple. We're already $1 in the money on this name as it continues to make a move to the downside, and we still got on a piece. So good piece on. We had 30%. We just took a piece out there at 157, and there goes Apple right now breaking lower, lower, lower. So that's going to be a great trade for us to start the day. The Google trade, not so much, but we're still fine on Google, man. We're still fine on it. Let's see if it can make another push to the downside here for Google. No bids until 100, and then we'll see. We do know that there was some support. I mean, my best fills are in the 60s down here, 99.60, but let's wait to see, or 99.75, it looks like, down there as the best. So let's see if we can get some more fills if this market does collapse in here.
Yeah, and it feels like the market is trying to collapse, but it's catching a bid. Like, it's catching a bid right now. That's going to give us a shot at Microsoft 275 on the way back up. That was a level I tried to get on the way down. We got some Softy. We got some Intel. We got some Nvidia. We got some Intel. We did not take any Microsoft, but that 75 is a big one. It's on the 15-minute that I'm really trading off of. Nvidia cracked 260. So like, I get out, it bounces $1, it flushes right back into those lows. If this is going to get back to VWAP, you're now forgetting about 63 altogether. 61, man. If it gets to 61, this is probably re-entry to the short. These chips are getting absolutely crushed. Look at Micron now, down 2%. Going into their earnings tonight. So I managed to have some Intel because it's popping back into that 29 level. That's actually showing some signs of strength. It's these other three that look the weakest. About to get some Microsoft. It's now above 74. I want money fills here. When we use the term money fill, when there's a price zone that you want, try to take it above 74. Like that's VWAP in there. It doesn't really matter what VWAP is this early, but I want the fills above that into 75 as opposed to shorting it underneath that 74 level. So looking for some of those fills now in Microsoft. If we get something in Nvidia, we might have to chase this move to the downside quite a little bit. It's been an absolute test of all these chip names, but I'm interested in Softy here. We like to play it off that 75. This is the next one that should come in. Remember, in about 6 minutes, we're about to get that number. So I said I didn't necessarily want to get anything that wasn't a big level, but this is the level I wanted from the open on Microsoft. So I guess I'll take this fill. Didn't necessarily want to be getting into things right in front of it.
Yeah, just quickly here with only 5 minutes to go before the number SIVBQ, just to look at it, I think it's 50 cents. That's hilarious. 20 cents right now. We got a nice little bump to 75 there, and now it's just like, see you later. So I just feel absolutely disgusted for this shareholders and everything. Same thing with SPNY, still some nice downside pressure. So I don't know. They're not tradable as far as we are concerned here at, well, for us anyways. I don't trade sub-dollar really anyways. I know you're on Mullen. That's going to be a little bit of a different situation than what's happening there on the OTC markets. But a shout out to Jeff Mendel, as right now $12 still a level that I'm looking at for FRC. And FRC today actually pretty quiet right now on the FRC front. We are almost out of Google, which is fine. We actually don't make or lose anything on these reloads because we're at 45. We got some 30s out, and now we just wait to see if it takes this 60 level. It looks like it is going to do that as the NASDAQ is still down today. And I guess going on Google, even though Google's 3 times the market, almost 4 times, it's found a bid at $100. And that's exactly what we wrote down on here, was buy 100 on Google. But unfortunately, it broke, and I flipped the switch on that. So I'm going to wait to see what consumer confidence has in store for us. And then I'm going to go back to longing Google most likely. Let's just see what happens here. We only have 4 minutes now until we're done on that. We already are out of 80% of our Apple short, so that's a good one. I just feel pretty safe holding on to these until 10 o'clock and not entering any new positions. But our Tesla, woo-wee, that's just bounced off 188. And again, that's the sticky no level of 188. So there's so many awesome levels right now, but it's just I don't want to make a trade because I want to put on shares. And like Neil said, either you're well in the money, you can hold it, or take something small right now because I'm going to wait out for this market to hit right now at in 4 minutes.
Wow, Futu. Oh, my goodness. Like, I'm just double checking here.
Pardon you, Neil. Futu.
Are you? So Futu's now down 7%. So shout out. I saw a few people talking about this, and I wasn't really watching. Saw Microsoft back with E74. I didn't get any of the really good fills, 74.5. Looks like I just barely missed those. But this stock now getting absolutely shellacked. Look at the fail breakup at the top, breaking back underneath 51. If you get to 44, it's 44 on the daily. Sorry, 43.5 on the daily. That's the level. I mean, if it doesn't hold this, that's absolutely insane. It was on the watch list. They actually had a good report, but obviously it's coming back in just a little bit here. Ugly day for Futu, but $2 down, you get a major level of support. That's all I can give you. I don't think I want to go long the stock, to be honest with you. That's nasty, man. That's absolutely nasty. So Microsoft looking for 73s for some outs. If it does, like I have a bid at 70 just on the off chance it gets there today. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I'm just going to move that to do not auto cancel because I want to have that one out there just in case we get a huge flush. But we're short this. Took some overfills above 74. We're able to get, I didn't really get any more Intel. Oh, I know what happened. It didn't break 29. Intel went to 29, didn't pop over. So I didn't really add to this Intel position where I would have liked it, some of the overfills. I took one under at 90. I'm like, nah, you don't want that. I want fills over, but didn't get any. So still short on Intel. Nvidia I got out of. Maybe I should have held on to it. Intel's down 1%, but I think there's actually worse names out there when you see AMDs and Nvidias and Micron also bad. But Intel's still working for now. Microsoft just got to that 73.3, so thank you very much. That short's going to work out. That's 75, just over under. If it holds 75, I'm not shorting it. If it's beneath 75, I'm playing short until it gets to 70. That's the way to go. 2 minutes till the number. Thankfully, I wanted to be sitting in things that weren't a concern at 10 o'clock. That ran the risk of doing so if it pressed to the upside on Microsoft. Now, if we get a print that takes me into the short here, pops it up $1, I like that fill. So we play the rubber band action in 2 minutes.
Yeah. So we're basically on the same stuff right now as well. What about Coinbase right now? I see that's starting to move a little bit down. Okay, $61, $62 right now for Coinbase. That's starting to do something a little bit here. Yeah, not real. I mean, it was looking to break that bottom of 61 and change, so that could be something here for Coinbase. So we have to watch out for that breaking through that 61 level. But for right now, that's all that's really happening here. So Coinbase trying to take out 61. Other than that, we're in Google, but not by many shares here, as it did breach 40 there, 60 there a little bit, but we still have a piece on this one as it's starting to go back down now. 10 cents in the money on that, $1 in the money. Now Apple's at these lows.
Now
I'm taking a piece out right now at 82 if we can get it here. There it is, man. This is going to be a big trade for me here today on Apple, obviously, as it's leading the way here for me to that downside. So let's just continue to watch it. Apple's starting to go back down. Google's starting to come in a little bit right now. Google's at 20. We'll take a piece on this one as we're short at 40. Let's just take 20 cents now as we're a minute away now from that consumer confidence number. Well, I'm not going to trade the number. I just want to see how this reacts with some of these names. So let's try to get a piece out of Google right now, which we just did. Yep, on that. And it's 30 seconds till the number, and it's also happening now with Brendan.
All right, getting the Richmond Fed Composite Index here a little early, guys. -5 versus -10. Again, the Richmond Fed Composite Index there, the big one, though, this one. 101 expected, the Conference Board's consumer confidence number coming through here in about 10 minutes. We'll also get some comments coming through here. I'll explain that in a second, but let's get this number. Again, 101 expected for the consumer confidence number here. Slight delay. U.S. home sales at 9 o'clock, 0.2% versus -0.3 there. Still not hearing anything in my ear either. Just a side note, Fed's Bar speaking at the Senate Banking Committee. So this is a live speak coming through here. Slight delay again. Still not hearing anything even in my ear here, guys. So I'll bring this to you when we do have it. Let's get a quick look at the overall market as we await this number. -0.22 for the S&P, 0.12 to the upside for the Dow, the Russell, the 2000 green, everything else kind of red, chopping around. There it is, 104.2 versus 101, so higher than expected. 104.2 versus 101 expected there for the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index. That's on a month-over-month basis. Still watching all of these as we were in the pre-market. BABA, Lyft, and Tesla all on the watch list this morning, including Tesla at day lows here, guys. Not much of a reaction there. I guess downside a little bit. Again, if you missed it, 104.2 versus 101. Guys.
Tesla's still at that 188 level there. So that's a little bit better on the consumer confidence. So that should show, a little bit of strength there in the economy, which is not great for the market. I mean, you would think it would be, but maybe that just puts the sort of the pedal back on the foot of the throat of rates right now, because if the rates are not really having too much of an effect on the consumer by that consumer confidence, maybe they can withstand a little more rate hike. But I don't know. It doesn't seem like Brendan said. The market doesn't seem to be doing much. I mean, here's the NASDAQ. Came out up and down. It did tip down to 12,600. I said I'd want to be short because we're below 12,800. So I'm still going to try to stick with that. We're still short Google. We got some good outs there in the teens as that was happening, or maybe not even. We might have a teen fill there. Oh yeah, we do. We have two. We have an 18 and a 14 right there on these shorts. So far so good on that one, as Apple's still working to the downside as well. So we got two shorts on, and they're both printing pretty good right now.
Yeah, and I'm looking at one other one here. First off, like AMD and Nvidia are they're absolutely dying. Got out of that too quickly. It bounced off 60. I thought I'd get a re-entry. But AMD and Nvidia are getting absolutely crushed. Micron as well. Netflix is flying. Netflix is up 1%. Again, at the open, catches a bid. Now remember, you've got yesterday's highs that it ran into. You got the 50 period on the daily, right up at 333. This is where we look for the short opportunity yesterday. This is where I had the breakout long that it only went $1.50 to $2. Yeah. So if it's a fade off this level, fine. If it breaks the top, then 350, man. And I know it's a ridiculous number to throw out there, but that's the one I'm looking at after 335. But if it gets up there, I am still looking for a fade on Netflix. Super strong name. Tisha in the chat has asked a couple of times about this BMEA. I have not had too deep of a look at it, so I don't necessarily know what the news is, but this is not a small cap crapper. That's what I know. This is a strong looking chart, and usually a lot of times when you see this, I'm thinking it's a little bit overextended. If you have to zoom this far out to find historical levels on a stock, a lot of times you almost want to throw them out there when you have to go back a couple of years. So I don't know about it. I'm going to ask Brendan to see what the news is on this BME8, but it's a churner. It just went $5 in the last like 20 minutes, and the daily chart looks absolutely gorgeous. Brendo?
On cue, promising data here for a diabetes therapy coming through for Biomea Fusion this morning. So yeah, huge mover here on that. Again, promising data for a diabetes therapy, guys.
Yeah, I mean, this one's an absolute churner. This one looks like it's going to be a good one, guys.
What's your Mullen doing? Are you long that
no,
yet?
It broke 10 cents.
Oh, did it?
And I didn't reverse. I paid for locates on Mullen, and I didn't reverse short, and it went right from 10 to 9. Like, I got out at 9998 or something like that, and then I could have had the reverse, didn't take it. Square, okay, here comes Square. Just got into Nvidia on the way back up, but Square, I said above 65 where the money fills, so it's getting pretty close to getting up there. Nvidia just caught a bid, which means it's back at 260.
Like, is everything just going to rip now? Like, what does these stocks want to do?
I know. Yeah, see, I should have waited for 61.
They like that number? They like that number? 37.50 on Wells Fargo right now? Yeah, so, okay, so I have a little bit of a new position. Tesla? I don't know. I mean, we wanted to defend this 188. It just came right into 188 there. We didn't take it. Like, it sucks because I should have already made $1, but we didn't get in because we were waiting for this number that turned out to be sort of a nothing burger. So we're going to have to wait. If it does take 188, I'll give this probably to 188.60 or something like that on the downside. Sorry, 187.50 or so. I did have a 188.60 bid. Oh, we just got filled on it. Okay, so that's what I was talking about. So we just get that fill there at 60. Let's see where it goes, man. We're long at 75 now. If I can't hold this for $1, then I have no idea what I'm doing. So let's wait to see here if Tesla can hold this through 187.50. We're going to try to hold that, but we do have another bid coming down here as well, near that 188. Let's try to be as specific as we can on our pricing. And then Google right now, we have another short. We just shorted it off VWAP again. So again, like being long Google and short Google and long Tesla, it's not necessarily a recipe for success, but let's just see if we can get it going. We do have a good support level here on Tesla. Again, let's take something out if it comes up to VWAP just a little bit, 189.35. We'll take a piece out if it does get up there.
And we just talked about it, and now it's halted. Halted to the upside, now up 83%. Look, BMEA is on an absolute run. Halted looks like it's going to open up above 29 and a half. It's indicating you're blowing out multiple levels here. I would not get in the way of this. However, usually halts can provide good liquidity. If there's a couple of halts up in a row, that's where I would look for any chance at a short. Otherwise, get out of the way of this. Absolute churner. Thank you guys for pointing this one out in the chat. Great community as always, because I didn't see it, and now we're going to be all over this one. I'm going to check on locates just to see how expensive they might be.
All right, so again, as we sort of discussed here on the sticky note, which is available, of course, every day in the pre-market available to you, we were looking at this Tesla 188 level, and again, the reason why is it goes all the way back. Hopefully my charts will load. It won't load on that, but hopefully the 3-minute will. Here we go. We go to 188 yesterday. That little dip down area, 187.30. I'm actually not even going to, I mean, we could hold this all the way to 187. I was more concerned about this 187.50 area. So right now, we just had the consumer confidence and had some numbers come through. So we're going to try to hold this out. I'll take a piece if we can get it around 189.50 where the VWAP is right now. So right now we are long Tesla right here at 188. Checks notes, 188.75 right now for Tesla on the long. So a little bit in the money on that one. Apple's been an absolute banger, and we still wait for short, although we only have 10% left. Good take on Apple, short really early, 157.80. Down here, 156.80, we just got it. So let's watch this out. And then we are also short Google right here off VWAP, and that is starting to come down for us. So far, so good here, man. This is a good day for us. Some nice winners happening here at Trader TV Live.
Yes, sir. And speaking of those, we just reloaded. I don't have
like
the graphic.
it.
I don't have the
like
graphic for that one. You have the graphic for. That's okay. I reloaded.
No, we don't. That
Oh,
one's
you don't?
gone. Nah.
Oh, never
But that
mind.
would be a good idea to get that back.
I love that one. Carlito's Way is the most underrated gangster film of all time. Of all time. But let's go to the downside. I don't have any longs on. I am looking for something that I do like long. I don't know what it's going to be. But we just got some overfills again above 274 on Microsoft. Got some out in front of the 50s. We want some 73s if we can get them. I just reloaded Nvidia after a scalp trade off that 60 level. I felt I was in too early. So scalped out the first 50 cents there. And if it breaks 60, I think you're going up to that 61. So, you know, I got myself like a 90 short. Okay, technically it's 88, but I don't want to give this one too much room. This is not, like, we're not at a price where if we break up from here, we can get back to 61 for a better short. So I'll scalp this to the best of my ability and then work off a higher level if it continues to the upside. That BMEA, I want to look at this one off reopen. It's now indicating opening down, by the way. So 28.26 where it halted, now indicating a 27.50. Okay, so it was flat, now down $1, it's saying 27 even. This is starting to reverse in the other direction. Just be careful with these. It's not a hugely liquid name, but should be open up in about 1 minute or so. We'll have our hands full with our shorts as the ES is well above 4,000 now. It must be, I'm trying to figure out where a lot of the strength is. I know Netflix is strong. I got to make an assumption that I'm not going to wait until sector wash to figure it out. Netflix is challenging that 333. Didn't quite get there, so I'm not short that one yet. I am looking to fade this off that 33 level, however.
All right, we're watching out, man. Google's about to come up and fill us, or sorry, Tesla's about to come. So I took an amazing 25 cents there. We took a 189. It's just how many times were we going to watch that thing bounce off 189? And it's doing it again right now. I am offering, though, like I said, 189.35. Hopefully we can get that fill to the upside. We're still waiting for more shares down here, too, at 188. So right now we're 50 cents in the money on Tesla. Hopefully that can get going as well. And then this is not doing anything. Google, actually, it's doing something. We got some 30s, and we got a 25 right there off of our 45 short. So far, so good. Pretty much on everything right now for me today. So it's been good. Google was bad early. Let's check out Amazon. We did want to look at that quickly. Down to 97. I mean, still have that 97 area here that I think is some decent support. I'll go put a bid there. I got out of the way of that trade right now on Amazon because I wasn't sure about what the consumer confidence number was going to happen. And obviously, as we're talking about consumers here, we got to talk about Amazon. I mean, that's one of the biggest consumer names out there right now. So we'll watch out for it as it's coming back in. Of course, Procter & Gamble and some other names could be looked at as well. But there it is, bouncing again off some of these levels, 97, 97.50. But here we go, man. Tesla, come on, baby. Just give us this. Right now, it is 50 cents in the money. We're waiting for 35s. I mean, should we really get that greedy? I mean, I don't think it's that greedy to get this money on Tesla, so let's wait to see. Right there, there we go. We'll take it out. We took a 27 fill right there for Tesla, so let's see if it can continue to work. So far, so good on this one, man. 50 cents in the money, I'll take it. Google just takes me out. Fine. That is completely fine. Let's see if this can keep on going. We've gotten out a couple times on Google, taking profits back and forth. I think we can leave Google alone. It doesn't look like it wants to do anything right now. If we're going to trade the tech names, we've already got Tesla off of 188. Let's see if this one wants to continue to motor, man. Good longs here on Tesla. Let's go. We're now $1. We are now $1 in the money on Tesla. So here we go, man. Nice little move to the upside. Let's see if we can get a little closer to 190. Here we go. Now we're starting to go, man. It is Sticky Note Nation one more time. Google long 100, Tesla long 188. These are the trades that we had written down here. Let's just make sure if we can take some profit on them.
So BMEA's opened up here. It actually went to the upside, even despite the fact that it was indicating a down open. It actually broke that high, got to 29 even. Looks like it's trying to continue. This actually sets up a real trade for me. Anytime you have the whole price and you have a failure above it, I always look for the kind of the rejection and pull back into VWAP, but it needs to get back beneath that hull, show a little bit of a rejection of that level, stop it to the hull price. We'll see if it does it. I have it on the side. I did say I was going to tighten up the stop on Nvidia. Didn't want to let this carry. See, I had the 60 short, scalped it for 50 cents, re-entered, and then lost 15 pennies because I thought 61 was the better level, and I'm going to stick to that. If it doesn't get to 61, fair enough. Microsoft is holding up. That 74 looking pretty good. Still looking for 73s out. That short is still going to be money for now. But that BMEA, here we go. Now it's starting to test back above that 29. If it breaks the top, I'm not even thinking about this unless it halts again to the upside. And by I say thinking about this, I mean thinking about the short. Okay, just broke that high again. I'm going to back off this one. It's way too strong. If you got the long in this, congratulations to you. That looks pretty strong. Oh, yeah, baby, just got the reloads. See, I knew I'd get that 29 fill. When Intel tries to go to the even, it tends to get there. So you want to get those money fills off of that even. The first time we shorted 98, I don't know why I was messing around with that, thinking you put in a lower high. Don't guess that it's going to make a lower high. Just short the high. Get the high and then profit. Was that Brendan?
Just be aware, guys, the Senate Banking Committee hearing is underway, but they're just opening remarks that are happening right now, so nothing from Fed's bar yet. This just popped up in front of me. Sienna up on a Raymond James upgrade this morning. Nice look here for CIEN, almost 7%, just took out 52.
I'll never forget Sienna because when I was a trainee, or when I was a recent graduate trader, no. There was a rogue program on Super Montage on Sienna and 3 other stocks, and I remember sitting there like a deer in front of headlights while Rokolo was shorting the tops, and I'm like, I'll never. If you see that happen again, it was clearly a rogue program. The second it stopped, all you had to do was start shorting, and it was free money. But that was probably like 20 years ago. I don't know why that story just came to my mind. Netflix. That's weird. My brain is, sometimes that happens. You hear these old stories and it's like, here's Sienna, that's what I think. Netflix, it is up and touched that 33. Just so you know, there are multiple levels here. 33 was kind of that lower high where support is. There is still like that 336, which is the actual high from yesterday. But just looking off the major moving average, there's the up down at 33. This wick's going to make it annoying here, but I want the overfills above 332 and a 332 half, and then look to get that out at the high of the day. So this could be it. Maybe I'll get my first shot here on Netflix. 33, the high is going to be my out, just above that 33 level, the current high. That's 33.35. Unfortunately, this wick is going to skew my high of the day on my P-Pro 8. Oh, thank you for the reload, Randy. It's we got a Timmy's.
Yes, I didn't even notice that. Thank you so much, Randy.
What's wrong with the coffee?
Wow, these are the larges here? Okay.
This is intense.
He's going to be killing us right here. Thank you so much, Randy, for that. We have to get that guy back soon for that. Thanks you so much, Randy, for the coffee. Yeah, he said, we're talking about coffee there, and he's like, the coffee machine is broken. Do you want me to go to Tim's? I said no, because I thought, like, it's a lot of work there, but thank you, Randy, for... And Timbits?
Oh, no, you didn't.
Oh, yes, I did.
All right,
Oh,
I have
no,
to have
you-
one now. I mean, normally we'll have to hold off on those.
I
We're $1 in the money on Tesla, by the way.
Yeah, I gotta get my Netflix here before I worry about the Timbits. But you know what? Like now they're in the corner of my eye. You know when
Thank you, Randy.
my peripheral vision has got these, and all of a sudden all I can think about
Get
is
these out of here.
I can't. It's hard to concentrate when you got pastries
That's what I'm
around
saying.
you.
I can't. Neil cannot concentrate.
You guys already know I have like a tiny bit of a sweet tooth, and me admitting it is my way of staying disciplined. Like if I just say how undisciplined I am when it comes to pastries.
Neil, you want an apple fritter? See, there you go. Easy way to crack the code with
Come on,
Neil's
son.
discipline
on,
right
son.
there. But you got to respect it. Cheers to everybody. Have another coffee here. For those of you keeping count, second of the day. Although I wonder how many Spros Sharif's had, because I've seen him have a couple here.
He has one when he has an early one. I don't know if he's at number 2 or number 3. But like I said, I'm into Netflix now. This is an absolute churner. I do not want to give it past that high of the day. Like that's going to be too much, and we'll get out of Dodge and take the L. I didn't short it at the high yesterday. I actually went long on a breakout on Netflix. I just look at that top and want to take a couple of cracks at it. So 333, about 35 is that top. I'm kind of wondering why it didn't get filled in. Well, I know why it didn't get filled in Microsoft. Yeah, it wicked down. Microsoft got down to 273.30 and then bounced a little bit here. So I'm going to cancel a couple orders, kind of adjust things, because it looks like 73.5 is a zone I want to respect. Since the number, this is really just like an 80 penny range on Microsoft. So that's all it's going to be. I'll take something out inside of the range, then hold for that low of the day just in case we can get it. What's going on over in Coinbase? I just see it in the chat. It's like Ryan puts up Coinbase in the chat. I'm like, oh, goodness, I like Coinbase short. But it's not really there yet. 63, if I play that level, I want it breaking and then failing. That is now 5 consecutive up candles. So in a market that's trying to rebound, let's be cautious. Let's wait till you get your price. I got my price on Netflix. I got my price on Intel. I got my price on Microsoft. We're not really there yet when it comes to Coinbase. I want to be patient with that. Now beneath VWAP here on Intel, not that VWAP matters at this time of day. Next bids will be out in front of 2880, but the chip names have been going mostly down all day, but they're threatening to reverse that a little bit here. Couple of higher lows here. If we break that 29, oh goodness, and I have to give up my shorts on Intel, which you know I don't like doing.
All right, I don't know. We're starting to short Apple here, but the market is starting to get going a little bit now. So, all right, so we got out of this short, right? We re-engaged with some shorts here at 157.10, and then we got some of those out. What's up, Charlie? 156.92
so
there to the downside right now, and we're gonna wait to see what's happening. Charlie, if you want a Timbit, come over here. All right. So yeah, exactly. Let's see if he comes over. If he wants to get on again. You can. All right. So yeah, I was just looking at this Apple. Let me talk about that quickly here. If it does take this 60 level, I mean that's what we're looking at. It's a 200 period right now on the minute chart. So we're going to look for that as some relative strength if it breaks it. But we're going to be short until that does happen. We are now a nice little trade right now. Bang for everybody that's into Tesla right now. That's going to be a good trade for anybody long right now. We're $1.20 in the money now. No. Get over here.
Come around here.
Let me see this kid again. High five. How's it going,
We
Charlie?
hear you having fun?
Do you like Trader TV Live? It's a microphone. Do you like Trader TV Live? Hold it. Yeah. Say hi to Mommy and Daddy.
Hi to Mom.
Don't put it in your mouth. Yeah. We won't be able to hear you. Say hi, Mommy.
Hi, Mommy.
Hi, Daddy.
Hi, Daddy.
And I love Trader TV Live.
I love traders.
Yeah, buddy. Good job.
Get
Thank
yourself
you.
another
Thank
one
you.
here.
Yeah,
You want another
take many more Timbits on that one.
want
Thank you so
chocolate?
much to Charlie there.
I like the birthday cake.
Of course, birthday cake. I mean, you got it.
The kids love the
That's
the birthday cake.
That's
is-
how you know
is
this
where
guy's
it's at.
all about it, man. Not only does he take birthday cake, but he takes two of them. I mean, this is my guy right there.
You're damn right.
I definitely like that. All right, let's go. I got to just attach this back on there, and Neil's eating. So
Any-
this is great.
You can't put
Randy,
Timbits in front of
Randy
me. for the
has
love of-
fully
Are you kidding me? You can't do that.
sabotaged the show here.
But at the same time, if you like Timbits, then
we
you're
go.
a winner in my book. You're a winner in my. You're a Hall of Famer in my book.
I just love that he took two. That was great.
Why would you not? There's an entire thing of them.
I was
So-
surprised he took the whole box. That would have been great, too.
I'm gonna go back to. I got one fill here at 332 on Netflix, but look at this. Like it comes up, gives a fill again. I got a reload in front of 33, and then we're getting almost a buck on it. Thinking it's going to go to 31, you're right back up testing those highs. I do not want to reload this a second time on Netflix. I'm just going to adjust my stop order for the amount of shares to reflect the fact that I was able to get some out there. But this is now starting to look pretty strong. I'm kind of thinking that there's Nvidia. Like it doesn't even check up at 61, so now 63 could be in play for this name. I just heard, guys, that's crazy out of the corner of my eye. I just heard Sharif say Meta now breaking 200. Wow, Meta.
What?
Yeah,
good.
breaking
That's a short that we
200 here.
watched.
So this is definitely going to be one. Meta.
Oh, breaking upside.
Upside. 201 was yesterday's low. So I'd be looking at yesterday's low for a fade on Meta. I still kind of like these shorts. A lot of these names are not at breakout points where I would be thinking about reversing them, but they are starting to come into question here. Microsoft back at that 74 as well. Brendo?
All right, guys, just be aware, I'm still listening to this Senate Banking Committee with Fed's Bar, so they're just now starting to talk to some of the witnesses that are there. So we could get some comments coming through here, long story short. Let's go. Some small caps to look at today. This BMEA leading the way as far as percent gainers so far, 83%. Just took out the highs, in fact, through 28.25 there. Up on this morning, phase 2 data for type 2 diabetes, as we mentioned. Treatment coming through better than expected for BMEA. OSCR, meanwhile, was this one. New CEO after I was reading a long search and a lot of talk, apparently, from the company as to how that was going. So $6 was that high. If you go back to February, we're right there right now for OSCR. VKTX, we mentioned as well early on this morning. Obesity drug coming through better than expected results from a trial for them. So VKTX up big time, obviously. Silvergate still on watch as well. SI freezing my chart, but trust me, moving back to the upside this morning as well, guys. Back over to you.
All right, new position alert. I took the Meta. So I did take that Meta short right there off at $200.50. Let's see if it can hold that. Now it's starting to go back to the downside. So we have about 30 cents worth of risk, and we're already in the money now, 20 cents. So let's take a piece out here around 200 if we can get it. We're at $200.07. So there it is. It rips right through us. So that's good. We take one piece out right there on that name. So far, so good here on Meta and on Tesla and on everything. So it's been a good day so far.
Yeah, we'll take it. And look, the market now starting to reverse again. I try to get a little higher in the money fills. I didn't really catch them. But Microsoft, Intel, now Netflix, all working to the south side. I don't really have any longs. If you guys see anything that you like that's churning, let me know. I know I just saw that someone said XOM is moving to the upside. That's up at 107, so that makes a little bit of sense to me that you're seeing some strength there. But Tesla, I know you're already covering that one, Sean. That BMEA, I probably should have just gone with the gut and faded off that level. It looks like it's coming to the downside here, but look how it holds 27. This one might not be done yet. Could have another leg in it just yet, but 3 shorts, all working. The last one that I thought we'd be able to catch there, Nvidia. Oh, that's close. Okay, Nvidia's right here. It's right here.
Okay, so yeah, let's watch that video, man. We are really banking out right now. Thanks again, Randy, for that here, man. Have another one, dog. Thank you so much, Randy. I'll talk to you more after because right now we are in trades right now, and we are making some bank pretty good, man, on all these names. Look at right now Apple coming back in. I mean, we're only in the money 20 cents, but still, we're pretty happy with it. I'll take 20 cents on that. And then unfortunately, Google's not doing. Google's ripping, and we're not really in Google anymore as. That would have been the long off 100. Like the fact that we went short, I just should have stuck with the gold there. We talked about going long, and that should be $1 in the money, and it's not. But what is in the money right now is Meta, and that's trying to float around a little bit. We did take that 20 cents early. Let's see where we get late right now on that. Prad, you want some, dog?
Go for it.
There you go, man. All right, thank you, Prad, for everything, and go nuts on those, my guy. Right there. Okay, so there it is. We'll take another piece out at $200. Oh, that's it. Okay, you don't want to take too many. All right, and now we're just getting distracted. All right, Apple with a nice downside move and pushing right now, breaking back down below. So there it is, man. We reloaded Apple right there for the number one name here for me today is going to be Apple. So let's just keep getting it out, man. Low 90s. We're 30 cents in the money on Apple. We did get another piece out on Tesla. So we're almost flat on this. Let's see what happens near 188 again for Tesla on a bottom side there. So we're out. We only have 20% left of Tesla. We got a good piece out there at 189.75 for that $1.10. And we just got another piece out at 189 when it broke lower. So far so good here on TSLA, but it's Meta right now that I'm most concerned with. Let's see if this market wants to come back in and get Meta back sub 200 again.
Yeah, let's get to the downside. I mean, obviously you can see here we're overall like net short, and it was a good suggestion. Someone said in the chat, is there a way to show whether you're like net short? You can see our positions, but overall, like if you had 2 and 2, are you more loaded into shorts than you are longs? That's not a bad idea. I don't know how we could work that out. We always love these suggestions. I would prefer if we were to go to the downside and flush a little bit here, especially Netflix. It just tried to break 32s. I'm looking at 31 quarter-ish. For my next out, if I can get it. And then VWAP, obviously, it's still trending to the upside, so we got to be careful with that one. And then that B, I'm not always net short, John Womack. That's not true. I mean, oftentimes, but not always, man. It's not. You have to be willing to play in both directions, and that's one of the things we always talk about. Like, you never know what the market's going to give you, so you should be prepared to go either way. Coinbase didn't get to 60. That's that big major moving average, but it is trying to bust that 63. That's the right level. I don't know if I need to be putting another short trade on. It's just that simple. Not going to put a 5th short on. I already have 4. Intel is pretty simple, and then Microsoft, I know my level, so it's a little bit more binary. But you got to watch out for Netflix because it's upward trending, and Nvidia tried to push there. I just got some Microsoft, so
it's nice.
We'll do this. It is 2 days till opening day when Alec Manoah is going to handle the St. Louis Cardinals, but Microsoft decides it wants to fade off 74. I missed this last reload on Microsoft at that 274 over. Now we're looking for the low of the day on Softy. Netflix is starting to roll over again. Nvidia, as I said, I just rolled into this one, shorting it essentially off 61.5 here. If it gets beneath VWAP, why am I not taking anything at VWAP? Okay, I'll respect the fact that if it holds VWAP here, I should be scalping something and then get some more out in front of that 60, then play for the low of the day. Intel's still at the bottom, so still trending down. I'm bidding. Why am I bidding 80s? Never bid 80s. We always talk about this. If you're scalping, one of the smarter things to do your own thing. But one of the things that makes some sense is to not always have an out that's obvious. Like, don't scalp out necessarily at 80 and 70 or at evens. Sometimes just get out in front of it. That way you might have a chance of getting a fill in front of big round orders. And then if it bounces, I get my out in this range that I want anyways. So if it goes up, I can add to it. But we're looking for the flush. We're all short. The market's red. They're all working. And if you're long something, I hope it's BMEA or like energy or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know even what energy is doing, or
It's
the
up-
banks.
it's
I
up,
don't
I
know.
think.
What is the S&P? The S&P is flat right now. The NASDAQ is down. So yeah, you definitely don't want to be long too many NASDAQ names. And again, thank you so much. If you haven't hit the like button there, I mean, we just had, you know, one of the best guests of all time on our
the
show.
best guest.
Charlie. Coming on. So I mean, you know, if you guys
Charlie's taking my job. I know that one for darn sure.
Yeah.
Because he looks better than me and he eats Timbits,
Yeah.
and that's all I do anyways. I look
I meant to
horrible,
talk to you
and
about that afterwards.
It's
but
over. No, it's fine. I understand it.
Yeah.
You know what?
Okay.
I'm gonna embrace it because
you might have. I mean, you got to embrace change.
bigger and better. I'm a team player, man. Charlie's a man.
My kid was on here I mean, my kid's been on here numerous times
too hot.
where he recommended Microsoft down near $230 or something like that. So that was a good one because of Discord, of course. And there we go. Nice downside move right now for Meta, man. And again, we're rocking with it right now. If you're rocking over here, then you've got some decent trades on, hopefully, right now. Apple's 25 cents in the money. You know, banging the table for that short. We got it. That's right back in. We hit that Meta short as well. And now Meta is 70 cents in the money. So yeah, man, so far so good as we go right now. The only name that's falling down is Tesla, but that's okay because we have our plan of action for Tesla. That is a 188 buy. So if it comes down to 188, I will put on some more shares down there for Tesla, but it's got to get going down to that downside first. But what is happening right now? And we'll hit the sirens up right now, man. Took us a while, but right now we're back and we are jacked because we got a nice little trade happening for us right now on these names. So let's go. Nice downside pressure here for Meta, just bouncing off the 50 period. We're still in half, man. We said that we would use a little bit more shares, try to hold a little bit more as well. Meta, well baked, well cooked, nicely done to this downside. Hopefully you guys have this. I'm bidding 60s right now because guess what? On all this talk, we're right back to the 50 period. So give me this out right now at 60, and then we'll watch it fall down as we get this all the way down to the 50 period. It's trying to bounce a little bit. Maybe we just punch this out. I'm still bidding 60. One more little fall, we can take it. But honestly, for the amount of shares, it's not that big of a deal if I lose a dime or so on this price. But let's just come in. We're bouncing around right now off the 50 period. So I'd like a little out right now, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a little bit out here. It's at a decision point in Nvidia. This is where it checked up on the way up, 260.5. It's just trying to break it here. You know what? If it's trying to break it, just get out. Don't worry, like you just said, don't quibble about the 5 or 10 cents. Like that's a decision point. If it bounces back up, it's going to 61. So I'm gonna give up 50 cents if it bounces from there. So I better be a little bit more aggressive taking it out. We're gonna continue to the ring and register on these as you get. I don't know what we call that one, but yeah, it's you're hanging on to the shorts as they continue to fall. I did get that next leg on Netflix. Now I'm thinking VWAP or Trace. So you wait for it to get to 333. Don't short 31. I've done this before. It gets up to 32 and change. Shorted at the first consolidation, jumping in too early, and then it goes to the actual level, and I'm short here, losing, and I'm just making it back here. Sometimes it's just about waiting. Be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. A trader once said that to me, and I was like, hey, that ish makes some sense. I should probably do that every now and then. So we're going to do it there. Low of the day on Intel. This never broke that 29 level, so we're back to the well. The other day I said Intel could have some longs, and if it gets to 28 again, I think it's a bit of a long. But look at that flat bottom break. If Intel does a flat bottom break, you go short. And you do that until it stops working. That's one that always works. So I love coining new terms. I think it's important to do so. It kind of gets you in the right frame of mind, gets you psyched up and jacked up for the trade. So the flat bottom breaker on Intel. Now it's all about can it get to 28.50? I think that's certainly a possibility. We have earnings on Micron tonight. That's going to obviously be a bit of a catalyst. They had a loss last quarter. If they lose again, yuck. Watch out below.
Yeah, we'll watch out for Micron. But, I mean, right now, man, we are good. Hey, whatever you want, Professor, man. This guy's got the word of the day, but he said cooking. That's about right now. As look at Meta right now, $1 in the money for Meta. Yes, sir, this is a good trade. We just got into Google. I'm going to take out a little. That was a mistake, by the way, because it's my bid from before on Google. But there's Meta right now, $1 just cranked down to the downside. Meta just filled almost 199. I mean, what was that print right there? 199.30. That's why I saw the dollar. So we're now bidding there to try to take that. This Google trade is a mistake because it was a bid that I had left over there. So we're just going to get out of that one right there. So that's going to look like a good win, but whatever. It's a mistake. So we'll go get out of it. And then right now, there's Meta. Nice little drop down. We just are bidding now in the 30s to see if we can get a flush here for Meta. But hey, we are really, really banking right now, man, on all these stocks. We've been really... And again, and this is what I talked about sitting back there with Obi, and I've trained probably thousands of traders and talked to them and hired them and everything going through. And that is like, just be patient, stick with your style, and then as you're noticing the profits starting to sort of come in a little bit, or on the profitable side of things, so making money, then that's when you sort of want to start to up your shares and start to maybe tinker a little bit with what you're doing just to take it to that next level. And that's what we've done here with our trading. I have 2 negative days in March. Might be 3. I'm going to double check that. But it's been really great, and we've been really thankful and fortunate to be able to do this with everybody here live every single day, seeing all of the trades. Like this Apple short, Google we lost on. We talked about that. Unfortunately, we should have stuck with our guns there. And then Meta obviously is cooking right now. And then Tesla, we're just waiting for 188, but that's already been a nice little profitable trade as well. So far so good today, man. We're nicely net positive and looking for more right now as Apple is collapsing down 50 cents right now, the bottom of the day. And we're still waiting, man. We have a lot more damage to do here on Meta. We're still in 30% of this trade as well.
Yeah, I'm still in Intel, still in Microsoft, still in Nvidia. However, Netflix, and now your failure is complete. Look, I wanted this for a VWAP retrace. It's a setup that I like going against the grain, but I'm never usually thinking it goes all the way to the bottom. So I'm looking for the out at 330. I think it has a chance to catch a bid here, and if it were to, then Netflix is still a stock that is positive. I'd rather hold on. Intel's breaking lows of the day. Nvidia is approaching lows of the day. Microsoft is also crushing to the lows of the day. So I'd rather hold on to those instead of the one that was the strongest. But you take your in where it makes sense. Quick little $3 there as we go to Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll talk a little crypto action so far this morning. Downside overall as far as Bitcoin and Ethereum are concerned. Pretty interesting headline coming through on SBF once again this morning. More charges, this case, Chinese bribery. Apparently, if you go down here, he sent or transferred at least 40 million in cryptocurrencies to Chinese government officials in an effort to unfreeze some accounts over in that country. So more charges coming through for SBF. Meanwhile, a little bit downside anyways as far as Bitcoin is concerned. Only 0.5%, not terrible, but back towards this 26.9, 26.8 area, which was a little bit of support going back to last week as well. Ethereum trying to bounce right now back to 1740, which is that high. So a heads up. Ethereum trying to bounce back to positive territory. There it is. Was wondering if it was going to get there before we came on. But 0.16 right now for ETH, 1.5 downside. Meanwhile, for Bitcoin, 4.5 for BNB. There's also 5% for Ripple. So a bit of a mixed board as we're seeing on the equity side of things, guys. But nothing standing out as far as big moves for crypto today. Back to you.
All right.
Like, at what point do you just have so many charges against you? You're just like, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, there has to be a point, right?
Like, I feel like SBF's getting to that. Like, what? He's like, what? What else are you gonna do to me? What else are you gonna do?
You can go hide in his parents' place, I guess.
Yeah, that's how he's gonna roll. So one thing, I just got out some Intel at 2860 there. I thought it was gonna be 50s, but it checked up. I was like, let's just take it out there. It's close enough. I'm still hanging on to a third of this. I want this down to like 28 even. Microsoft is now really flushing. So I missed that last reload. Excuse me, that last reload on Microsoft I missed. Now I'm looking at that 270. My bid's not there anymore, but forget about the daily, the 15-minute. I still like the 270 level on Microsoft. This was it last week. If it gets down there, I'm looking for a long on Microsoft. But the ES is now down 0.4%. It's rolled red, rejected 4,000. The NASDAQ's down 1,000. So hold on to your butts, as they say.
Are you guys seeing what the heck is going on here with Apple right now? Spin the damn money. $1 in the money for Apple. It just went down to 156. $1.50 in the money for Meta. We just take that price. And then now we have this to worry about, man. It's Amazon, because this came in, and I was just telling Neil, down to 97.25. So we take this fill. I don't know, man. I mean, we're net short, and we're really banking it at right now. So let's just try to take some more out here on Amazon, even for flat. I mean, we only...
Whoa, what did you get? Uh-oh. Are we still streaming?
No.
We're still live?
No, I mean, all our cameras are up right now.
It's the breaker. It's the breaker. Remember, it's yeah, I know the one. Can you guys still hear us? So
Well-
we have a power outage here. If you guys can hear me still talking, we've kind of lost power. You guys can't see us, but hopefully you can still hear us. I can't tell what's going on in the overall market. I'm going to make a bit of a cheat here. Does Obi? What do you have up there, Obi? I'm just going to sit down. I'm going to sit down at Sharif's desk here for a quick second. Just get an idea. The ES is actually bouncing here. I just want to see what's going on in Microsoft because I know I was still short Microsoft there. What's going on, Softy? Yeah, power just coming back. It's bouncing off the lows. So the second we're back up, I do want to have to cover some of my Softy. This is why you have to use stop orders. Like, I'm not really panicking here because I have stop orders against all of my shorts, but we're going to want to get some profit on those. I'm going to take a quick little break for some tidbits, Sean. I mean, right now the market's, we're going down and we're short, so I think we feel pretty good about this. We didn't really change that bear over, but the bull to a bear, but I feel like we should have done that. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Not a heck of a lot we can do at this point.
Itself here?
Is yours restarting? Mine's not restarting yet, so.
I don't know. Is mine restarting? I tried to push it. Does it look like it's restarting? I don't even know.
Okay, mine's starting to go now.
Okay, it's on now. Okay, what's up? I don't know if you guys can see us or what's going on right now, but we did have a power outage. We'll just continue to monitor the markets, and I'm going to try to log in as much and quickly as I can. Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, we just had that was the first time ever.
That's a first.
First time ever. And you eating a Timbit is not a first. There it is right now. So right now we have nothing to show you. We're just going to wait. All of our systems are booting back up. I want to thank everybody for their patience and Bears versus Bulls. If you're hearing this, which I'm sure you are, we are almost back up. So just bear with us. I'm just logging into all the software now, and we should be able to show you some live streaming quotes in just a matter of seconds there. Look, we're in a building right now, and unfortunately I guess we don't have battery backups or what, but who knows?
Randy didn't pay the bill. That's
when
what
all
happened.
hell breaks loose,
Thanks a lot, Randy.
things happen. So was good. Yeah. Perfect. So that's good. So that worked out perfectly. Thanks, Mark, for that. We kept the stream open and going, which is great. Hopefully none of you guys got dropped out as I'm just logging in right now, and we should be able to have quotes and everything for you. My problem is I'm long Tesla, I'm short Apple, I'm short everything. So I don't know. We're going to have to wait. Hopefully my positions are okay. Like you said, though, there, man, like you never want to be left in the dark with any of your trades. No. And that was literally what just happened. So that was fun. All right, but we're now logged back in here. Mullen opened up on my screen. So what is that? Maybe I'm supposed to be trading Mullen right now. We're starting to get going here. Hopefully this will load back up. And there it is right now, back loaded up. And yeah, we're all good, baby. It's a nice move. Apple's still in the money. Amazon's still in the money. Tesla now still in the money. So we're all good, man. Thank you so much. As we're just loading back, you can see everything starting to come back for us right now. So thanks, Fahad, Mark, and everybody for helping us out during, obviously, that time. So I got filled on Tesla there a little bit. We're still working on the cameras, so bear with us as Neil and I will be back momentarily if we're not already. There's an out right there. Of course, the system was down, but it didn't fill that. We got 188.45 or so. I'll definitely check the fill on that one. Amazon starting to go upside. My best fill on Amazon, unfortunately, was right here. We got a 35 fill on that. It did go to 40. Amazon's now pulling back. So, yeah, the short that little power outage there will wind up costing me a little bit, but it's okay. Not that bad. I was sort of had the perfect hedge on there. I was long Tesla, short Meta, short Apple, long Amazon. So I had 2 and 2 there.
That's actually not bad. Like, it ends up working out pretty nicely. I was all short in that moment, so it's a bit of a slight kick in the junk there. I mean, Microsoft. I had just actually gotten out of talking about one of my shorts there, that Netflix. But Softy, it's still a bit slow loading up. Softy is at that bottom, so it is at 72 and making a bit of a low. If it does pop back into the upside, I don't think I want to give this past that 73. We'll play it by ear there.
Yep. All right. I guess we are. If you want to, Brad, I just want to tell quickly people about Apple, and then we'll go to Brendan real quick, just because it's barcoding right now. So we'll take another out, man. This is multiple dollars, man. The first trade was up here at 157 or 158. Then we shorted again at 157.20, and Apple's continuing its downside move. So Meta is also $1.50 in the money as that's collapsing down a little bit. Let's see if we get a 198 fill there on Meta. But okay, it is time for... Brendan's got power back over there at the desk as well. So we're going to go to Brendan right now for Sector Watch.
Yeah, we'll give you guys a second here to reset, have a look at the S&P 500. I have lights, I have internet. It's great. Let's talk S&P right now, downside 0.37 in the red. So a bit of a mixed board once again, but we are seeing a little bit of strength. We'll get to that in a sec. It's all about tech today. Remember, yesterday we saw most of the strength coming from the banking sector, specifically regional banks back to the upside for the second day in a row. So a little bit of offsetting now coming from tech, as we were saying, maybe we get 2 days in a row. Remember, yesterday, NASDAQ tech specifically, the big ones, definitely relatively weak on the day. So the entire group here downside. Micron ahead of earnings, 2.5. Downside 2.4 there for AMD. Semiconductors are leading, then the hardware names, and then software names not as bad. Saw Microsoft there. Yeah, there it is, 1% in the red. CCL, I mentioned 7.3%. Couple of upgrades, couple of price target increases this morning after earnings yesterday. Remember, weren't good. It was a big move down yesterday for CCL. Dragged down all of the cruise operators with it. Back to the upside to the tune of 7%. There's 3.5 for NCLH, RCL about 3% as well. Boeing, a nice look, 2.4% leading. Industrials are positive. Banks are positive once again. There is some negativity coming through in the financial services sector, but overall the group is in the green. Healthcare red, communications red, even with a nice move on Paramount there, was on the upgrade side of the board this morning if you missed it. That NKC was earnings today. We talked about that right out of the gate. Energy also positive along with crude oil. So 0.37 negative right now for the S&P 500. You guys are good. Let's go back to them.
Yeah, I mean,
That was interesting.
Can't hold us
man.
down.
That was interesting.
Can't hold us down right now. I actually logged back in with more profit than I had when I got darkness upon us here at Trader TV Live. You know what probably happened, man? Charlie probably pulled out the power there. Is what I'm going with. I don't think that's even close to the case, but
well,
you know.
remember the last time we had an issue on the trading floor? Sean and I owned our own. We had our own trading floor back in the day, and we did have an incident around midday where we had the circuit breaker go off, and we didn't lose. I mean, the office lost a little bit. And I'm not to throw anybody under the bus, and it wasn't you, but the person who used the kettle that caused the breaker outage may or may not have shared the last. You may have shared the last name. I know it wasn't you, but love you, Michael.
Unfortunately, we had, I guess, the same circuit breaker of all of our floor was like hooked up like in our little kitchenette, and he plugged in a kettle.
Yeah.
And as you guys know, a kettle, a microwave, things like that, and then all of a sudden, snap.
It was an expensive
just
cup
like
of
what
tea.
just happened.
No, that's exactly.
Exactly. It was like everything was cruising, and boom, goes the dynamite. Okay, another out for Tesla right now. Meta's now $1.70 the money and still going to the downside. I have absolutely no intentions of taking anything out right now. Tesla upside, if it goes, great. Amazon, we're almost out of everything of Amazon. That's been a great long off 97. So, hey, man, I mean, we're cruising. We've already hit our daily goal today. It's been an absolutely fantastic day. So I'll throw it over to Neil.
Absolutely, and look, I got very, very fortunate because I just decided to take some Intel out in front of 60 instead of 50. I get that fill, power goes out, and it ends up being the bottom. Like that's sometimes you get a little bit more lucky than anything else, and I think that was obviously very lucky there. Nvidia is trying to climb off the bottom. I do think this one has a chance Microsoft has a chance to get off that bottom. I was talking about that during the outage at 72. Thank you to Sharif for letting me pop over to his screen and be able to check on that. Nvidia is the other one that I'm short. We've been short this a few times here, and I wanted that low of the day. And this was the one that was bad. And if you don't like it, you can get out of it. And that's the thing. I know I did this the other day. Like I just got in too early. You wait for the curl and the money fills above VWAP, and then you go for it. But it's now starting to turn into the upside. I want to jump back over to a name that I haven't touched today, and that's Micron. Let's go. Load.
Repeat.
It's a little bit slow. My system's a little bit slow since we had that restart. I don't know what's going on.
Is it?
But it's a little bit slow loading stocks. But underneath that 58, it's got a wick bottom beneath 58. You could see some fireworks on Micron because of those earnings coming through. And just to point out, now it's not loading my daily chart properly. It's at a pretty big level down at this 58 on Micron. This is a big one, and it's gone beneath it, but 57.5 to 58 is where you'd expect to turn. If it's going to bounce, I think it has all the chance in the world because of those earnings after market to get back to this 59. But if I'm going long, it would have to be under 58 with the stop at 57.50, not long 58, risking 60 pennies on Micron. You don't risk 60 cents on Micron like Tesla or something else maybe, but not on Micron.
I was surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't do that either. And I couldn't believe yesterday that it actually went down about 60 cents, but right at the close. So I don't know if it's going to happen without anything going down right now. Watch out for Meta right now. So we are $1.30 in the money, but we just bounced off pretty hard there off 198.50 for Meta. So I'm going to try to respect some of these lines here. The 50 period is generally a trend-changing line for me, and that's at 30. So if we break above 30, we are going to get out of META, Meta, at least half of what we have left on a 30 break. So, I mean, again, it'll be $1. It's $1 winner. We're short at $200.30 right now. So we should have taken that out for $2, but we didn't. So, oh well on that one. But look what's going on right now. I told you about this Tesla trade, 188. I mean, stand up, man. Sticky No Nation right there. We've got Google. Should have Google long. Look what we talked about here. So we talked about Alibaba. We actually haven't even looked at Alibaba yet. But there goes Tesla. That's a good long for us, right? Amazon off of 97, a good long for us. And then Google off of 100. We can retest this right now. We've lost on Google today, but it's really only broke 100 one time and went down 25 cents against us. We should have been a little more patient with that trade, but we were not. There's Meta, just came out. It broke 30, so we only have a piece left of that one. As there's only 12 minutes left in the show, it's going to be a good one again in the afternoon here as we got Max over there. We've got Sharif ready to rock and roll, and we have Toronto Hydro trying to figure this out. So all good for there. And I really like Micron, man. Micron was a great trade. Oh, there it is. Oh, we did get a piece out on Tesla. So Tesla just came out at 189 right there off of 188, Phil. So we did have an order sitting there at 188. That's what I got to do. I got to refresh because some of my orders have to start showing up if they're pending before that little crash.
That's right. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a P Pro 8 thing. Like if you have an outage, you always want to refresh your summary because if you got fills while you weren't connected to the system, you might want to see how those updated if you got any fills down there. I did not, so everything looks pretty solid. As I said, I was able to get some out of Intel, but it's coming right back up to that 29. So I'm gonna it's got to be that level. I shorted it one time at 88. Not doing that again. It's got to be at that 29 even, or I don't want to touch it. Just jumping back over to one name that we have not touched today. There we go. See, I hit enter. It was a loading FRC, then it went to Intel. I thought this was about to break out. No, never mind. I thought FRC was making a shot to break out of the highs. This has been in a 40-cent range all day long. I would have expected a little bit more than that. If it doesn't break, then I think it's pretty much a nothing burger. We're about to head to Money Talks. Good timing because I was going to go over some Coinbase because that looks like it's at an interesting price level. Let's see how that US dollar is doing, Brennan.
Bounce still 0.25%. 102.5 right now for the dollar. You can see what's happened over the past couple of weeks. So more positivity coming back in other areas on this board as a result, including the euro 0.3, the Canadian dollar up 0.25%. Still unable to retake 74 cents versus the USD is a huge level on the daily chart for the CAD. The pound as well, 123.25, 0.37. Japanese yen, positive 2 days in a row after data yesterday was better than expected. That came out in Japan, 0.4 there to the upside. A little bit mixed. The rest of this outside of a 2% move now for Ethereum. Relative strength over Bitcoin, almost back to flat there, but 27,000, bit of a sticking point for BTC right now, guys. Back over to you.
And speaking of Bitcoin, 63 on Coinbase. Man, like it's just, I don't know how long it's going to hold, but there was the afternoon, the close. It got right up to that 63, and it's turning right now on a lower high. Yeah, this looks pretty solid. I mean, obviously, if it breaks 63, it's got a lot of room to go up. You guys know that it's been a crap show for this stock, and if it breaks this, there's a lot of room to get back up to that 70. But I'll probably take a shot at this. One more chance with only 8 minutes to go for us, but the day's not done. I mean, we're back at 2 o'clock. We got Peter Schiff coming on this afternoon as well. Midday Boys going to be locked and loaded. We got Maximilian back over them. Just throwing out nicknames for Max, and then whatever one we like the best, we'll go with. We have Mad Max, we got Maximilian, we got Maximus, Decimus, Meridius. But either way, it's going to be fun. I only have 3 shorts now because we got out of Netflix, but I'm looking to put on Coinbase in front of 63. This is a 15-minute chart, and I'm putting this up. If this doesn't work, you don't hold this one past 63 because there's way too much room overhead to get absolutely blown out. But here comes Intel. I said let's wait for 29 on the 15-minute. Trading off of this is why I like 29, flat bottom break, but it got to the low, didn't fall all the way to 28 even, and now looking for that reload off the 29 area. Probably only give it a few cents past this level. And if anything, I'm not going to do it. I was about to say I would consider a long if this started breaking out, but I'd want to see what Micron's doing before I automatically reversed above 05.
All right, guys, welcome back. Welcome back. All right, so Tesla dollar. I mean, we're on the same trades right now as we've always been on. We could check out some banks. Let's check out that SIVBQ again here. I don't have any trades on it. It's not. Sure, it's done 35 million shares, but again, unless this is your sort of style of trading here, this is a tough one to trade, I feel like. SIVB, I mean, it's. You can go back and forth, but then you got to sort of, there's half prints happening in here. I don't have any executions on this name today, so just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that it is still trading, but it's all the way down here at 29 cents. This is the former Silicon Bank $200 plus name, now trading at 29 cents.
Yuckity yuck.
Yuckity yuck yuck. Yuck yuck. Hopefully Tesla, I mean, again, I can keep talking about this, Nick, probably do it too much anyways, but again, good levels there. We want to try to respect those, and we've been doing it. A new trade for me was Meta, but look where we got stopped out there when it took out VWAP. We got to respect our lines again. So we still have half on, but we just got that out at 35 before it just tanked right back in. But that's okay because so far so good. We do have a nice little trade here on Apple, and the same type of thing happening for Apple. If it takes out that 60 level on the upside, then yeah, we'll get out of this name. As I'm just watching everything here, Tesla's still 75 cents, Apple, Meta, Amazon still on board there. And let's just check out FRC maybe.
That's not
I don't really trade. Yeah, like what? I'd say I'm pretty sure the exact last time, which was a random time that I checked this out, it was at the same price. So no surprise there. High of the day 14.20, low of the day 13.70 as shareholders, I guess, trying to digest everything here on the banking sector. So AMC up 1%.
Futu's still falling.
How about Alibaba? Oh, Futu?
Yeah, Futu, I mean, if you want to talk about a reversal, nothing reversed like Futu did. At least if you have a chart that's more insane than Futu today, let me know. Send it to me so we can look at that stock too, because they rejected a breakout and then forget about, this was gapped to the upside on positive earnings.
That's ridiculous.
And then it's just like dying I want to say a slow death, but it's dying a rapid death. Look, I mean, the stock is at $44 here. I think that's the level we were talking about earlier, 44, maybe 43 and a half. Probably the only place, and again, my daily's not really loading. Yeah, I know, the system's kicking me in the junk since I log back in. My daily charts aren't working, but 43 and a half to 44 looks like the only spot where I would pick up any kind of a dead cat bounce or something along those lines. And if anything, why even fight the trend? So I took 2 outs for some reason instead of 1 on the way back to VWAP on an Intel. Those 29 shorts, it evens. Let's see if it gets back to the downside. But it's made a wipeout bottom and then scream to the upside. So I've seen Intel do this before, and a lot of times it can hold VWAP or hold 80s and continue back to the high. So going to be a little more aggressive getting this out. It is now all of a sudden the possibility of turning into an uptrend, but if the market rolls over, Intel should have no trouble rolling over. Just don't love it as much. When the other names are at the lows and didn't give refills, like that's Microsoft. No need to do anything here. If it breaks 73, we can consider getting out. Nvidia, I thought I was going to get a reload on Nvidia. Yeah, it kind of got here to VWAP, but didn't give the overfills at VWAP. But it's got a potential for a higher low as well. I'm looking for that 59, has a wipeout bottom there. I've got the shorts that I want, with the exception of Coinbase. But I want right in front of that 63. I don't want 62.5. I want 62.80. I want something really tight to that level. Coinbase, this could squeeze a little bit here. It's got 22% short interest. So I don't want to be risking too much because there'll be a little bit of slippage as well past that 63.
All right, only 4 minutes left, man. Thank you again for everybody for supporting us on the stream and continued great work. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. Thanks, everybody here. As I'm holding 4 positions right now, and all of them are nicely in the money, and I'm just trying to figure out where we want to go with them all. So probably not very far. It's 11 o'clock. I'm going to try to hold out, hope that Meta wants to continue its downside move. Tesla wants to continue its upside move right now. And again, if Tesla takes 188, we're going to get out of that. We're going to give it to 187.50. 50 like we did the first time. That didn't break. So again, the fact that we've taken $1, we can hold this against us 50 cents. We only have 15% left of our position, or sorry, 20% left of our position right now on this as we've gotten it out. It's a little bit on the upside there, and including in here as well. This is an average blended price, so hopefully that can come out. Here comes Meta right back down now, trying to get down. I mean, this is the NASDAQ right here, down 1% and not really looking like it wants to go anywhere but down right now. Like we just tried. We haven't been anywhere near the 50 period since an hour ago, so I feel like downside pressure continues here on these names. And I kind of want to get out of Tesla. It's only 50 cents in the money, and I feel like the downside pressure is just too much for this market right now. So if Tesla can come back up, Apple's trying to hold out high. But if Tesla can get back to 189, I'm going to put an offer up there. Maybe we get that short now on Tesla if it comes back. Not worried about Meta, but there it is, 189 right now for Tesla. If we can get something like that, let's take it. Too many tops there, and the market now breaking lower. The ES is now down on the day as things are starting to come in. Is it the banks, though? 130, 129, still okay.
It's not obvious. I mean, in terms of like the banks, it was pretty clear the bank strength into NASDAQ and tech weakness, but it's not as much today. But here's a name that's strong. CCL is up 8%, and it's getting real darn close. Remember we talked about 960? Well, it's at 947, 948. I probably would prefer it fills above 950, but if it never cracks the 50, I will, that thing where I say I wet my beak, it's like just get into a position. Just get into position a little bit early. Like if it breaks the top here, and I'm not really counting the wicks, I'm really looking at that 60 level. My moving averages aren't there because, quite frankly, my chart doesn't go past on the daily past March. But anyway, 60 is a big level. That's a 50 period on the daily, I believe. So I want some fills above 50 to get myself an average price in the 50 to 55 range, were it to break the high. But if it never breaks 50, I want a little something on board, just so I'm paying attention to it more, and B, in case it flushes from here, then I have a little something. The only losers were longs today, like trying some of the longs. You had to be patient with it off the open. There was nothing there. I'm always open to either direction, but most of the time it's like you find out the direction of the trade. It's like, what are you still holding on to in the money at about 10:15? And a lot of times it's like, okay, well, that's where we're going today, and that's what it feels like. But this is a strong one. CCL is a strong one. Everything else, these are weaker names here. CCL, you got to be careful because this is up 8% into a falling market.
Yeah, Tesla's coming back down as well. Thank everybody for watching one more time. The problem is tonight's Raptor game, they're playing the Miami Heat, and that's like my daughter's new favorite everything.
So what's the
because
problem with
we
that?
went to Miami. No, but she's going to be like, she loves Scotty Barnes because we met Scotty Barnes. And so, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a, you're going to have to push and pull there. It's like when we're watching the Packers-Dolphins. Packers won, of course. She was, well, the Dolphins play in the AFC East, right? So pretty easy division there. So we're as opposed to the NFC North, very strong with the Lions and Bears and things like that.
Oh my.
Very, very scary division. So we're going to cheer on the Raptors tonight, but I have a feeling that she may like her Miami Dolphins. All right, just quickly here, one more position as we're getting ready to go. Amazon's at 97. We're going to try that one more time. We just got a quick fill there for Amazon down here at 18. So let's see. We basically got that very, very bottom there, so that was good. Tesla's testing, but we do have a good little pause right there. Generator fund, thank you so much. We just got a couple people there. Thank you, Andrew Harris. I don't know how much a generator costs, but that $5 will help. And shout out to Jane as well. That $5 will help as well. Thank you so much, Jane.
Battery backup.
And I felt like we had someone else in there, but thank you so much to everybody that has just recently gave us those super chats. We will work on all of that, and we'll use it to maybe pay back Randy for the Timbits and whatnot. So far, so good here. As Amazon's been held out, Tesla just held 188 again. Let's see if that continues to work, and Amazon's also working off that 18 level. So all good here as we get ready to throw it to the midday guys.
All good. We'll take you guys over. It's going to be a fun one. You got Sharif, you got Maximilian. Enjoy your Timbits if you got them. Thanks again, Randy. We'll be back at 2 o'clock when you get Peter Schiff, our guest. It's going to be a good one. But let's go get him, Midday.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Max. I'm Sharif. Are you in a trade?
I'm not in a trade.
I'm in a trade. So let's just get to this one real quick, Max. We went long BABA. Shout out to Ian. We went long BABA, and we went long early here at 93.10s. We added again at 93.40s. And it's been one scalp fest to the top side here. We just broke 95s. We got up, I think, to 95 and a quarter. I want to say we got up to 21s there. So it's been moving. It's moving nicely. So I'm in 10% left of this position. No reason for me to get out here. The chart is not showing get out. Even if it retraces back into VWAP, I'm still going to be holding here. I'm looking for a continuation possibly into high of days. But, you know, let me just bring in the side chart here. There is an interesting level of resistance here coming up on the 5-minute chart. Yeah, we've got these wicks. These were the 930 right at the bell wicks that went up all the way into the 97s. But look at all the closes. They're all at around that 95.50 area, right? That's where the real top is. That looks clean on the 5-minute chart. Let's look at the 15 real quick. Yeah, same game, 95.50. That's what I'm looking at here. So it looks like we're coming close to that because we just got up to 95 and a quarter. So I'm looking at possible resistance here, but let's see if we've got enough legs to get up to that 97. Mac's telling me 98. So I hear that, and I'm like, I'm holding, baby, right?
I think you just gotta hold it.
Beba. We're talking about Beba.
When that Alibaba gets moving, you just got to hold that thing.
You
it
do,
can go.
right?
It can go. I think, like, you know, it's possible we see 100 today.
And shout out to Ian on the floor. He's in Baba as well.
You know, shout out to Ian for saying Baba. How does he say it?
Baba.
Shout out to Ian for the trade, too, because he was smashing it when I left
He was smashing Baba, yeah. So there you go. So Ian and I are like-minded at the moment. Just trying to pop out my chat settings here. But yeah, that's the only trade I have been in. Kind of sat on my hands. It didn't really see much. I know the guys were killing it to the south side, the north side, and everything in between. But yeah, okay. So before I send it back to Max, we've got some small cappers today, guys. It's not dead season anymore. It looks like for these small cappers. We got BMEA, we got OSCR, and we have that VKTX that you were on. And I'll send that to you. That's a perfect segue.
That is perfect. VKTX, I like this trade through the 1450 high initially, but then it just dips off the open. Let's try to load here. Dips off the open, and I was liking the 12 area, but it never actually got to 12. So, you know, I really wanted to get down to that level and like mess around with it, maybe break it, and then reclaim, and then I can get long. But I see this like spike up here to 1350, which is an area for me on the daily chart, like quite a big level. And it just kind of like flashes down off that. And the way that I kind of interpreted that was like, you know, this is the initial people getting short on the day. Okay. They have this 1350 area from the daily. They're like, all right, let me short off this 1350 stop. So I see it kind of stop around VWAP. It breaks 13, and then it just instantly is back up. There's size on the bid.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, I can start here long off 13, and then it just kind of starts to fly. I'm like, where can I add to this?
Right.
I see 350 lots on 1350, so I say, all right, I'll take the break here to add to my position.
Nice.
Take the breakout. You know, my real like idea is to get this 1450 breakout.
Right. But you took right in front of 14 there.
So yeah, I'm in here like 1325 average, and like I trail stop it at 1350, which was obviously the wrong play, but I get back in.
I was like a little
ride it all the way back up, take my 1450 break, which was fake actually, and end up punching out, take it again, and now we're just kind of consolidating sideways. So I'd like to see this thing break 15, and then I'm gonna be I'll get involved there.
It's topping up there. It looks like a good flat top breakout that's brewing. Yeah, strong one VKTX. I believe that was actually on the watch list this morning with Brendo's watch list.
It was on Brendo's watch list for sure.
Okay, good. I got that. Yeah, so we're gonna be looking at some of these small cappers today. I'm gonna start looking at Oscar, even though we are at highs on Oscar. I'm also interested interested with BMEA. You'll have to excuse me today. The Spro machine is busted, so I'm unable to like take my requisite amount of caffeine so that I can speak intelligently on the show. No, I'm kidding. I'll warm up, guys. I'm looking at BMEA, and I'm looking at it because it's a little play at VWAP here, guys. So we had that big move up, that bull flag continuation, and you know, for the moment, now we're doing that dance with VWAP, but we're seeing consecutively lower highs. So you worry that this could be a sell side play through the break of VWAP, and then you've got all sorts of room to the downside, guys. We yesterday's close was 1540, right? The breakout area, like I mean, look at this. So this could be an amazing quadunk to the downside. I've got a rule with these ones. We're not shorting these in front of VWAP. On top of VWAP. We're going to wait for a clean break, another consolidation after the break, and then we'll take the second break on the way down. That's why I'm going to look for that one. Because there's been bamboozlement with these ones lately, where it does break below VWAP, consolidate, and then it reclaims VWAP instead of breaking down. So you definitely want to see that one fully materialize before you jump on it. That's just how I'm going to play this. You're free to do as you want. I know some people would love to short right into that 30 area, that 29.50. They'd be all over that. Thinking, you know what I mean? I got that. That's just not my style.
I mean, you're playing with fire up there.
Yeah, I know some people would do that.
That thing breaks 30, rips to 33 into a halt.
Yeah. I mean, that's just not my game.
Yeah.
So we're going to start looking for a trade here on BMEA, but trying to be objective, trying to look, what will I do if it goes north? What will I do if it goes south? So that way I don't really care whichever way it goes. Let's go OSCR. I'm pretty sure it's an NQ stock, and obviously I'm wrong. NY. There we go. So let's pull up this bad boy here. Oh, and then we'll, on the last screen here, we'll pull up BMEA. That's NQ. And then we'll get to the chat in a sec, guys. People talking about SQ. I know we kind of missed that one yesterday. The chat was like pounding the desk or whatever their desks at home. Telling us about SQ. We kind of got to it late. What is it up to today? It's up 1.4%, about 2% after the bell. It's moving. It's got a nice little, bounce. Let's go to the daily quick on this one before I get the small cappers. Yeah, we'll see.
SQ is almost at my price of 66, which I like for the breakout. Like that 85 kind of area is initially where on the first day of this short report, that was the high. So I think anybody who's short on the short report now is kind of screwed if this thing goes over 66. So 66 breakout on square could be something. We'll be watching that today for sure.
Cool. Just keep
going. Then it's OSCR as well. Sharif mentioned it. I'm looking to get a retracement to the 50 period on the 1 minute. So if we can get into like 625 kind of area, I want to get long that. I think this thing has room to like 689, then 750 on the daily chart. If these small caps want to go today, I would like to be involved for sure. People are saying we missed AMC today. I definitely missed AMC. Is AMC actually going? AMC is going, kind of.
What are we doing with that? Is GME going? I know Michel Hebert was all over GME yesterday, so let's have a look at some of these memes. Did you pull that up?
I mean, AMC's not doing that much volume, but it is moving up slowly. Maybe we're getting towards like, I don't know, $5 for the breakout. I don't know how I would play AMC today. I wish it was doing like maybe 10 times the amount of volume.
Yeah, what's the volume at right now? It's 4.82 million.
Are you seeing your BABA position right now?
What's
this thing
that?
Is screaming to the upside.
My BABA?
Yeah, man.
No, hold on.
95.30.
Yeah, we just broke through highs. Okay, no, I'm looking for, continuation on that. This is the last out. The last out here on BABA was 94.77s. We got double sevens there. Now we're going to let it run, baby. I don't think this is enough, Max. I think maybe 96 is probably more appropriate. But we were talking about that 95.50 as being a level. That's what I was just saying right now. So maybe I do take profits around here. And we're finding resistance again, but that's not uncommon. I mean, look at this consolidation area here around 95.50. That's really it. These are just anomalies, these candles over here, right? These are.
Yeah, that's just the opening range.
Exactly. So this is the print. I mean, this is the more legitimate print. I mean, yeah. The sad thing is I only have one more out that I can take. And it's so if I get more out here, that's it, right? I can't take any more partials of my position at the moment. So I got to be selective of where I take it out. I'm letting it run, guys. Anyway, so see what that one does. But AMC it's moving up. It's up 2.25%, but it's nothing that I'm going to be looking at right now. All right, let's get to BMEA because that's the one I kind of want to set up here. We're finding some support at VWAP. We haven't made any newer highs. Like, here's the lower high, lower high, lower high. Do we see a curl at this point? We're going to start doing, this is bamboozlement territory, and here's why. We start holding VWAP. I know VWAP's not showing up on this chart, so let's bring it on. I got to add it to this chart. Here's what I'm talking about BMEA. We start doing that consolidation hold at VWAP and we don't get a break, but you end up getting false breakouts, right? Because you get a newer high and then you'll take a long on that newer high and then it'll retrace right back into VWAP. So I don't want to fall into that bamboozlement trap where it just plays a range at VWAP. I want to look for a clear breakout. So, you know, that if that means missing some of the action, it means missing some of the action. And that's just what it comes down to. So going to hold off on BMEA. Wait for a decisive break, whether to the upside or the downside. Like I want to reiterate, if it breaks to the downside, I'm going to wait for a consolidation and then a continued break, at which point I'll take the lower break there. If it holds here, I'm looking for something to test this 27, then maybe we'll take it to test 29.5. And I'm going to be getting in with a quarter position. Just putting that out there. It's not going to be big boy. It's not going to be full on this one. You know, I'm going to have to be in the money to be printing on this one, Max.
Yeah, that's a scary one there, the BMEA. It's very tight consolidation right now. So
right now, right?
Maybe we get one of those like kind of wick down and explode to the upside. We'll see there. I like the 30 break too on that stock because these are all-time highs.
Right.
I'm still waiting on this OSCR. I don't want to just buy in this consolidation because I feel like it has to prove something before it makes like a move that you can really risk on. But it is looking to take out the highs right now, potentially.
Yeah, man. They're stepping up.
That $7 level is just calling its name. So
yeah,
we got bids at 50s now. I think this one's going to move up.
We've got a bit of a weird daily on this one, eh?
Yeah.
Like, let's have a look at the daily. Okay, so this is one of, this is a bit of an anomaly in terms of the kind of range we've had in one day, but it's not uncommon for this one to have a big day. It is a former runner. I mean, it's just not as much as today. Here's the break that started at 368 back on February 10th, and we got up to about 510. So some decent range, but it's a really ugly daily looking chart here. Let's look at the weekly to zoom out just a little bit. Yeah.
Down from $37 or whatever.
Yeah, it's down and to the right.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, it's been consecutively lower highs and lower lows. This is, you could say, this is an interesting trend change here. If we close at these levels,
yeah.
Look at this. I mean, what was the high of that peak back on the 13th, day before Valentine's? 615. We're 665. We haven't closed. Right. We reclaimed the 50 as well on the daily, on the weekly, excuse me. So, I mean, I don't know. Possible swingers paradise here. What is this, Oscar? Let's have a look at this company a bit more fundamentally.
Yeah, if this thing starts to take out levels like, $7.50, $8. I mean, we've got room. It's just there's going to be a lot of sellers on the way. So
yeah.
We'll see how it trades. I'm still interested in catching the dip. It's not quite taken out the high yet.
Look at
maybe
this.
We gotta wait for the. I think we gotta wait for the 50 period setup here. So 25s, maybe 31s, something like that. We'll see if we can get a dip on this one. AMD is just taking out VWAP right now.
Is it?
And the market is testing 4K. I like the 93 level on AMD. We hold it like perfectly right here. And now we're like higher lows, and trying to kind of take out this area here. So AMD got crushed off the open today, but let's see if we can move up. I think
it just took VWAP.
Maybe if we can catch like a 95 short if this thing decides to really go. But yeah.
We're coming back to 4,000-ish here on the ES. So we're at like an interesting point. We were kind of doing that dance around 4,000 earlier, and then broke to the south side, and now it looks like we're trying to reclaim it. I'm trying to keep an eye on the ES and the NQ, and I haven't been looking at the NQ. All right, guys, just updating you here. I'm done. Baba trade is done for me. I got out in front of 96s there. I believe I got out, where did I get out there? 75s. So, it didn't take top wick. It got up into the 80s. But that's my trade on Baba is done. We're going to hit a bang for that. We could spend the money on it, but to be honest with you, I would have liked to have held more of the amount that I took out here into this position, but isn't that always the case, right?
Of course.
But it is a decent move on Baba. It pops up to the high side.
Our OSCR is breaking the highs now, too.
Oh, baby.
going for that $7 level. I think if I see some size there, I'm going to take the breakout on $7. So let's see what happens once we get up there. But yeah, this one is going. I think like 750 is no problem today. And the next level after that I have is that 815 that you were talking about.
This is it's going.
We
It's up
declared
and to the
small
right.
cap season on yesterday.
I declared
And
it this
you know
morning.
what?
Did we? Did we do it yesterday?
We talked about it maybe yesterday.
Okay.
And today we got 3 of them going.
Guys, small cap crappers may be back here, right? We've been enjoying the NASDAQ names. There's nothing wrong with them. They're fantastic. They're more predictable. But come on now, small cap crapper world, don't you want that 300-400% return? No, I'm kidding, of course, guys. That's not financial advice, and that's not usually how it works. But we can joke about it. Let's have a look here at BMEA still doing that dance. Oscar, geez. So you're not going to punch into this one, huh?
I'm not just going to punch in, but I will take the breakout at $7 because I think that's a level. And then, next level, 750. Maybe we get a halt on this one? I don't know. Let's find out.
Squeezing. What's the short percentage? What does that trade idea say?
Short percentage on OSC.
Max uses trade ideas too, by the way, guys. Yeah, so hey.
7% short on this name, but it's
Not
112
bad.
million float, so that's 7 million
Yeah.
shares that are short this company. So
112 million float, so it's not
Yeah.
even a micro float.
it's
then.
not a micro
No,
float,
okay.
but it's moving like one.
Yeah,
so,
it definitely
I
is.
mean, I like it when they do this, when you can clearly see that some people are stuck or some people are just trying to buy. Like,
Absolutely.
We're going to take this breakout.
B Fanatic saying
for
Devon
$8.
Energy moving. Yeah, definitely. It's been a good couple of days. I'd say a good week so far for energy. We saw Uncle Warren. He was smashing the buy button again on Occidental Petroleum, and Oxy is up 3 percentage points on the day, having done 8.5 million shares. So energy is moving. I haven't had a look at the CL. We'll look at that in a second. But yeah, I just wanted to answer a question here from the chat. Hal R says, Sharif, I'm fairly new here, and I was wondering if you'd explain in a winning trade like Baba, how do you exit as it keeps going higher based on a 100% entry? So I got to tell you the truth. I'm going to be real frank with you here. I look at where I'm looking at getting out, and then I'll scalp along the way. And, I may take, it depends on the price of the stock. I may take price increments of 50 or 25. I kind of try to de-risk a little bit in the beginning, and that's kind of my problem. If I have conviction that the trade will reach a certain level, I need to be more, less or more thrifty in how I'm taking out, especially earlier on when the profits haven't accrued yet. So that's something that I'm personally working on, and that's by no means should you be kind of copying my mistake here, because this is quite frankly a mistake, right? I should be holding for the higher levels. Now, like Max was saying, I was looking at that 95.50. Ultimately, the 97.16 level was the high of day. That would be my ultimate goal. I could get even more macro by looking at a daily and identifying what the next level beyond that would be. To be honest with you, it was just more of like, look, I'm going on the show type trade, so I need to kind of have a little bit something less risky and not something that I'm going to really size into here, like if I was in the morning or after the show. But here it is. The idea is to kind of, to summarize essentially, is to take my breakout area or my average cost base and then look, where am I looking to get out? What's the projected area? That's based on levels, of course. And then I scalp along the way. Ideally, you scalp later into the trade rather than before. But as I say that, BMEA, it's kind of curling off VWAP here a little bit, Max. What do you see? Do you like this or what? Do we curl back up to 29s? That's like a $3 range from where we're at, man.
I mean, if it halts once.
You're not looking at BME. What are you looking at there?
I'm still
That's
looking
Oscar?
at OSCR.
Okay.
I see some size on the offer that I think I want to get long if this breaks 75 now, and then I'll add into that 7 break and take profit a little over 7 and try to hold a good chunk of this for the move to $8. But we'll see if that breaks. If it doesn't, then I guess the shorts are in. The BMEA though, if they halt once, they're probably going to halt twice. Whether that's up or down, I feel.
Once guilty, always guilty.
Once
That's
guilty,
just the
always
way it works
guilty.
in your books. Now we know how. Now we know how Max thinks. No, I'm just joking.
But no, I could definitely see another halt on this one. And 30 break is looking really juicy on this stock.
Oh, absolutely.
Obviously,
Yeah, it's curling,
small,
man.
Small
Here we
size
go.
on that one. Small size.
Yeah,
on
no,
that one for sure.
I already announced it. We're going quarter size. Here's the thing. We're at 26s. I can add into 25s. But, you know, I missed the boat on this one. I could get in now, but what if it curls back into 25s? Do I get out? Do I add? Right, we had a good trade on Baba. So, you know, can we risk a little bit here?
I do like that 27 level for like kind of a breakout over-under kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's top of this consolidation. That's where it broke down
26.96.
from. That was the low after the halt. So
Yeah.
maybe 27 breakout of this consolidation. And
never liked the
if
breakouts.
it doesn't work, you just bail.
Yeah. Or I could have just had a better cost base. So I can complain about that a little bit. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, so we'll get in here. I think we're gonna get in. Now, I think what I'm gonna actually do is I'm gonna put a dip trade. I'm gonna put a dip trade around, I wanna say 26. I'm gonna have a dip trade and I'm gonna put it at 20, 25 and a quarter. So I'm gonna put some 26s here. Let's go ahead. I'm not going long here, guys. I'm gonna sit in front of 26. We'll sit at 07s. And I'm gonna sit at the $0.75 as well. If I miss it, I miss it. I don't care. So 25, and then we'll sit at double sevens, and we'll take a quarter there as well. So a couple of dip trades. Idea here is I don't know. Not buying this breakout. If it breaks out, great. It goes without me. I don't care. Otherwise, I'm gonna start probably playing this range at VWAP, looking for VWAP bounces and then the eventual break. And I'm gonna do it like with small size so that I'm not huadoomed. Someone's saying coin going. All right, let's have a look at our friend coin there, served what the Wells notice. Coin is moving. It's at day's high, 63.45. Not sure what our friend Bitcoin is up to. Let's have a look at our friend Bitcoin. No, that's not it. Indexes. No, Bitcoin sideways at basically 27, but coin is moving. Not sure what the catalyst is on this. Let's actually have a look at the news blotter here. Anything? Kathy Wood goes bargain hunting. 3 stocks she just bought. Let me guess. One of them is coin. That's why it's showing up on this blotter. Right, nothing otherwise coming in at 11 o'clock, so no news item. But yeah, breaking through a range. It's day's high. It's only up 1% on the day, so not much to report. Just breaking out of the range. But yeah, coin, we'll see what it does. Bitcoin's doing nothing. 27,000.
Looks like you're about to get filled there on your BMEA.
Oh, close.
I'm still stocking this OSCR too.
What's your move on this one? Tell everybody.
Well, there's size on 680. It kind of consolidated and reserved a little bit at 675 and then 677. So I think 680 break now. Now there's size on 670. So I think like someone's trying to get short, someone's trying to get out, and the bots don't want to fill them yet.
Okay.
But I think once this person gets filled, that's when we start to move back up to the high side.
Would you take any dip trades on this? At key levels, like
I
on
was
the chart?
initially thinking dip trade in these levels, but then I see this size pop up and they don't want to fill it. And
I see.
if that guy starts chasing down, I don't want to be long this and like just trying to pick some random out. So I'd rather see him break,
Right.
and then I get in.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Yeah, BMEA coming down near to my entry again. So we're sitting at sevens. I think 2607s or whatever. Near that area. Luca didn't like announcing his levels. Or who was it? Pratt, not Luca. It was Pratt that didn't like announcing his levels, right? He's like, no, I don't like to say the levels because the bots, the algos are listening, right? And yeah, I would not be surprised given the type of AI that's. Are you using ChatGPT?
No, not really. But a lot of the guys back there are using it for trying to code stuff. It's, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Are they? Can it code P-Pro? Like, what's P-Pro 8's API connection? Like, is it anything?
I
know
completely
Cash
illiterate in code.
Was writing it in C.
I think.
But he was like an OG.
Maybe Python?
Yeah, I know.
And it
Jacob's
can definitely
all over
write
that.
Python. So
that I know.
Some people are using it to write Python code for them. They don't even have to learn how to do it. They just ask ChatGPT. It's amazing.
It's been useful. I know Prad got the ChatGPT 4. Is it 4? 3?
Yeah, the new one is 4.
Yeah, 4, right? And he's been using that. But like, it can only write certain amount of codes or it can only generate a certain amount of lines per, I don't know, like hour or half an hour.
Interesting.
And then it'll like, you have to hit the continue generate, and then it'll continue. You can't use too much of it. Fact check me, chat. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. That's what Bradley was telling me. All right, we are bouncing here on BMEA. So my thrifty approach here, trying to scalp near the whole dollar, has bit me in the rear end, at least for the moment, unless we really retrace here. But we bounced just like 60 pennies, just like that. Guys, keep in mind that this is a very, very spready stock. Right now, it's like only 11 pennies, but I've seen it as wide as 20 some odd pennies, right? Maybe even wider. So be very careful with what you're sizing into here, because you can just get cut up really quickly just on the entry and exit alone. So
Yeah, that one's definitely the psycho of the day.
someone said, that's so funny, Binance bad news is good news for coin. Yeah, I mean, I guess, because all these exchanges are really getting squeezed. I mean, which ones are going to be left? We were thinking, okay, well, Coin's going to take the cake that everybody else is kind of, and then Binance was out there, but their Binance USA is not that big, right? From my understanding, it's
aren't they blocked
international.
in the U.S.?
Yeah, something like that.
Crypto.com?
Oh, yeah.
Matt Damon?
Oh, yeah. That's private, though, right?
I believe that's a private
not
company.
public. Yeah, it's not a public company.
Okay, now the size is broken on
There you
OSCR, so 680 breaks. I'm punching into this
That looks
with
nice.
quarter size, and then we're going to take the rest on the 7 break. Let's see what happens here. Still kind of reserving that 75 area. Let's see. Now we got size popping up on 72. There's a lot of people trying to sell this stock, so maybe we want to buy the pullback into the 50 period instead of this kind of breakout strategy. Mm-hmm. Because like as soon as it gets up there, more people pop up on the offer here.
Yeah, well, it's near that 7s, right? So
Yeah.
we'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, but I don't know,
thought we
man.
were
I
gonna
feel
go
like a
for a
lot of
second.
the size doesn't show up immediately, especially on these small cap cappers. It'll come in like quite sporadically, like it won't sit.
Yeah. It's a little fugazi too.
Yeah,
a lot of the time,
exactly.
you know? Sometimes they'll pop up with like 1,000 lots and then goes
Well, there you
down
go.
and it's fake.
Meta's also looking quite good here, guys. We're getting a bit of a double bottom brewing on Meta. I'm not ready to call it yet. Like, look at, trying to compare it to some of these other big cappers. The nearest one you can kind of compare it to is Google. They have a bit of a double bottom brewing here. Microsoft's a bit of a weird double bottom. Apple is kind of a bit of a double top. Completely looks different. Yeah, so anyway, I'm looking for a continuation here through these highs. I'm looking for a 250 to 260 break to make a new high, and then we could get some movement possibly to yesterday's close, which is around that 202.80, 203 area. This could be an interesting retracement if we get some market move. We are bouncing a little bit on the ES as well as the NQ, still red on both though. The ES is just barely red. The ES's close yesterday was at 4,007. We're above 4,000, sitting at 4,002. Farther a little bit for the NASDAQ, we're at 12,700. It's yesterday's close at 12,788. So I'm looking for a possible interesting double bounce here on Meta. Double bottom, double bounce, man. Come on, concentrate, bro. Double bottom here on Meta, but I'm going to wait for confirmation through that 260 break. See what you're up to.
All right, let's see. We're going for that 680 again. I don't know. They don't want to let this thing go up right now. Still waiting. Size just keeps popping up. I think maybe the short is in on this name. I don't know. We're going to find out shortly.
Yeah, here we go.
It's just like this 675 is a nasty level on this stock. So maybe just wait for that 7 break. If it doesn't come in, I'll be buying in the 650s, 640s.
Right.
And then let it consolidate down here and then make the move up. I think there's just too many people trying to take profit up here right now and a lot of people trying to get short. So we'll let them get squeezed later.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see what develops on that one. BMEA going as well. Yeah, it's holding above that area. Didn't come quite down into that into that $26 area, but we're gonna have to keep waiting for that one to develop because it is still in a range. I want to say it's still in that VWAP range. There we go. We get filled. Oh boy, we're gonna have to be careful here because we just came down quite aggressively, and we have to see if we hold VWAP. So good thing that I was looking at this when I was not prepared for that kind of crazy momentum to the downside. Now, if we don't hold VWAP, I'm out. It's quite simple. Like, we're really gonna have to hold it here. We had a couple of like small wicks below it, but you know, for the most part, the entire morning we've held. So here we go. We're in that area. VWAP on my chart's at 25.37. We're at 84s. There we go. We got the first print right in front of 26s, and then the second print was double sevens. Now we're up to 99 again, but the spread is a little bit suspect on this one, so be careful, right? And that was the whole point. So this is a quarter position here and a quarter position. Idea is we have to hold this level, otherwise I'm gonzino. Back up into that $26 area again, so that's good. That's what you want to see. A quick wick to VWAP and then a quick pop back up. But we'll need continuation here. The spread's 30 pennies now. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's just madness. I'm gonna have to be careful here. There we go. So I'm out. So that one ends up being a loser. You know, it may end up just bamboozling me here and then wicking above, but it broke VWAP and I couldn't take the risk, so got to get out of that one. That ends up being a loser. Let's have a look at our friend Meta because that is also being a loser as well. Looks like we're getting some rejection here off the 50 period for the moment. Kind of went long 220s for that break into that 260 area. Kind of tried to front run it, but looks like we're getting some resistance at the 50 period on the 5-minute chart. Last time we were at this level, we kind of rejected off the 50 period, and we're kind of doing that same thing again. So I'm going to have to be careful with this one. Again, that's a very small position. Looking for a possible add in VWAP at 199.25.
So I have a starter position on this OSCR now. It dipped back into the 50 period, and then it's just doing the same thing that it was doing on the offer up here on the bid around 650. So a little bit of reserve on 650 bid. So I like the long here. We'll see if we can hold this 635, 629 kind of area and probably add more into here and then eventually stop out if we're heading more towards VWAP. But I'm looking for this to kind of consolidate for a couple minutes and then just explode back up. And I think we can get that. Again, we're going to be adding on the 7 break. And yeah, Tesla is also falling, which I do like the dip buy on Tesla today. I tried once, way too high.
Oh my God, Meta.
And now we're into this kind of like 187.50 is our level now, which I've had this on the chart for a while. 188.50 to 187.50 is kind of like the what do they call it? Supply zone? Mm-hmm. No, demand zone, sorry. The demand zone where people are buying this stock, and look where it's consolidating, like in this like 2-point range, kind of around that price. So if I can catch a dip on Tesla somewhere around like 188.30 maybe, I'll take that long to try to get back up to VWAP, 189, maybe 190, if the market decides to cooperate with us today.
All right, yeah, getting that bounce back on Meta, playing a range, but we did definitely reject off that 50 period. So we'll have a look at that and see how that does. Let's see what the chat is up to. PYXS, oh geez, no, not more small cappers. I just got burned on one. Let's have a look at that. PYXS. Okay, so this is moving. This is up quite nicely. It's the number one gapper on my chart. I don't know what you're seeing, but this is flying to the high side. It's up 50% now, having done sorry, how much volume? Why is the volume moving? This thing has lost its mind.
17 million?
Yeah, 17 million shares. The average volume is 700,000, so it's definitely high up there in the RVol. What's the high of day? 414, high of day on this one. It's moving. What are the levels? Let's go to the daily quick, see if it's former runner. Yeah, it's had days, not like today though. Obviously, it's a down into the right chart. That's a lot of these ones are like that. We just reclaimed the 200 here on the daily. It had a good day yesterday. It closed kind of in the middle. Today's a continuation. It's been moving for a while, actually. Like, there's been some volatility. The volume definitely starts coming in yesterday, though. So this is a continuation from yesterday. I do remember this one. you got to assume 5 is going to be a level. We have an interesting level here going back to April of last year at $5. So expect some resistance at 5. What do you see on that one?
That 4 break was money on PYXS. I don't have any levels on it yet. Oh, we're a fairly recent IPO, eh? So 19 is the all-time high. These are kind of the stocks where if they set up, they can like really, really run.
There you go.
Because the last, like that 320 is kind of the level where we broke out from, and now, yeah, as you're saying, like $5. Once we clear $5, that's when it starts taking off like real levels.
Right.
So let's see $5. I think if we see some size on the offer on that one, we can take the breakout at 5.
This person, Gregory, I don't even know how to say your last name. I'm not gonna bother. He's like, show me something moving to the left. No, bro, it's up and to the right and down and to the right. That's where the descriptive difference is. It's not to the left and to the right. But funny, I like that observation. Shout out to you, Gregory. Yeah, I like that. I love these trolls in the chat, man. It just makes me giggle. Like a lot of people take offense to it. No, I love it. Baba is still going. I wonder if Ian's still in Baba. I'd like to know. Yeah, $96, man. We're knocking on the door of 96 again. Looks like we broke it to that high side. We got up to 20s. So Baba is destined maybe for a high day test here, 97.16. That's HOD. That happened right off the bell. So, yeah, that's a move there. I think we got Brenda, though. He's at the big desk, and he's got the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, let's wrap up the European session here. For the most part, positive day over in Europe, flat to positive, but here's a quick look at a few indexes, just waiting for 1 or 2 final prints to come through here, but mostly positive right across the board, including the stocks, 600 and the 50 as well, both in positive territory when all is said and done. 600 overall ending, it looks like just basically flat, 0.09 downside, but otherwise positive, showing back to back, in fact, for European markets, guys, as we end the session over there.
Yep, thank you for that, Brendo. All right, Meta looking to knock on the door, that 200 level again, after kind of break in, rejecting it, and now we're testing back at the 50 period on the 5-minute chart. Technically on the day, 259 is the HOD, but there was a lot of pre-market action well above that price. In fact, yesterday's close is far removed from the current price action. We're at almost 203s. That's yesterday's close. So much have we gone down that we do have potential room to bounce here if the market gets going. Speaking of the market, let's look at that. Yeah, we have a nice little look here on the ES. We just reclaimed the 4,000 level again. We're holding above it. Now 4,005. That 4,010 level has been like, an interesting level going into the pre-market. A couple of tests there at around 8 a.m. A rejection there, then a rejection at the bell, or right before the bell, excuse me. No, that's after the bell. That's 10:15, sorry. I always have to look at the central time and then add an hour. Sometimes I forget. That 4,010, that'll be an interesting break there if we can continue above that. We're above VWAP, we're trending a little bit higher, so let's see. But yesterday there was bamboozlement with respect to how the ES traded versus how these big cappers traded. There was some divergence there. And so that's why now I've got the NQ. I got to keep my eye on the NQ now, which I know you're supposed to do, which I really haven't done.
You got to have both of them up.
Sean's saying, look at Amazon. So that bounce off 97.16. Are you long or short? He's giving me the sticky note, and I'm going to read said sticky note. We're going to get there, Beba. Then we see Amazon being a nice, what?
Just read the number.
97. 97 long.
Perfect.
Thank you. 97 long. And there it is, guys. 97.16. It's essentially 97 long. And then it makes a move right back up into VWAP, up into 97.80. So maybe we'll get another test. Who knows? Yeah, we're still doing that dance with Meta, and so I'm going to have to be patient.
I'm still sitting here in this OSCR long 52s. We got size at 60 here, 600 lots. So if that breaks, I'm going to get more long. And then we're going for high of day and then adding on 7. So Still looking for 750 on this name. Let's see what happens here. I'll also add if we take a dip into like the mid 30s, and then we'll be out if we're in kind of the teens area. Don't want to let this thing go too far against me because you know, we all know what can happen when these things give up. Also, that Tesla bounced off 50, so never got filled, so I'll cancel my bid there, and maybe we can catch something else above VWAP if we decide to trend.
Apple's moving up here, man. Meta is not doing the right things because it looks like we are at VWAP on the NQ and rejecting VWAP, at least for the moment. No such level that we're at on Meta. I mean on the ES. So looking at the NQ here, rejecting off the VWAP at the moment, and that's causing a bit of a bounce back in some of these big cappers. That is except for Apple, which just broke VWAP, but now kind of retracing as well. So all these ones making a move back on that VWAP rejection on the NQ Max.
Yeah, just managing this OSCR still. Let's see if we can catch a dip into like 35, 36. So we'll add to this at 36 and then see if we can get a bounce back up. I think this is still just like profit-taking moves. I think we still have the juice in this name to get up to that $7.50, $8 level. Tesla is still making its moves up. I missed the bid on that one, sadly. And now, see, this OSCR bounces right off my bid, sadly. So let's see if we can just get that 660 break again and then move up to 7. This is the kind of thing that I like to see. You see a consolidation.
Yeah, and it holds at that level.
It breaks down,
Yeah.
and then it instantly comes back up, back into this range. So now, like, this is where you're thinking the selling is done, and now it's time to move back up.
Right.
But let's see if we can reclaim the 50 period, because that's obviously been important all day.
Yeah.
Kind of holding that, holding that. So if we can't hold it now, maybe we're done.
Yeah, well, here we go. I mean, we're at a crossroads on that. So, yeah, because it topped up at 689. And now if we make a newer low, here's what I'm seeing on this one. This newer low is interesting, which I would say is at that 634, 635 level. Where are we at here? 635, yeah, 635. That will be a new recent low, and then you're looking for a test of VWAP here. Maybe the trade on this is the $6 level, the VWAP dip. Maybe that's where you need to sit on this one. I mean, I'm just talking out loud here. So that it's respected VWAP in addition to respecting the 50 period. You're looking at the 50 period on the 1 minute chart, right?
Yeah.
So I was looking at the 5 on this one. No, sorry, the 3. Yeah, the 5. Yeah, maybe the 6 is the dip trade here. So maybe I'll put in a dip trade at 6. Kind of got rinsed on that BMEA dip. But yeah, look, but it kind of is just kind of consolidating now below VWAP. Doesn't really break below VWAP too aggressively, just enough to stop me out, then print a few more green candles. Let's see if it reclaims it, or we're going to get that, that flat bottom break consolidation that we were looking for to the short side. If that happens, then be glad to take that. But something tells me it's going to reclaim VWAP here, and it's just bamboozlement. So we shall see. What else is the chat coming up to? Blast off time. SBNY 16 bounce. Watch off SIVBQ moving. Boss North saying Baba to 100. Jordan Smith EVTOL. Wow, 30+%. Yeah, I see that, baby. Having done 1.4 million shares, up 36 percentage points now. It's moving. Ask Peter about PR real estate. I'm not sure what the hell that means. Sean Catino regarding Tesla. I just don't trust those higher highs on lower volume on the 1 minute. I've got 1 minute support at 188.51. None of your business. Oxy pushing resistance for the 3rd time here. Let's go. Yeah, man, the energy names are in play. Everybody's looking at everything today. I mean, like, yeah, Oxy's near high. Day 61.79. We're at 61.73. All sorts of stuff moving today, Max.
Yeah, I was looking at that Oxy on the daily chart. We got kind of a gap here from like 61.60 up until like maybe 63. Let me try to pull up the daily chart if it won't crash on me. Yeah, like the 63 kind of level I like on the daily. Maybe if we can get above this kind of, and we got the 50 period on the daily chart as well, kind of like right here at 62. So Oxy looks like it's primed to go, and these energy names have been doing well the past few days.
They have. And you know, like the whole idea on these energy names was that they were supposed to start moving once the Chinese economy started reopening, and they've been open and they haven't really been moving. So I don't know how that thesis is playing out, but EVTL, the person who said, it's up, you know, however many percent, look at this, Christmas tree-shaped recovery. Shout out to Randy for that descriptor. 235 top, we're right down there back at 2. We break VWAP, but we hold the 50 on the 1 minute chart, whatever that means. We're holding 2, we're doing that dance around 2. I won't be participating in this one. Let's see what this is all about though. Do we have a catalyst on this? Is it a multi-day runner? Quickly here, let's look. Looks like today it's moving on today. Well, what is this company all about? Vertical Aerospace is an electrical vertical takeoff and landing. I love these eVTOL company manufacturer. Have you seen these airplanes?
Yeah, those are crazy.
Those are amazing. I mean, they're like little flying drones.
Yeah.
I'd be all up on that, man. Oh my goodness. I'd want like some sort of.
How do you manage the air traffic with those things just flying around the city though?
Oh man, they're good. Don't worry. Just joking.
Like there's only so many planes that can fly around.
Yeah.
Without them
well,
crashing into each other.
I'm assuming that there's going to be some sort of like radar detection system. I mean, they can put them on cars now to detect like the pattern of driving
Yeah.
on the roads.
Maybe they just have to fly themselves.
Well, I mean, yeah,
you can't
I'd
fly
like to
it.
have some input.
Yeah.
You know how these
You're
things
the one
work.
who's going to crash it, though,
I know,
not the
right?
computer.
Hold on, but they have fly-by-wire systems now, right? Where you put the direction of where you want the airplane to go, and then the airplane decides, okay, here's how I'm going to get there, and am I going to do this? Is this a safe move, right?
All right.
Like the autopilot always kind of like second guesses you a little bit. People saying LiDAR, yeah. Yep, absolutely. Jordan Smith saying, I've been buying EVTOL, EVTL from $1.50. Shout out to you, good for you. I mean, it's obviously very interesting technology. We're just talking about, you know, the intraday trade as it were. And then Mark saying, doesn't work that way, sorry. So he's got some stuff to tell us. Well, why don't you educate us, Mark? Put it in the chat there, let us know how it works.
We got a pilot in the chat?
Yeah, we got somebody who can inform us. I'd definitely be willing to hear what they had to say. Where are we with Baba? We're still knocking on the door 96s, eh? We haven't really broken through that 96 area, though.
Still on that uptrend, though, and like once Baba starts going, it goes. Especially once the Chinese market is closed, and like once we kind of correct all these levels, and then it decides to go to the upside, Baba can really start going. And we're still chilling here on OSCR, still waiting for the 660 to break. This is the most boring small cap of all time, apparently.
BMEA.
I decided to get into it after it starts doing fun things.
Well, yeah, it's always that way, right?
BMEA is doing what?
We just reclaimed VWAP.
Oh,
So
okay.
it moved into that area that we were talking about. You know, kind of doing that dance below VWAP and then reclaiming it immediately. I don't know if this is going to be what I'm going to trade. It's not really respecting that level all that much. Even like the levels, the defined price action levels here at 25.50. We're consolidated for a while and not really respecting. So I think I've had my trade on this one. There's really no point fighting these trades. I mean, I don't need to take them, right? Let's look for something better, something a bit more secure, and kind of just hold on to that one. These bamboozlement trades are going to be the death of me. But yeah, Oscar setting up quite nicely. A little bit of a curling pattern happening here on Oscar.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. We just have to get through these high 50s, get through the 60s, and then, yeah, that 7 level is still what I like. That's where I want to add the full size on. So now we're starting to get fired up a little bit on this thing, but still just chilling that 600 lots. Nobody wants to take it yet.
Oh my God,
and
Baba.
I say yet because they will. Yeah, Baba is smoking to the upside.
Going to the high side. I should not have got out of this one. Wow.
I think you had to keep that last piece.
I had to hold it. Yeah, no, I convinced myself that 95.50 was the level, and that you know, all of the world will come to an end at 95.50, and that's why I got out. But 96.17, that's in the sights now because we're at 96.25. So you know, 97.17 is less than $1 away. Jordan Smith wants me to have a look at BA. I will in a second. Somebody else was asking me about AMD. So that was one that you looked at. Did you look at AMD earlier today?
I did have a look at AMD
Yeah, you
today.
wanna
I
look at
like the 93 level a lot on AMD. Where is it? I like this 93. It's been a level before. This is kind of the low of the consolidation since we made this huge move up. So like right here, 93 from, what day is that? March 17th, I think. And look where we stop right now, 92.84. It's almost the exact price. So yeah, missing that trade this morning was kind of infuriating, but I was a little busy, preoccupied with these small caps. And now I am filled on my 660 on OSCR. So let's see, can we start moving to the upside? Let's pump it.
Who's yelling?
Prad's pumping in the back.
Oh, because of AMD, he's long. Yeah.
No, he's saying pump my small cap.
He got so offended, bro. He got very defensive there when I said it was for him.
We're still chilling here. Let's see if we can get some fills up here. I want to get out a little bit at like 79 area and then just hold the rest for the move through 7. It's just kind of chilling. It's doing nothing, man.
What? The AMD? Or are you talking about Oscar?
This OSCR.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's curling, dude. It's just slow. Look at the 3-minute chart though. It is curling, but you know it could be a momentary reprieve on it stair stepping down. The trade for me on this one is a 6 dip off VWAP. Assuming VWAP and the 6 are around that same area, you'd probably have to give it a bit of a buying zone. That's what I'm going to do with this one. Let's go ahead and put that in here. Why is Oscar not showing up here? There we go. Let's go, Oscar. Let's put in that 6 dip. Let's go 607. And there we go. So we shall see what we get around that area. And still doing that dance with Meta, guys. Got in a little bit of a dip here at VWAP. Looking for retracement back up to VWAP on the NQ as we're a little bit below it. So we shall see what happens.
Yeah, Tesla's starting to come down to the price that I like, kind of these low 180s. I don't think that these wicks are real if I look at my other chart. No, they're not. So if Tesla gets back down at here into like the low 180s, I'm going to take a long risk low of day and then try to get back up to the north side because ES is still holding VWAP up there. So I think we can get the move back up. And Oxy has taken out the 6180 high of day. That 62 level is incoming on Oxy. Let's get this thing.
Yeah, it's been moving.
Just like consolidating up, consolidating up, consolidating up. Not really like making a big push off the open here. This was beautiful. 60.30 up to $62 off the open, and then we've just been kind of like stair stepping up, as you like to say. So let's see what happens with Oxy here. Maybe if we get over 62 and pull back, I'll take a little long to see if we can get back to like that 63 kind of area that I like on the daily.
Okay. Meta making a big move there with this ad at 60s. So there's the initial in, there's the ad, there's the other ad. Now we're kind of curling back into that 200. So my cost basis on this one, I want to say is a 92s. So yeah, back in the money on this one, but we have to continue here. And what I'm looking for is, you know, some sort of confluence between this and what the futures are doing. I was looking for a VWAP break on the NQ. I feel like Meta has been dancing with the NQ lately as opposed to the ES. That was very evident to us yesterday when we tried to take several 4,000 bounces on some of these big cappers to no avail because, you know, the NQ was not performing in the same way as the ES. And that was evident at the end of the day when the ES and the Dow were both green and the NQ is red. So trying to keep an eye on that, but the NQ looked relatively weak again. I mean, on the ES, we're just down 0.07%, while on the NQ, we're down 0.63. So showing relative weakness again. Today is the NASDAQ for these big tech names, but we've seen such a big rally lately on a lot of these big tech names as the interest rate worries, you know, continue to fester. And as a result, you know, people were pricing possible, you know, some more dovish policy positions from the Fed. And as a result, money started flowing in. So here we go. We're seeing kind of like whatever the profit taking or some sort of temporary outflows of that. But there's no outflows at the moment in BABA.
No, only
They're all
inflows
inflows, baby.
On BABA.
They're only inflows at the
Only
moment.
inflows.
95.26, dude.
It won't
It's
even
just-
touch that 50 period on BABA. Like, we are just
We're not
going to
gonna
the
see that,
upside.
eh?
We're just grinding up, not even giving you an entry to get in. Somebody asked about Nvidia, and for the past little while, like this 264 kind of area has been money for the long, and now we're kind of gapping below. So I looked at 260, 350, 264 as resistance if you want to take a short back down into like a VWAP area. We'll see if we can get up there. Right now, just kind of diddling in the middle, trying to make a
Diddle
move
in the
up.
middle.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't see any real like legs in the chips today.
No. Oh, the chips are anyway. Oh, they are decidedly red.
Yeah.
And so are the big tech names. Here's my watch list, guys. I include Netflix in there, but I've gone back and forth about removing Netflix from that and adding Nvidia. Netflix is up 1/4 percentage point after the bell, down 1/4 percentage point on the day. That's from 4 a.m. But look at the chips, microchips and semiconductors. This is what I got here. Every single one red. We're seeing a lot of green show up in these Chinese ADRs as a result of the sympathy move of BABA. BABA, definitely the standout there, up 11 1/3% up on the day. We move down. We see EVs are a mixed bag. Likewise with fintech, and then we kind of just get into a hodgepodge of like different things, solar, weed plays, yada yada yada. But those are not the ones that I look in, day out, and I don't think those are the ones that affect the market anyway. So. Andy Fischella, Sharif, drop some more smart words. I need inspiration, and I've got none at the moment. None of these trades are really like knocking my socks off. So we'll have to wait here. We're holding break even on Meta. I'm looking for a continuation upward. We're seeing higher lows here on the social media stock and the metaverse stock, whatever you want to call them. I'm looking for that 200 break. I'm definitely looking for that 260 break, 259. That's the top. We want to take that, but there was a lot of pre-market action higher than that level, and then that 200 and 280. That's yesterday's close. We want to get in around there. Beat Fanatic. For FYI, y'all, Mullen has till September 5th to get over $1, so reverse split isn't as imminent as it was before they got extension on 9/5/23. Okay, shout out to Beat Fanatic for that. Again, Mullen not one of those ones that we touch. I don't know if Neil was on that this morning, but yeah, I'm looking at that. But yeah, shout out to you for that. Just one of those ones that doesn't jive. Do you really like these sub $1 stocks?
No.
No. Do you filter above $1?
I don't filter above $1 because I like the $1 break. You can get in there with like
True.
Sometimes you can get in like a half-cent risk
Yeah.
on a $1 break, and
Right.
maybe you get the move to 125. I am looking at Oxy right now. Somebody asked me to pull it up in the chat, and
for it.
we're right at that 62 level. We got size on the offer, consolidating a little bit, or reserving a little bit, sorry, at 99. So if this breaks, I'm going to take the breakout and see if we can get up to the 50s, and then that 63 level that we like.
Show his screen. He was talking about, yeah. There you go. You just want to go over that again? Because your screen wasn't up. Yeah, all good.
Yeah, so we got the 62. We broke high of day. I should have gotten in here at high of day and just kind of rode it up. It just wasn't doing enough on the tape for me, but now we got this 62 level, and I like it, so let's see if we can catch a breakout here. Just give it down to like that prior high of day of 75, and maybe move up to 63.
Said 63 level. Okay. Meta moving up. We're looking. We saw 20s there. Went up to 220. We're still looking for continuations. We haven't broken through that important level that we've been rejecting off the entire morning. Yes, the entire morning, which is that 50 period on the 5. It's been a very clear level of resistance on the way down. So if we can break above that level decidedly, let me show you guys that visual representation of that because I'm looking at it on my side chart and you guys aren't seeing it. This is the 5 right here, and this is the red line is the 50 period. I like how you have your red line as the 50 period as well.
Yeah.
So that jives. Yeah, so now finally breaking above it, but we saw the wicks above it earlier. It didn't close above it. We need to close. I need a 5-minute candle close above the 50 on the 5. So that's what I'm looking for there, and then we're looking for that 200 and 59 breakout, which is technically the high of day. I'm looking for continuation. There we go. Let's go into the 30s, baby.
Let's go.
Let's go. I'm waiting for more. Let's go. So let's pump up to the high side. Meta moving here, and we're looking for continuation on this bad boy. Let's go.
We also got VKTX going for high of day again. Let's see if this one can finally get that volume into it, if we can break this high of day. I was really interested in the 1450.
User, dude, I didn't slam the mouse. I'm not going to get fired. Sean's right next to me. I slammed the desk, right? Bang, there we go. No, that was the desk. That wasn't the mouse. Come on, man. You should know me better than that. I'm not a violent guy. But yeah, Meta's still doing that dance, Max. Yeah, it's breaking above it, but it doesn't want to hold above it. I'm not sold on the move. What's up? Happening now, guys. Brendo is at the big desk with Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, lunchtime. Let's jump into what is happening now, including Fed's bar. This testimony, I guess is the best way to call it, still underway here. So Fed's bar among 2 or 3 others testifying in front of the Senate Banking Committee right now. So still expect the possibility, at least, of some comments coming through. They are speaking primarily on the banks, though, not necessarily monetary policy coming up whatsoever. So shouldn't be overall affecting the market. Speaking of, down to 0.05. We almost got back to positive territory there, but back to just 0.05 for the S&P, 0.25% higher right now for the Dow. 0.2 there for the Russell 2000. Once again today, as we were saying, it's NASDAQ lagging, 0.5 for the composite, 100.62 to the downside. Yeah, this happened going back to just after we ended at 11 o'clock there. Apple officially introducing Apple Pay Later, which has Affirm at day lows. So 5.3%. There was a big spike when that first came out there for Affirm, but 5.3% now at day lows, guys, for Affirm. Back over to you.
So that's finally a thing now. Apple Pay Later, okay. I mean, I guess good night to Affirm and all these other. No, of course not. They'll probably diversify their market. I know that they were trying to weasel their way in with Amazon. Have they? I haven't used Amazon in a while. Do you use Amazon?
I haven't ordered on anything on Prime in so long. It's
No
very
way,
weird.
yeah.
I used to order everything on Amazon, and
During
now
the pandemic.
I guess that's what it was.
Yeah.
But my habits have changed, and I'm long Amazon in the personal, so maybe that's
Yeah.
maybe we should get out of that.
Well, yeah. I don't know. No, I mean, Amazon's a rock solid company. I'm not going to talk smack about Amazon.
Yeah.
Guys, we're long here. We scalped out a few pieces through this 30, 40, and then 50 break. We didn't quite get the 50 break there. We got some out at 46s. We're talking about Meta. Now, we kind of broken that 50 period here, but I don't want this to be a bit of a bull trap. You need to see continuation. We haven't broken through technically the day's high, which again is 259. We're doing that dance a little bit below the $0.50. Where did we get up to there? We got up to 49s exactly. We're not able to break the $0.50. It's kind of a secular move, though, quite frankly, except for Google. Google's kind of moving up and to the right a little bit as well. Everything else is kind of consolidative. Moving to the side, we're not really doing much.
Your BMEA is taking out VWAP, took out that 27 level.
I hate
so,
BMEA.
Let's see where that goes. Also, VKTX going for 15, and there was a massive offer on 15. So I'm taking this long if it breaks. What was my level on this? I think it was 17 I liked as the next level. And this thing has so much room on the daily chart. All-time high was 24, I believe. Let's take a look.
Are you able to change the ticker there by clicking the drop-down list?
No.
How did you do that? Oh, no, okay. You were changing the time frame.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, changing the time frame.
I was like, yo, how come you have another feature I don't have? No, someone's saying Meta rising wedge. Yeah, so essentially what you're saying is right, where we see consecutively higher lows, but we don't necessarily see a higher high. We see, the same high being tested over and over. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there, and those are, in the CMT materials, it actually tells you what the likelihood of the the likelihood the pattern is actually going to be proved to be profitable is depending on where in the chart it takes place. So bottoms, what are the odds of that chart, that pattern showing up near a bottom and then it being profitable to the top side? What if it shows up at a top? And so you have to kind of like memorize all these different data points if you want to use these chart patterns. I'm not there yet, but yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what it says with respect to bottoms, but I feel like wedges are better near bottoms possible for reversal patterns, but I'll have to look that up, so don't quote me on that. But here we go. Yeah, we're getting a bit of a retracement here on Meta, looking to test that 50 period on the 5-minute chart that we were having trouble breaking. So former area of resistance, hopefully acting as current area of support. And then we do get that continuation, and then this is just like a momentary 3-4 minute pullback. We'll have to break those highs, though, if we see that continuation. We're not seeing that in Microsoft. We're not seeing that in Tesla, Apple, or Amazon. We are seeing a little bit of strength, again, like I want to say in Google, but the market now rejecting, and I may have to look at this meta trade and be like, hey, I should be getting out here unless it's going to be secular, because the market looking kind of reject a little bit. Every time it touches VWAP on the NQ, it's rejecting, and we're kind of having a bit of a tougher time reaching that 4,010 level also on the ES. So the future is not looking as good. So if you're taking some of these big cappers long, I always like to have my eye on the futures.
We're still chilling in that range that you and I were talking about yesterday, that 4,000 to 4,010. It's
right?
just like we're addicted to that 4,005 price on the futures these days.
Futures have been tough to trade lately. I don't know how Dan Emmons feels. But.
Just wanted to update on OSCR. I did get out when we broke down the low of this consolidation, this little wick here. So we'll look to see if we can get into $6, but for now the sellers are in control. We'll look for a trend break back to the upside to get back into this one, because I do still think we have room to 750 on this guy.
On Oscar. Nice.
And we're about to get filled, I believe, on VKTX on that 15 price. Let's see if we can get up there. We're just consolidating. I see an offer there of 2,000 lots, which is what, 200,000 shares? Yes, 200,000 shares, which is, that's good size, especially like you don't normally see offers like that on a small cap at these levels. So I think we could get quite an explosive move if we do take that out. Oxy as well moving back up. I did want to take the 62 break on that one. I don't know if I want to take both of these at the same time, but maybe we'll do smaller size on Oxy if that one breaks.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Well, I'm still waiting here on this meta. We're popping back up into the 30s. So take another just tiny piece out there to de-risk a little bit, but I'm keeping my 50 break as is. Now we're long 86s on Meta. You know that the cost basis will go down every time I get more out. So that's what's happening there. In case anybody's wondering why my entry on the position bar is 86s. Is 86s, it's because I averaged in onto this one, so I don't have just one entry. So the way that P-Pro works, I think it just takes us some from the top first, from your initial entry, and then starts taking out some from the lower ones. So that's the math behind that. Anyway, I was worried a little bit. What?
You're a bit of a meta whisperer, huh?
Yeah.
Both on the long-term investments and
well,
you're just always
see.
up here crushing Meta.
No, man, it's not even about that. Meta's slapping in the face a bunch of times. But, yeah, no, we're holding now. But let's just see if we can get continuation, because these futures, I don't know, man. They don't look very good. All right, what's the chat up to here? Sharif, NQ was a great trade this morning, but ES is stuck inside the 30-second opening range. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And let's look at what Dan is talking about. Shout out Dan Emmons. This is what Dan's talking about right here. So this is where we're at, right? And this is kind of where we're stuck in between that level, right? Yeah, it's a tough one, right? I mean, I feel like this one was a good 4,000 bounce yesterday. Let's move back to that one. So this is what I'm talking about. We kind of, we did that move all the way up to 435, and then we came back to 4,000. You recall, I tried to take a lot of these big cappers long at these 4,000 bounce. It didn't work because the big cappers were not moving with the ES, but the futures trade was absolutely solid. You took that 4,000 bounce yesterday, you printed, Okay, if you held, obviously, we got up to 40.27 off that bounce, so you could have taken several points in there, and then we never tested 4,000 again that rest of the day until the close. So that 4,000 was tradable yesterday. I feel like today is obviously not that day, as we're just like, we're doing that dance with 4,000. No,
yeah, we kind of gave up the level, right?
Exactly.
So once you give it up, it's no longer really super valid to go just long off 4,000 when we were down at 39.90 earlier.
We're not as funny. I am long Sharif's t-shirt. I love it. Joke.
Somebody asked in the chat
jokes.
earlier if we color coordinate. Were you wearing purple yesterday
Hold on,
too?
dude. Yeah, Bradley came in this morning. He's like, yo, what's with Blue Gang? Brendo, Neil, myself, and like you. You're part of Blue Gang too. Sean was like one odd, but he's got a lot of blue in his shirt though. And he hits the. So why? Why the toilet flush? Darwin says it reminds me of summer. BMEA on fire. Don't remind me, man. BMEA was the bane of my existence. I mean, there was a lot of bamboozlement there, right?
It's kind of that classic small cap manipulation pattern where
For sure.
it goes down, makes a consolidation range, and then blasts off.
I'm like that sucker whose money got taken. Like, look at this, right? Holds VWAP, holds VWAP, holds VWAP. You're looking for a VWAP hold here and then a bounce. It breaks VWAP quite decidedly. So VWAP was, at the time, 25.35. It got down to 24.18. So it was a buck plus. So even if you had a fair degree of range there on your stop, you got bamboozled unless you punched back in, and then it's been stair-stepping up to the top here. We could easily see 29.49. But this is the thing, like, why didn't I get in here? Well, because I was in other trades. But, like, look at the stair-stepping up. This is a 5-minute candle, so it looks a lot cleaner than probably the 1 minute. Let's have a look at the 1 minute. Oh, 1 minute looks pretty damn good, too. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, and even if you took the breakout of this range here at 27, you're 57 pennies in the money right now, probably more earlier. So
we're about to break 15 on VKTX. We're going to get long on this break. There's still 1,500 lots, but it is coming off quickly. Let's see what happens here. They take 600. They can't take the rest. I hate waiting.
I know.
I hate waiting, but patience pays, as they say.
So what? Keep going.
All right, we're also, we did get long Oxy on that 62 break, so I am giving it to the low of that consolidation at 61.75, and then see if we can get up. 62.44 will be my first out, and then after that, I want to see that 63. I think we can get there today. Oil has been strong. Let's see if Oxy can continue going, and they're still trying to break this offer on VKTX. Now we're long.
Now you're long, right?
We are long. I'm going to get out if this fails. I do not want to be long this stock if this fail breaks.
Yeah, I'm
so
watching.
like 95 is kind of the out here. I'm really honestly looking for a halt up. Like, I think that this stock can really go if we get moving here.
Good trade, dude. So where you're long 15 on the dot?
15 on the dot, yeah.
All right, beauty.
That was a money fill there, and we got up to 19s here.
That's a solid trade.
First out, kind of 48 level.
Yeah.
I think, like, I don't want to be taking profit on this for 20 cents. Like, this stock is one that moves dollars at a time. So, so it's broken through 15. Let's see if we can reclaim. If we don't reclaim, I am going to be out because we are not holding this one against us.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of bamboozlement today, man.
A little bit of bamboozlement here. All right, we're done with this one. We're out of that. The short is in, maybe. Probably not. I'm sure they soak this one back up when we get to 17 eventually.
Yeah, like
see
just
what's
like
going on
BMEA.
with Oxy. On the other hand, Oxy's still chilling.
day's highs.
Still chilling, just consolidating up, happy with the position, smaller size so I can give it a real stop there. And yeah, Oxy to 63. I'm calling it now.
Sean is so funny. He's like, I've never done. I don't know. He's responding to Brad. It just made me giggle. All right. Here's the deal. We're printing lower on the NQs, and we're printing lower on the ES, and Meta's holding these 2020 levels. So part of me says, get out while you're still in the profit because the futures are pointing down. And then another part of me says, hold it because it's a secular move. right? And then it just really depends on which one's the more wise and which one you end up listening to on whatever occasion. Because I feel like I don't listen to the same voice in my head on a consistent basis. It's usually different voices that win out at different times. No, I'm kidding. I'm just spitballing here, guys. I'm just spitballing here. Yeah, but I'm holding this level. I'm not going to get out. I know that we're curling and rejecting off the VWAP on the NQ, and that we're testing that 4,000 level again on the ES, but I've got 86 longs here, so I can allow it to go a little bit of against me. It's obviously a bit of a stronger name at the moment. It's above VWAP. Everything else except Google is below VWAP at the moment. I'm talking about the other big tech names. So, if I can hold on to this one for an eventual bounce on the market, I feel like this one might be the winner, but I can only hold it so much. So we'll have to see what happens here. The Hayes Records, shout out to you, my friend. $1.99 super chat said, "What's Mr. Beast doing sitting beside Sharif?" Yeah, we've seen a lot of Mr. Beast comments coming in. They've been coming hot and heavy, fast and furious. And here we go. I got to get to this meta trade here because it is flushing right back down near my entry back at 86. And there we go. It is moving down aggressively as these futures also move down. I mean, I can get out here. I'm kind of stubborn, though. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, let's get out. Okay, why isn't it letting me out? Okay, so I got to go like this. Oh, because I've got that open. Should I get out? Should I get out? Yeah, we're going to get out. I mean,
feels
take
like
a
this
little bit of
market
a
just wants
profitable
to,
trade. The market's not doing what I anticipate doing. I can't just force it to do what I do. So get out, break even on the remaining portion. But we take out, these 4 outs here were all profitable, obviously, but continues to move to the downside. I'm not opposed to getting back into this. Especially if we really show a decided trend on the futures. I think that, if the NQ takes VWAP to the north side, I think that would be a really nice sign and to take something long. But otherwise, at the moment, I'm not just going to do a dance with these stocks for no reason. Michael Lloyd saying, let's be honest, boring market. Geez, yeah, you take the market that's given to you. The small cappers are moving today. Obviously, I haven't had my small capper, wand with me today because I have not been trading them well. It's been a minute since we've been trading these small cappers, so I'll have to wake up to these again. But yeah, they're back in play while the ES kind of just does and the NQ does whatever consolidates at key levels 4,000 on the ES here, Max.
Yeah, we got a bit of a 28 top here on BMEA, so I'm wondering was there a reserve there? Did it break 28? We broke the 27 and only went down a couple pennies before we made this move up to 28. So maybe 28 is the trigger to get up to the highs. I do really like the 30 break on this stock. All-time highs. I mean, what more can you ask for on a small cap that's halting up? So let's see what happens here. I'm not going to get long on a dip because I just don't know where to risk it off of. We're so high off of VWAP right now. The 50 period's kind of flat, so it's kind of useless. So we'll just wait, try to catch a breakout if this thing decides to actually move. VKTX just kind of kept falling, nothing there, didn't reclaim that 15, so they got me. Hopefully you guys in the chat are short this one. I do have the shorts, but I'm not really looking short until we break back below 14 on this one. And Oxy looks like it could stop me out. We're back down to the 50 period. Back down to the 50, but we're bouncing off it kind of nicely. So let's see if Oxy can get back up into that 62. And we got some offers layered out up here if it wants to keep going. What else are we looking at? OSCR close to VWAP. Let's see that one. We wanted to get the 6 dip on this, but we're still not close to it yet. Yeah, we're still kind of high off VWAP to call it a VWAP dip. I just don't see it yet on this one. But $6, $6.10, this kind of breakout level here, $6.10. Maybe we can catch a dip around there and then back up. We still have the juice on this one. It was a super chat. This guy looks like 90s Lewis and Clark. I don't even know what that is, so sorry. Neil is into INTC. Neil is always trading INTC, eh? off high of day, 29.17. What a price.
Yo, turn my mic off. My mic good? Yo,
What's going on, Sean?
how's it going?
Good.
Man, I can't believe I'm sitting beside Mr. Beast. This is fucking amazing. If my kids ever saw this, wow, they would be like, man, what is going on right here? I'm just sitting here because Sharif just took a little bit of a break. So how do you like, yeah, Sharif, calm down. I got this, my guy.
Look at this meta drop.
You want to sit here and trade it?
No, I'm out of it.
Oh, you're out of it. So how has hosting been?
It's hard to trade up here. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
it's a
lie.
little more difficult than people think.
Yeah, I like to watch the tape all the time, and now I got 60 things going on at the same time.
I know. My only tip to you is that what I noticed last week when Arun was here, right, is that there's a lot of traders that are interested in just talking about, you know, your strategies, or not yours and specifically, but any kind of trading strategy, starting off where you came from, stuff you're looking at. So I feel like, although there's a lot of stuff to look at, try to stay in your zone a little bit. I know that's hard to do, but these guys will let you calm down. Sharif will be able to handle everything on the other side of it, and then you'll just be able to sit here and watch some of these trades. I'm short Apple off of, and I think that's part of why, Max, why I started this sticky note, was because you're sitting here and you're thinking about all these things.
Yeah.
And it's like you want to look down and say, what was that stock I was thinking about? And then I can see here my guy Sharif has about 1 million sticky notes here as well. Do you want anything to drink? Says this sticky note, for example. So, you know, little things like that. But yeah, definitely watch your key levels and watch what's going on. And I think that you're doing a bang up of a job here. As I see Apple's getting to new highs here. So I'm going to go back. What's up, Tynus? What's up, everybody? Go long Tesla. Yeah, I got out of Tesla again right there. So, all right. Yeah, Luca's gone fishing. So he finally got that big sponsorship from Bass Pro Mills, and he got there. They offered him a speedboat, and he's gone. No, Luca decided to pursue other opportunities. I have no idea what those are, but that's what he's trying to do. So we're excited for Luca and for everybody here, and welcome Max to the show. What's up, Adam DeLuz and everybody like that? I'm going to go attend to this Apple. I still like the short in front of 157, so I'm actually going to go get more short. We're out of half of it on this move down. So shout out to everybody. I'm going to hand it back to the guys that know what they're doing.
Thank you, Sean. Now, yeah, Oxy's getting back up. I was kind of concerned that we were going to get stopped out here. It wasn't looking good for a second, but we come down to that 50 period. They always come to the 50 period, and now we're back up to 62. I'm chilling, waiting for 30s, waiting for 40s, and then I'm going to hold the bulk of this position, 263 if we can get there. Also, Baba is breaking out like crazy right now. Baba?
No way.
Baba's going to 97. This stock, once it moves, it moves. This is what we were talking about. Chinese markets closed and we start trending up. Baba's going to just keep going.
I'm an idiot, man. I take the one best trade and I got out of it too soon, and then I get into a bunch of boneheaded trades. Baba was the one. It is the chosen one. Let's have a look here at Baba real quick. BABA. I had to put on my headphone. Sorry, guys.
Yay,
I've got some food.
yay.
Who put that on? I love that. Who had that one? Okay, so the guys in the back do it. Yeah, but Baba moving up now, looking to test that 97.16. We are real close. We're at that 96.60s. It's been stair-stepping back up, breaking through, making that 95.50 level that I talked about earlier look like a nothing burger. Meta also bouncing off VWAP here. Do we have renewed strength in Meta here as a result of this VWAP dip? Where was that VWAP level? Again, I'm not opposed to getting back into this at all. 99.40, I want to say, is that VWAP level. We're at 60s right now, mid-50s. This might be an interesting area here to get long, but again, you know, I hate having to make these decisions because the market feels like it's a bamboozlement market, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to get long here on this VWAP dip, and we'll look to defend that VWAP area. If it breaks VWAP, we'll get out. You know, took a nice little winner on it initially and then have to go break even on the rest as they kind of rejected. But we shall see what happens here if the market wants to turn to the north side, and maybe the NQ can test VWAP again at 12,720, I want to say, in and around that area. That'd be great. And if Meta pops up with it, all the better. What do you got there? I see a whole bunch of profit takers getting lined up.
Yeah, we're starting to move to the high side on Oxy, just grinding up. This is what it does all day, and feeling good about this one. I think we're gonna at least get one fill here. Give me one profit taker fill since I sat up here. Also, that VKTX just went for 15 again. So let's see if there's size on there again. But VKTX is not done yet, apparently. Maybe we take this back through 15 one more time. I don't know. How many times is this stock going to get me today? Yeah, I think we'll hold off on this one. But, I mean, the room is there to 24 bucks on this. Do we finally halt up today if we take out this high again?
BKTX?
I don't
know, man.
We got 50 mil of volume. You know, this thing has done enough to really get going.
We are at day's low right now on Amazon. 97.16. We're really printing south side here, so we're about to break day's low. If anybody looking for key levels on that particular stock, you know, could be a double bounce move here. Obviously, the futures have to cooperate. Amazon looks relatively weak on the day. It's pointing down into the right, and it's below VWAP, so it's look poised. I want to say the majority of the day here to head to the south side, and it's been printing lower. Likewise with Tesla, as we're seeing that too. We're back at VWAP here for Meta. If we don't hold VWAP, I'm out. This is a nice little quarter position here to try my hand at this level. I'll be adding right at VWAP, then if it breaks VWAP, I'll be gone on that one. And we shall see. But yeah, Baba heading to the high side, huh?
Yeah, Baba, that 97.50 kind of area is something that I'm interested in on the daily chart. So maybe that's the ultimate target for the long. I mean, this is showing so much strength today. We could rally all day. Baba 100, calling it here. Baba's going to $100 today. I think get long now. It's going to the moon.
Put in your orders,
Baba's going to 100 today. Not financial advice, Brad says.
Yeah, that's Brad.
That is not financial advice.
Yeah, here's the daily on Baba. We haven't been up here since February 23rd. Obviously, look how sporadic this action is. There's no continuity because a lot of the opening prints at 4 a.m. take place on unusual volume because they're being traded based on the Asian markets, right? Because the Asian markets are live at that time at 4 a.m. And so they've moved on the Hang Seng or on the Shanghai Exchange or whatever. They're listed, and then the corresponding moves here take place on the North American markets, and that's why there's all these kind of gapping moves, and that's including the pre-market hours. So on these charts, I've included pre-market and aftermarket price action to be included, but there's still a lot of gapping. So these ones move a lot in the pre-market, and what I've been noticing lately is that they do the majority of the move in the pre-market, and then the move is sold off midday on the North American time frame, but not the case today.
When they go on the North American, they
really held.
BMEA is back up to this 28. I'm going to take the breakout.
Go.
I'm taking the breakout here. It was reserving a little bit on the offer on 28, so this breaks out. We can halt up, get our 30 break, move to 33. I think the long is in on this one so far. We'll see if we can break 28 here.
Dan Emmons saying that Oxy, new highs, everyone piggybacking off Warren Buffett today. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Thanks for that, Dan. Let's have a look at Oxy real quick. We're still in this meta trade, by the way, but we're trying to coax it. Oxy now up to 4 percentage points. This one's been a nice trade. Obviously, kind of not really respecting any of my indicators, but you know, it's one of those ones where you just have to look at it and you have to leave this one. A lot. If you're trying to day trade these ranges, I feel like it's tough because you have wide ranges and then you have narrow ranges. Then they go wide, so it's all sorts of bamboozlement price action. Let's have a look at the 5-minute real quick. Yeah, okay, some decent. Yeah, this is it's a lot easier a lot clearer to look at here on the 5-minute anyway. Yeah, this has been great. Let's have a look at the daily, see where we're going to encounter resistance. Right offhand, that peak right here about 63.50. The close is around where we're at right now. So this peak over here, back on March 8th, that the close of that candle was around where we're at. The peak, though, is about that 63.50. And then above that, we're looking at that 68 level. There was a lot of action between 67 and 68. That took place in January, so these are the levels we're looking for. I don't know if we get continuation here. We're going to need something bigger than Uncle Warren just hitting the buy button to kind of get this going. Oh, Meta is absolutely flushing to the downside here. Let's see what we do. Get continuation, so I'm going to have to get out of that. That ends up being a loser. Frustrating day to trade these big cappers. You know, it's probably one of those days where I would not have taken a trade. You know, I didn't have to, but yeah, this one showed like it was strong earlier and kind of just bamboozles you into thinking that it's got relative strength in. There we go. So we're out of that one.
Well, speaking of large caps, I'm into AMD here. Somebody in the chat asked me to check it out. And look, it is at my 93 level. This is where I like this stock. I'm giving it to low of day. I'm long 93.05 right now, I believe. Yeah, 93.05. I think that we can get the move at least into 35s here. And then, you know, maybe we get that trend change, 50 period break, and get back up to like 93.80. I like this stock. I like this level. Let's see where this can go. Let's check if, how is our Oxy trade doing right now? Oxy's still just chilling, so I'm gonna chill on Oxy. And BMEA kind of rejected that 28 again, so somebody's selling up there, but they don't want to show their size. So we'll see what happens on this one. But that 28 break, still looking kind of juicy on that one for that move to the high of day again. What else do we got here? OSCR, still consolidating, touching that 50 period. It never got to that $6 price that we wanted it at, unfortunately.
I have that dip trade set up. It hasn't
You still
gone
have
there.
that trade, that bid in there? Yeah, it's still not making the move down, but like this is starting to curl. Maybe this is the next one to make that move up, break the 50 period. That 660 level, I'm top wick there on the buy, sadly, but maybe that's the breakout level now to try to get back up into that $7. Let's see what's happening with our AMD here. All right, so AMD is pumping. We have the level on AMD. We have AMD's number today. 93 is the level. Let's see this thing get out to the 40s. That will be my first offer at 39. Anybody who wants to front run me, feel free, because this thing is going to view up. I'm looking for 80s on this trade.
Look at this flush on Meta. My goodness, talk about coming out of nowhere. This is an aggressive flush. Bit of a double top, kind of looks like on the 5-minute. Didn't see that coming, to be honest with you. But now, ex post facto, look at this. And then break right back down to test these lows. Technically, the low is at 197.90, but in the 198 area. But a lot of the price action taking place at that 198.50. So we are, you know, near day's lows, but we're still stepping down into the right on these NQs, and that, you know, VWAP rejection on the NQ June contract has been holding up. So, you know, you're not getting much action at all on these futures. It's probably one of those days where, for me anyway, it would have been better not to take any trades at all, or just take this BABA trade and not take any more trades, because, you know, these levels are just, for me, they're not tradable, right? I mean, they're kind of sporadic and not giving you opportunities. The BABA trade is absolute money. It's continuing to head to the high side. Wow, you should just punch back into that. My goodness.
Yeah, that consolidation breakout at that 96.30 level looks pretty money on BABA. This AMD is pumping. We got to 37 there. I'm offering out 39s, but that's just the first profit taker on this one. We're looking for, you know, the real move up to VWAP, and then see if AMD can get back to this 94 level. There we go. We're filled. Finally, we get a profit taker today. I'm not stopped out for the first time all day. Looking for 93.74 now, and then move through 94, and then up to 94.50. And Oxy is also almost hitting my first profit taker at 29s, just slowly grinding up. This one is, you know, you got to be patient on this one, but it's looking good. It's looking good. We risked about 20 cents here, and we're looking to get 30 and then 40. So kind of a 2-to-1-ish trade here, looking pretty good to me.
you remember that Visa stock we were trading yesterday? It's on the other side of the coin today.
I
so
did
it's
see that.
down 38%. This would have been nice to trade too. That's why I had these. I added my my top like the biggest laggards on the day as in addition to the biggest gappers on the day. I should call them the biggest crappers on the day as the biggest gappers on the day. Yeah. So looking
look at this AMD.
What is AMD
We're flying,
doing?
man. We are flying on AMD.
What's
Pump
happening
it. Last
on it?
chance to get on the boat before we crack VWAP and get to 95. I am chilling in this trade. Pretty
What is
happy with
happening
this
there?
one.
Oh, what a nice move that is. 93 hold, and it's pumping back to the high side. Are we seeing a move here on the NQ? Yeah, you're getting a bit of a move, but really, it's more AMD specific.
Let's see, what's Nvidia doing right now? Probably pumping with AMD. Are the chips strong at the moment? Did they finally catch a bid? Look at Nvidia pumping, AMD's pumping. We are killing it right now.
We're moving, eh?
Chips are strong.
Finally.
The bid is in, finally. We've been waiting all day for this.
It's moving now. Yeah, wow. We're moving nicely here on, let's look at the chips here real quick. Here is the microchip. Yeah, this one right here where we're not really seeing it go green yet, but I mean, like, look, this could change, right? So a lot of it, this is change since 4 a.m. and then this has changed since open in this column over here. So it's since 9:30. So that might be going green. You already have Intel. That just went green since the open, but not since the day, not since 4 a.m. So we shall see what we get with that for continuation. But yeah, Nvidia keeping towards the recent highs here as well. So some of these, hey man, let's get into this. Stop talking about it, baby. Let's go in here and let's take off Meta. Let's take off Apple. I'm not trading Apple. Let's have a look at AMD. And where are we going to look here? Okay, so we got VWAP coming in at around that 93.84. What do you see as your levels on AMD? Are you looking at a 94.50 break, or what's up with that?
AMD, what do we got here? AMD has been kind of rangy as of late. So my next kind of area is this 75 where I have my out. And then after that, I mean, let me try to pull up the 30 here. But previously, we had all these wicks down to kind of 93, and they all recover into this 94.20 and then 95 kind of area. So I'm kind of looking 95 as my ultimate target on this one. If we can really catch a bid in the chips and the futures cooperate with us. Mm-hmm. But we're almost there now. 10 more cents. Come on.
Yeah, it's going. Oh, I'm going to join you on that. Okay, let's see. If we can make a VWAP retracement here and maybe take it back up into 94, maybe even break that top. Who knows? Down 3% on the day. People always saying in the chat, you're always against the trend. Yeah, you know, sometimes it does feel that way. Renata Haddad sending you, I don't know what JOD is. What's JOD, guys? Jordanian, okay, I think it's something Jordanian. I have to see. Dinars, yeah, Jordanian dinars. Sending you to Jordanian. Thank you for checking AMD, and that was you. So shout out to you on that. All right, so I'm long with you on that one. Where'd I get long?
All right, AMD just got to 72s there.
Oh, baby. Got long 64s. Like,
Three more cents.
Oh, you'll
Three
get
more
some
cents.
more.
Look at all these guys front running me. Come on,
Yeah, I
let
know,
it go.
right?
Let it go.
Yeah, you can't say the level out loud. The algos hear it, and then they punch against you.
No,
right?
I'm way smarter than the bots, man. This thing's
know.
going up to the highs. I'm offering out 95s right now.
Are we moving here on AMD? Are we going to get a north print? Are we going to get a curl on these futures? It has been a poopy scoopy day, I would say, on some of these moves. Poopy scoopy. There you go, baby. Yeah, Dinar, Lawrence. Thank you, Lawrence of Nvidia. That's hilarious. This guy's name is Lawrence of Nvidia, not Lawrence of Arabia, but Lawrence of Nvidia. I do like that name. Shout out to you for that. Neil saying Netflix is back to support. Let's pull up our friend NFLX. Almost back. Or is it? All right, let's have a look. This one has been interesting. It's had good green moves the past couple of days right at the open, then it kind of gives it back. Like, have a look at yesterday's price action, too. Kind of did that same thing. Look at this. Big green move right off the open, then gives the majority of it back. Yeah, this is yesterday's close. This is, sorry, that was the day, Friday's close right over here, and now this is yesterday's close right down here. Bring it down. at that 327.50-ish level. So let's go back to today's price action. We're well below that. So yeah, we shall see. We're looking at that 24 level. I think, Neil, you're looking at that 24, 25 level? 324? Maybe even a little bit under, he's saying. Yeah, 323.40, that's technically the low on the day. That was made right at the bell there. But a lot of the price action taking place 324. But you know how these ones are. They may not be as, strict in holding the level as you may like. So you're going to have to make concessions and therefore make room. So shout out to you guys on that poopy scoopy kind of day. Haha, shout out Michael Floyd. Yeah, no, I hear you. Sean is shorting AMD at these levels. You're shorting AMD, so I better start taking some profits because I'm long. Right? I know, right? This guy. There we go. So I take a little bit out there. Yeah, and he's looking, I'm assuming you're looking for a VWAP projection. He is looking for a VWAP projection on AMD. I'm going to get out. I don't feel confident with Sean in this trade. Yeah, this is not my best trading day. Here we go. So I got out of that real quick. Yeah, where are we here? We're moving back to the low on a lot of these big cappers. We are at lows on, we're low on Tesla. We are near lows on Amazon. We're near lows on Google. So yeah, it's a poopy scoopy kind of day unless you're in Bob.
Poopy scoopy kind of day, eh?
Is there any way to get coffee?
No.
No?
Let's go back to Oxy.
We need something.
Going back to Oxy, I think I'm going to trail this one back to 61.95 kind of. It's not going as fast as I wanted to. We're just kind of waiting here. I'm getting bored. I don't want to lose all the way down to here now on this one because we've kind of taken out these levels. So if we give up the 50 period, I'm kind of done with this trade now. It hasn't touched any of my offers yet. We'll see what happens with Oxy. And then AMD, we're still chilling in this one. I got my offers out. See if we can come back up. Bounced 1 cent off my offer. I'm never telling you guys where I'm offering out again. Oh, we just broke 390,000 subscribers there, Sharif.
We did. There you go.
We did.
Okay.
Look at that.
We're flowing through there, baby. Okay. What's going on with all these subs? Okay. I don't know what that means, Farm Trader. Is that a stock? And you were looking at something though. You can keep continuing.
Yeah, so I think let's see what happens with AMD here, but we obviously have to trail this out somewhere. I'm thinking maybe this high right here, so I'll give it to 29s. If this wants to go, it'll go. If not, we still made money, so still a big trade on this one. And Oxy just pumped up. I'm talking bad about it, and it shows me that it's great. Look at this. I think maybe I'm going to take some 19s here because of how slow this is moving. But then we're still looking for that 63 level if we decide to trend this afternoon. So see if we can get out some 19s and go back to AMD, which looks like it probably wants to fill me. There we go. Nice. We get the fill on AMD.
And I got right back into that too.
Next.
I'm like, no, I'm not going to.
You got back in?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, let's go. One desk versus the other? I don't know.
I know, right? I know. Well, the reason is because we're curling on the NQ. And if we're curling on the NQ, then you got to assume we may retrace back into VWAP. If we do, then you got to assume some of these semis and some of these big cappers may recurl with it as well. So thank you. Yes, we did break 390,000 subs. We can see it on the screen. Shout out to the best viewing base out there on YouTube, guys. You guys did that, and we're scalping as we do that. So let's continue to take these longs here, and I'm looking for a momentary scalp, a momentary move on the way up. I gotta concentrate on what I'm saying. I need coffee.
You need that spro.
Give your boy a shout out, Ponzi Fonzie. Yeah, we give you shout outs every day, bro. So I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, man, Baba's continuing to make these highs. We're seeing a nice curl on some of these chips as well.
We got VKTX that just took out that 15 finally. Oops, on the wrong screen here.
You can show his chart.
VKTX trying to take the high out again. Still struggling with that 1520. So I don't know. This is a choppy one today, but if you were buying dips like I was trying to do earlier on, this is a great name for a lot of people, I imagine. I don't know. Let's see where this can go. I don't see a trade in it for myself anymore because we're just like kind of grinding up on this one. We're kind of doing the same thing as Oxy, and like I don't want to take a breakout on this one and end up, I can't scroll for some reason. Anyway, end up getting smoked on something. So maybe, I don't know. I got nothing on this guy for myself, but congratulations to anybody who's long right now because this thing is just moving.
Coffee's on the way, apparently, so thank goodness. In case you guys are wondering, the coffee machine is busted in the back office, so we weren't able to make Spros and all the other goodies that we make on a daily basis here. Back to Meta. What are we doing here with Meta? We're kind of trying to curl right back into VWAP. VWAP's around close to that 199.50. I mean, I don't want to have to take trades just for the sake of taking trades. I don't see any trades on at the moment. I'll just stay in the one that I'm in at the moment. But yeah, the one that I really lament getting out of is the BABA trade as it continues to pump to the high side now. 90, almost knocking on the door of $98. So
wow.
A hell of a trade.
Wow.
Whoever held the move there on BABA. As yeah, now we are 97.97. So very close for that one to break. Someone's saying Affirm Dump Fest 2023. Let's look at the fintech here, AFRM. Yeah, down 8.4%. Affirm moving down. I'm assuming that has something to do with the Apple Play announcement. You know, we kind of giggled about that when Brendo brought it to us. We giggled about it, but there was a spike down 11:30, bought back up, and now it's trending right back down.
Wow,
let's jump on that
short.
train.
Yeah.
Let's jump on that train, but I want to look at levels real quick so that I just don't get bamboozled. Pardon me? Neil wants me to look at the 15 on the firm. Let me look at the 15 real quick here. Yeah, so we do see it clearly at bottom, that 915, 910 level. Bring in the level here. Actually, let me look at the 30. That's probably a bit better. Yeah, so we definitely have a bit of a bottom here, 9, 910, 915 on the 30. So there may be some more roomage to the downside here. So let's have a look at our friend Affirm and see what we're going to do on that one. Yeah, I want to keep the meta trade on Oscar. Yeah, AFRM, that's an NQ stock. So, yeah, so we have probably a bit of more room here. So let's go ahead and punch on Affirm. We'll take that one south. Let's see what it does. Obviously looking for any retracements into the 50 period for a good ad spot on Affirm. So starting off with some nice shareage here as we see what's what. That's a meaningless tautology. Where is it, baby? That gives me like 3 seconds of break. Right. All right, let's move up. We're moving up on AMD here. We're starting to knock on VWAP again. It gets me excited, and then we end up rejecting our VWAP. We need a VWAP decided break here to get to the north side. I'm going to take some more shareage out at that $0.75 area. If I can hit the keys, there we go. Touch back into 77s. If we can get some continuation, but I feel like it is finding some weakness at that VWAP level, but we shall see. So we have that Affirm short, we have that AMD long, and I'm looking at Meta, and I'm seeing Meta make an excellent retracement right back into VWAP. I wonder if this is an area to get short on Meta and take that VWAP former area of support, currently acting as resistance. I'm talking about Meta, of course. And this is what I'm talking about. So we had, this was, you could tell right here, it was obvious resistance. We break through it, ends up as support, and now we're right back at that level again. Do we break through and continue high? We shall see. I don't know. The chips and some of these big cappers were a little bit disconnected today too. So we, I don't know. The long on the chips may not be exactly what you would do on some of these big cappers here. So we shall see. We shall see. What's the chat up to? Tesla dump. Yeah, Tesla moving down. It's near day low, 185.92. I see that. PDD puts, scalp says rapid home repair. Okay. PDD was an interesting sympathy play today. with BABA, a lot of these Chinese ADRs were going. PDD probably no exception. Let's look at PDD real quick. It's up 1.5% on the day, but flat since the open. Let's have a look at the 5-minute chart. Yeah, kind of created a bottom there near 70, and it's been stair-stepping up. So that's a nice trade for whoever had that. But he's talking about puts. And the puts, I'm not sure where are the puts. Yeah, he didn't really say the price, but Nvidia up. Yes, I know. We were looking at Nvidia. We were looking at AMD. The chips kind of doing the little dance there. AMD rejecting for the moment off VWAP, so that could be kind of like a fake breakout and a move to the move back to the downside. Sean, I'm sure he's bumped into that short. We went the Huadunk all the way back down. Nice trade, but we'll see if this one comes back up. I'm not going to get shaken out of it real quick. But
No. They're going to retest the 50 period, then back to the high side.
I know, right? Let's explain it away, Max. Let's explain it away, right? I mean, that's like how. Yeah. Well, here we are. We're making that move back up on. Yeah. Well, for the moment, we were. Yeah, so Huadunk down. Sean's got that. There you go. Okay. Yeah, he's praying for the demise of AMD. Yeah, you know what? It's whatever is going at the time, guys. We don't have any biases one way or another. Whatever is going to generate money. So that's really what it comes down to.
I did get a fill on Oxy here at 19s. Still doesn't want to break 20s, but we're still just trending up. So now we can basically trail this to 62. So
thank goodness.
Feeling good about this trade. No risk. We have a winner, and we will keep it a winner on Oxy. Let's see if we can keep pumping. Next stop 40. 39 is my offer. Feel free to get in front of that one too. But my AMD one's filled, so apparently we can't lose today.
I like it. Yeah, I'm taking these shorts. You can keep going though. You probably got more to look at.
Yeah, BABA. What do we got here on BABA? BABA, this wick is fake, but high is actually 98.06-ish. So we fail break 98 on BABA, interestingly, and then flush about 50, 60 cents here. Is the short in on BABA? I don't think so. I don't think this stock is done. I don't think we're done until we get down to like 95.50. BABA's just going up. I said 100, and I'm sticking to it. BABA's going to 100 today. If I can catch a dip at like 97, 96.75, kind of something in here, might try to scale into a long on BABA. But yeah, for now, fail break 98, and the shorts are printing. What else we got here? OSCR never hit that $6 level, but it did hit a VWAP-ish. And now we're curling back up. Still hasn't hit VWAP. We're still chilling above this breakout price. Anybody who took this breakout is still printing, so they're laughing. Nobody's stopped out yet. Like, you'd have to have chased this pretty late, like myself, to be out of the money on this name. So, I mean, this one still in the uptrend. Let's see, 1, 2, 3 times we hit the 50 period. Can we break this high and then start to move higher on OSCR? Do I take it one more time? I just might. Just might.
All right, I'm taking some profits here on the way down on Affirm. We got short. Where did we get short? 34s. Took out some here into the high 20s, sitting here at 25s. A lot of shareage on this one because it's moving like 1 or 2 pennies at a time. So in order to make anything, you really need to size up. But that makes it a bit more, one that you got to watch. And yeah. So you can't really let it go too much against you. Here we go. We're continuing to make new lows. It's stair-stepping right back down. In case you're just joining us, it is on the Apple Pay news. Apple or the Apple Afterpay. What is it called? Pay later? Apple Afterpay? You know
Buy
the name?
now, pay never?
Buy now, pay never. Yeah, that's what a lot of people call it. Let's have a look here real quick. Why does it do that? Why does it do that? Okay, Apple Pay later. Okay, it keeps me logging me into your trade ideas. Thanks for that, Max.
My bad.
I know, right? There we go. Save layout. Apple introduces Apple Pay Later. That's what it's called. So Apple Pay Later or Apple Pay Never. And that's why, you have the likes of Affirm and such kind of moving off that news. All right, here we go. We're going to have to get out of this AMD trade. So we get out of that. That rejects VWAP for the moment. I'll keep my eye on that for another possible play to the north side. But, yeah,
we kind of missed Tesla is falling apart a little bit here today. Interestingly, like I really liked this 190 kind of level on Tesla, and 190 was apparently the short level. So I tried the long in the morning on Tesla. Honestly, like for me, these are really great trades for the way that I trade. If Tesla's gonna hold 190 here, and I've got like a full-size position right here, I'm like looking at like 193, 193.50, 196 maybe. So really happy with what I did here. It's just that 190 was the short level, and it came right back to here today. Consolidate, 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 and then we break down. Maybe I can move this to like a 5-minute, and now we're just falling. And like, is the NASDAQ falling right now with Tesla?
Moving sideways. No, a lot of these big
NASDAQ's moving
cappers,
sideways, and Tesla's just dying. What's the next level for me on Tesla here? I got 184.50 area on Tesla, I think, is the next stop. And then below that, I mean, 183. So anybody who's short Tesla right now is crushing it. We don't have a green 5-minute candle. That's like, what, 10 in a row?
I don't see any.
That's what's happening. Is there news on Tesla?
No, I mean, well, we had the negative catalyst this morning with the investigation into the seatbelts.
Oh, yeah, the seatbelt thing.
With the Model X, which is about like 55,000 cars. They don't sell too many of those. Only 2022 and 2023 models involved, but that's like in addition to the other recalls that they have with the full self-driving issues that they've also had on that. So noon central ES7, okay. Yeah, I'm not, that's not relevant for us at the moment. Meta moving back up, continuing to stair step up after that kind of bounce off that 198.25, reclaiming VWAP. Moving up, the NQ not really moving up, the ES not moving up, so bit of a secular move on Meta. We tried to take the secular move earlier and got bamboozled. I'm not gonna just get into a trade for the sake of getting into a trade, so I'm gonna sit on my hands on that one, but I do wanna ride this firm down to the downside here, gotten a little bit out and then just added right there back on the pop. But yeah, Baba finding a bit of a top here, so let's see if the top is in at 98, so we'll take a bit of a exploratory short there. We'll see if Baba wants to give up some of the ghosts at the moment.
Still chilling in AMD here as well. Comes back down to the price, doesn't stop us out. We're here at like 29s to get stopped out, and we're moving back up. So let's see, I'm at 94.20 as my offer because we are in a simulation. So if that is true, we will get hit at 94.20 for sure. And let's see if we can come up and test these highs on AMD. Oxy also almost stopped me out, like 2-3 pennies away from stopping me out, and we're still in the position taking out the high again on Oxy. Let's see if we can get 40s. I still think 63 is in. Oil is strong. What else we got? Amazon, is Amazon chilling at 97? Someone in the chat says Amazon 97. I do like that 97 level. That was Obi's level, and Obi is the king of the jungle.
Yeah,
so,
Amazon, Obi the king of the Amazon, yeah. I love
yeah, that 97, we're just chilling around there. Maybe we get like, it comes down, tests it, breaks to like 96, 90 kind of area, and then we can reclaim and then ride this back up kind of exactly like we did with AMD. But for now, like I don't necessarily want to get long here in front of 97, like 20 cents out. That's, I don't know, that just doesn't fit my risk parameters at the moment. But like, I mean, if that's how you like to trade, if you like to do like the 50 cents risk, kind of try to get the bigger move to the upside, I don't hate it right here. This is a level for me for sure.
All right, yeah, continue to watch some of these trades develop, not much else going on. Let's see what the chat is up to. It's only a steering wheel. Yeah, I remember this. Someone's making a joke. I know the steering wheels were falling off the Teslas. I think that was a Model 3 issue. That's not what you want to see. Obviously, Imagineering. Yeah, I almost got stopped at a Tesla. Infamy 3 says sometimes no trade is the best trader, man. Yep, absolutely. Miller Time saying CCL, wow. Yeah, so CCL had earnings yesterday. Caught that upgrade today. DJ Audi, you want to ride a firm what? I want to ride a firm down. Watch it go down. It's bouncing back up now, but to be expected on such a big move down. Bears versus Bulls. Shout out to that. Julie Beckwith, Sharif, WPM back to 51 in the future. Never even look at that. To be honest with you, I don't have an opinion one way or another on it. What is this? Wheat and precious metals. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea about commodities. I'm not going to look at that right now. AMC moving again. Okay, we'll have a look at what AMC is doing. We looked at that earlier. Yeah, it's up 3.5%. Still stair-stepping up, but a much lower volume. Volume on AMC today is 7.6 million. The 5-year average is 35. So it may be getting going here. AMC may be going, but it's still, it's kind of taking its sweet time at the moment. So we shall see what goes on with AMC.
Those meme stocks always have fans, eh? Oxy's making new highs. Slowly. Oxy is still making new highs. Just do a little explosive move for me to the upside.
Middle shot.
The coffee is in.
There you go.
There we go. Oh, these roll up the rim to win too.
What are you taking it?
Oh, just one. Yeah, I'm coming. Okay.
If Oxy can just make one of these moves, like just blast up 20 cents, fill me, and then let's start the next up move here. We consolidated for so long between 61.75, 62. We're just kind of, it's time to step up into that next range and then start the afternoon rally up to 63. Baba is going for the highs again. It didn't come down to get me at 97, sadly. I wanted it more in this range, but it just stops. Like, that's how strong Baba is today. If you're long this stock, you're laughing today. What an easy day if you just decide to get long Baba over here. I was trying in the wrong spots way too early, and almost the exact same trade twice. Just get in on this like liquidity grab and then get stopped out. Another one stopped out. Stopped trying, and I should not have stopped trying. Ian beside me was absolutely crushing this name today, and I should have just copied what he was doing. But yeah, if you're long Baba, going for 98, and my expectation is that you see 100 by the end of the day. What else we got going? This AMD trade just chilling, still not stopping me out, still not breaking out. So I'm just sitting in AMD. We already got like 2/3 out, looking for that final piece at 94.20 on AMD. What else? What are we doing? OSCR is trying to break that 650. I want to see something on the tape on OSCR to get me into this trade. I do still think that this is going to the high. So just need to find a spot where I can kind of finesse in with the proper risk management. I really wanted VWAP on this one, right at that $6 even level. That would have been super easy. But no, this one's not going to be easy for me today. So I got to find another way to get into this one. Someone's saying AMC is moving. Is it doing any volume though? Or is it just floating up? AMC is definitely moving. Oh, wow. All right. AMC has decided to break out. Still, the volume's pretty light on this guy, but that's a move on AMC. People have been talking about it all day. AMC always has fans. So AMC going to the high side. What's GME doing? GME moving with it. I kind of prefer GME because they had that positive news catalyst, but this one's just floating around on no volume. I just don't, I don't know what to do with these when they're not doing volume. Volume is kind of the tell. So someone can just come in and decide to sell these stocks. AMC at least 8 million, you're starting to get up to like a decent amount of volume on these ones. I don't know, 5 break maybe on AMC. There's all this size on the offer though. It's I don't know. AMC. I never know with these stocks.
Max, there's a coffee there if you want to go for one, eh?
All right.
So go get yourself a coffee there. Here we go. We're gonna flip to AMC. Oops. Quickly. It is really good. It's a lot better. Yeah, because I like Spro, so the dark roast is better. Shout out to Sean, hooking it up as always, baby. AMC, let's go, New York. It's pumping to the high side. What are our levels? I know, I was going to type AMD, to be honest with you. I know, right? Where is AMD, by the way? Is it Huadunking? It is Huadunking. Okay, well, I'm out of that one. But yeah, Sean, he gets the better of that one. He gets that VWAP projection, and it's right into the downside. Igor Ill, can you arm wrestle Fahad Friday after close? I don't know about that. All right, let's look at AMC. We've got an interesting level here. I want to say at the $5 level, right? That's where we got up to March 22nd. So looking for possible resistance, $5. Keep an eye out for that. But it is moving to the high side here. 484, really going. It's really moving. Do we have a catalyst for this guy here? I'm seeing nothing. I'm seeing absolutely nothing. I don't know if Brendo's got anything for AMC. I don't see anything yet that Brendo's put in the chat. So we shall keep our eye on it. It doesn't do too much, up 6%. But yeah, the move is there. The move is valid. It's going. Shout out to you guys who were onto that one earlier. I wasn't sold on that, but we shall see what happens here. As let's look back on Meta. Let's see if we could go long here. Yeah. Really adding aggressively on these shorts here on Affirm as well. Looking for that 925 break, really sizing heavily into this one. Looking for that kind of continuation. So probably see multiple double digits to the south side today, 12, 13%. At least that's what I think. One action, A Sharif, if you still like Spros, the best coffee by far is a Cafe Bustelo. You know what that is, Sean? Bustelo. Yeah, I think I said that right. Yeah, Sean says he likes cortados and flat whites. Max likes that too. Okay. Shows how much I'm lacking culture. I have no idea what they're talking about, to be honest with you. But yeah. I gotta tell you the truth here. I'm about to get a lot more fun, guys, because I'm about to drink this coffee. Coffee to me is like alcohol to some other people, but like hint and wink. No, I'll play. I won't say none of those stories, but yeah, we're going short here on Affirm, and we're looking for this 9.25 break to the bottom. We've sized in several times on here on this kind of ascent up, but I don't want to see any higher lows. That kind of scares me, Max. 97 long on Amazon, Sean is saying. That 97.11 held like an absolute glove. I think that's the second time you've done that today. Well, remember when you tried to when you read it. Yeah, you said 97L, right? 97L. That's 97 long. And there it is, guys. Again, the double bottom's in. It looks like, at least for the moment, on Amazon. Look for a possible VWAP retracement. Who knows? D-Loaf. Saying, I'm Italian, I've never heard of those coffees, LOL. Then again, I'm a tea drinker. Well, maybe that's why, D-Loaf, right?
Flat
maybe.
white is actually an Australian coffee. Yeah. The
there you go.
Like
okay.
Milk was in a latte, so they changed it. So they made their own flat white.
I see. And another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Okay. I like it. Michael Escorza, looks like the Q SPY want to crack, VIX wants to run. Yeah, I've kind of just had it a little up to here with these markets today. I mean, this is kind of the day that I just wouldn't trade, to be honest with you. But you know, that such is not the possibility here. We get a move back into VWAP on Meta. Now we're selling off again. It's one big hodgepodge of price action. There's no direction, and it's just the best to sit on your hands on these days. But we'll take the trades. We'll take them with small size. We'll keep everything interesting. That's what we're doing here, guys. Right? We want to keep. We're trying to give you good trades, but on a day like this, it's a little bit tough, right? So,
Baba, it seems that we've finally
found
found some sellers on Baba. So above this 98 level, they are selling the stock. Let's see if they can get back above. But yeah, we did make a new high there, and then again this sell-off. But we are buying it up again. So I don't know. If we crack this 50 period, do you think that we see VWAP on Baba? I just don't think this is a VWAP kind of day for this name. I think we're just flying to the upside. Also, I was having a look at my AMD trade, and I decided, after looking at this trade, that I have to pour my coffee into this mug. Can you guys see this? Luca bought me this. Just hold it.
Just hold it.
That's what I'm doing on this AMD trade. So we're just holding it, 94.20. That's the only place we're going to get out, or we're going to get stopped out. But I'm liking this consolidation on AMD. We don't really want to get below here today. Like, We were here at, what is this, 10:30. Stop there. We consolidate down here. So I think, this 93.30 kind of price is going to hold, and we're going to launch back to the upside if the NQ can get moving.
You could say,
Bo Diddley says good trades everywhere. I guess that's in response to my assertion that it was not a good trading day. I guess maybe he's an expert or she's an expert at trading the range, because that's what we're in today. Shout out to you. Maybe you can send me a couple of PDFs with your strategy. But yeah, interesting take there. So Tiny Patro, 6,600 shares. That's a lot of shares, my friend. So we're looking for a VWAP hold here on Meta. We're long 58s. We're looking for continuation on this one, but we're not getting it at the moment. We're also looking for a continuation south on Affirm, but it's kind of consolidating at the moment. We're looking to add more on any pops there. But it's just, yeah, it's not my kind of trading day, not jiving with my sort of style. I like concrete levels off which to base, dips and et cetera. And it just hasn't been my day. It's been too wishy-washy. VRTX, though, I don't know if you're on that.
Is that going?
Yeah, it is going. It's
I took it off.
absolutely going.
I took it off my charts because, it got me too many times today. Let's see what VRTX is. Which one? What is it? VRTX? VKTX. VKTX. What's going on? NQ. All
Google
right.
curling, too.
VKTX, trying to take out that high again. This name is just so wicky. If you get in on dips on this, which I should have realized early, just get in on the dip and hold this thing for a new high. That's all it wants to do all day. So let's see where this can go.
VKTX,
I still have
small cap crapper, yeah.
That 17 level is kind of in my sights on this one. I might take the short at 17. But I'm scared of this one. I've seen these kind of things. You don't necessarily want to be on the wrong side of a stock like this where it can halt up and open at $25.
It's going, bro.
If I'm going to be getting in on this.
What's the spread on this bad boy? I don't want to pull it up.
You know how we can talk about real spread versus displayed spread?
Mm-hmm,
so
absolutely, of course. Yeah.
I think the real spread, if you want to execute on it, is probably like 8 or 9 cents. But the real spread's only 2. So.
Can you explain what you mean by that? Because a lot of people may not really kind of comprehend what you're going with.
Well, first of all, depending on what size you're taking. So let's say you want to take 500 shares and you try to punch out on this 04, there's not 5 lots there for you to take. But also, the difference between you pressing the button and the order going,
Absolutely.
Other people are taking that liquidity at the same time, and maybe the bots are pulling the liquidity. They have been known to do that. So that's kind of what I'm talking about when I'm talking about real spread. It's like, what is your actual effective spread when you're trading it? You can say that I can get in with 2 cents risk right now, but you can't get in with 2 cents risk, really. You're not fast enough for that. You're not an HFT.
Unless you sit on
I don't know about you.
Well, I'm not. No, goodness no. But you can sit on the order.
Yeah, if you really want to get in with tight risk on a stock like this, you have to find size to play off of. So when we were taking that 15 break earlier, where there was that 2,000 lots, if you wanted to get short in front of 15, that's where you can really get in with that 1 cent risk. You go $14.99, and then if the 15 breaks, or if the 15 looks like it's going to break, you punch out on 15.
Exactly.
Now you have actual 1 cent risk, but the opportunities to do that on a stock that's trading like this, I would trade it as if I'm going to get at least 9 cents of slippage.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. You can punch in whatever you want. Do you mark it in to these type of stocks? Never, right? It's always limited. Do you use an offset?
I will offset. I think I go 3 cents above the bid. I could double check what my key's set up for, but yeah, I have keys that if I press Shift B, then it just buys the ask. Default size, 3 cents above the ask.
3 cents above the ask. Okay.
But if I want to finesse into a trade, I can just kind of punch into a price. I have other keys set up for other things.
And what he's talking about, guys, is basically, so sometimes you want to put a limit order out there. You don't want to put a market order, right? And so you put a limit order, but you don't want it to be the case where, it doesn't get filled because it moves either quickly away from you or the spread is so wide that when you put it at the bid, it doesn't get filled because there's no liquidity there. So what he's talking about is putting a spread basically an offset, either north or south, whether you're going long or short. You say to the computer, all right, throw out a limit order for the current bid or the current ask or whatever, but also fill me up to 3 pennies away in case it does run away from you. So that way, you can get in a lot easier. Do you use offsets on your keys, Sean? Sean doesn't use offsets on his keys. So, I mean, it's probably more of like a scalper's game, to be honest with you, where like people have to get in and out super quick.
I mean, I'm trading like the psychotic names sometimes that
Small cap crappers,
Sean's
maybe.
not usually in those ones. So
He's in the NASDAQ
you don't really
names.
need to get in and out as quickly necessarily. And I'm sure Sean's fingers are extremely quick after 20 years of trading that he can get in and out just about as fast as he wants either way. But yeah.
Baba's still heading to the high side, man. 98.30, we're at 98.15 at the moment. If you tried to short this like I did earlier, I took like a really, really small size to try to catch that. I want to say, what time was it? 12:50 when it kind of just printed that big red 5-minute candle there, and then there you go. You had a reversal candle, and then it's been stair-stepping back up ever since then. But it'd be like standing in front of a freight train on this one trying to catch the top. Ain't going to be me again. But doing well on this affirm short, built a nice position, looking for that $0.25 fill, still waiting on that. And then still watching to see what these futures do. Meta still hanging around at VWAP, still in that position, a couple pennies out of the money, nothing to really write home about. But Google curling up. Not really much else in big cap world curling up at the moment, but Google is. It is at that 50-period moving average on the 5. It kind of rejected it a little bit, but it's still printing a lot of green candles to the high side. Here's what I'm talking about. We have the initial rejection of the 50-period. This 50-period on the 5 has been absolute money today, man, for some of these big cappers. A lot of rejections off these. We saw it on Meta as well. So that Google rejecting off the 50-period. We're at that inflection point again. Are we going to continue to move up? Are we going to reject off here again? Obviously, for confirmation, you want to see that 101 break because we kind of got up to that 109, mid-90 area, and then we kind of stopped. So 50-period rejection, probably a 101 rejection as well. We had that earlier rejection as well near that 101 area, so maybe it's a 101 level. We had that 101.08 reject as well. But now we're moving up. We're at 170 pennies, so we shall see. Does Google continue?
I really liked that Google at the 103.50 kind of area, but a lot of these names have kind of just given up the ranges that they've been in for the past couple days.
Right.
So you're trying to look for new levels. That's how we found AMD 93, Google. What did it bounce off of there? Like 100, 101? So
sorry, rejecting off 101.
Yeah,
the rejection
rejecting
level was off the 101.
So Google wants to trade in that like 199 kind of area now.
Right.
Versus like it was trying to break out 105, and I really like the idea of the 108 breakout on Google, but we never sadly got that one. BABA is still going. Still going up, still not giving me a dip. All of my spaghetti lines here are holding. Everything on BABA today has been a long.
Yeah,
obviously,
it has been. It literally has been.
Obviously, the short off the open was beautiful.
The market
but
loves
like,
what they see.
Yeah. The market loves BABA today. They don't need the Chinese market to support this one today. It is just going to the high side.
Yeah, man. I don't know what's the daily look like on BABA real quick, because I don't know, man, about these Chinese ADRs. I just find the political climate to be too contentious for my liking to really want to put some heavy money in either like a swing or a long term behind these ADRs at the moment. Who knows, man? Anything can happen right now between these two countries anyway. But from a more macro perspective, we kind of we reclaimed the 200. We talked about this ad nauseum on the morning show, where we saw a huge inflow of money come in January into Chinese ADRs, the most since 2018. But we saw that quickly dissipate through February as the selling started coming in. You see that reflected here on that 120 top on BABA, and then it's just been one down and to the right, taking all the way to 80. But we're finding support as a result of this news. But is this a momentary thing and then we sell off? Is this a sell, the kind of the pop type event? We've retaken, at least for the moment, the 200 on the daily as a result of this pop. Yeah, it's hard to know, man. I'm just not. Yeah, you can talk about the fundamentals of this company all you want. You can pound the desk about what kind of a value play it is. Like my buddy, shout out to Alfred. That's what he's doing day and night. But the fact of the matter is, bang! The fact of the matter is, they're Chinese ADRs and there's politics involved, and that's what you have to take it at that. So, Max, you got a question here. Sharif and Max, Uber and Lyft. You want to have a look at those?
Uber and Lyft.
Uber.
I had an
Lyft
opinion
had
on
news,
Lyft
obviously.
this morning.
Yeah.
I just don't really like where we are on this name. Like, we're not really breaking out. Okay, so we sold the news. That's what I expected to happen, but I just wasn't really willing to get into this name until we get to that $11 level. And I wanted to take the short on like a fail break or something on the 11 level. And we're gonna lose this chart in a second.
Meta's gonna go here. Oh my goodness. AMC.
All
Retracement on AMC, guys. Big upward retracement on our friend EMC. EMC is moving to the high side here. 484 is the high. We're pumping to about 480 now.
Wow,
it was a V-shaped
AMC.
retracement. Right back down, you guessed it, the 50.
The 50.
The 50's been money
today.
on all time frames today. Jeez Louise. But just as we said, Meta was going to get going on punch and large sharage, and we're going to spin the money on that one finally. It's been a poopy day, but we're going to take profits on this one as I sized in quite heavily on that. I told you this one was going to go, and there it is. So we take that one long. Where's our size? We're at 56. We get out some at 74. Large sharage, though, so we'll have to wait for a continuation on that. But Affirm, again, I get some out here on the 26 break, and again, it pops back up into 31. So this one kind of giving me problems at this level, but I am getting some prints down here, so it's a bit range bound. I've been sitting at these 25s, and we haven't seen anything below 26s. So that tells me I probably need to look at the book next time we get to that level to make sure, you know, that there's no funny business going on.
Yeah, so back to this Lyft, we got our chart back. But yeah, I wanted the 11 short on Lyft. It didn't get up there. 1050 was a huge level on the daily chart. Let's risk this. Maybe we can get the chart to pull up this time.
Just keep going.
There we go, 1050 on the daily chart. Beautiful level right here. So if you were willing to step in front of this level today and just short it into the open, this would have been a money short if you don't believe that Lyft changing its CEO is amazing news, which I did not. But yeah. We're cruising down, probably going back down to here. Lyft is just not a great company.
No, man. I mean, and like from what I understand, look, I didn't look into the fundamentals of the company, but you know they're a bit more expensive in most markets than Uber. Their costs are a little higher than Uber. Obviously, they're not profitable, but neither is Uber. They have less of a product portfolio in that they don't do food delivery, which Uber does. They don't. And so there's like, I think there's some issues with the business. But correct me if I'm wrong, is Lyft a copycat?
Yeah.
It's a copycat off Uber. So Uber comes first, Lyft comes second. Is that how it went in chronology? In terms of ride sharing, who's the original OG?
Lyft only does ride sharing.
I know. Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah. Is the Uber the original OG? So
I believe Uber was first, yeah.
yeah, so there's always that first to market. Pardon me?
Lyft is only North America.
Lyft is only North America too, says Sean. So that's also important to know, obviously, for in terms of your possible profits, right? Anyway, we're still doing that dance at around 932 with Affirm. Still looking for more profit taking to the downside, but we're seeing continuously lower highs. But I'm definitely looking for that 50-period retracement really to add a lot on. AMC just blew the top off here. Now it's headed up to $5. 488 is the high. Prior to that, 484 was the high. We're getting going here. I see some size, some sharage here at 90s. That looks like it's going to get taken out. I'm seeing 89 now on the ask as it stair steps up. There was a print there at 90. It was, very quick, very fleeting, and then it went right back down. We're hanging out at 85s, 86s, so looks like 90 rejects at least for the moment, but this one could absolutely get going. I'm not going to participate, but apes unite.
That $5 is a massive level on
Right?
AMC. So if we get that breakout today, you never know where this name can go.
Maybe
Maybe we get up, maybe we halt up, who knows. I forgot to mention I did get trailed out of Oxy. Let's pull this up. They got me. We made a new high afterwards. I should not have said that I was at 89s there. I should have said that I was at, I don't know, 60s. But yeah, so Oxy making new highs. That's all right. That was a profitable trade still. What else do we got? Let's take a look at AMC because I do like trading this stock when it is doing volume, and it is starting to pick up now. There's some size on that $5 level, so I think I might just take a long here. Yeah, let's see if 5 can break, and let's see where we can go on this. I think AMC 550 is the next kind of stop. 5, maybe 520. So now we're long, pumping to the high side.
Wow,
505
man.
new high. Let's see where we can get to
AMC,
on this
man.
one. AMC is just going,
rocketing to the high
taking
side.
out offers. I am not offering out anywhere on this stock. Let's see
Here
where
comes,
we
it's gonna
can
halt,
go. This
baby.
is halting.
AMC's going to halt to the high side. There we go. Apes
Let's
unite,
go.
baby. Is this a false halt or are
Getting
we
into
going
the
to get
halt.
it?
We got the inverse on the bid. This is going to halt.
Woo!
And there we
and
go.
there you go. Live and
We're
living color,
halted
baby.
live on Trader TV. Get into the halt. $5. We are long. And let's see where this can open. AMC. Do we even have news on this? Why are we pumping on AMC?
I don't care.
I
really did
don't
look.
care. Pump it. Apes unite. Let's go.
Amazon considers buying distressed AMC theater chain. It's an Amazon headline, guys, that came out 1 minute ago. Their bamboozlement is real because it just came out. AMC considers buying distressed AMC theater chain. Sorry, Amazon considers buying distressed AMC theater chain and seismic Hollywood streaming shift.
Let's go.
That's coming by way of the Intersect. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos has dispatched his investment advisors and top entertainment chiefs to explore acquisition plans for embattled theater chain AMC Entertainment, according to multiple senior sources familiar with the discussions. Wowee! That's
Here
all
we
I
go.
can say.
Opening at $25.
We're punching long. Let's go.
Let's go.
This is some interesting stuff. Yeah, shout out to whoever was pounding the desk in the chat today with AMC. We were looking at it. We looked. You guys noticed some obvious volume that was going on there. We didn't know what it was. We kept looking at the blotter. What's going on? What?
I'm going to buy it on open.
Sean is going to buy on open.
open.
He's going buy on open. My watch is talking to me. Mind your business, man. So let's go ahead here, and maybe we'll take that as well. We have an interesting trade, guys. We're almost, I want to say, a minute and a half deep here. What's the exact time of halting? This thing usually tells me
25.57.
You know exactly?
25.58 should be the halt price. So we'll open at 30.58, unless we're gapping up to like $25, which I'm totally fine with.
No, I'm looking at the
we can stay
time
halted
of the
all
halt.
day. Yeah,
was looking for the
25.58 was the halt time.
25.58. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. So now we're 2 minutes deep. We're almost, so we should be starting on the 3rd minute soon. What's the tap? I'll tell you in a second. It's a New York stock.
The tap doesn't seem to work on the New York stocks.
Yeah,
for us.
it's a New York stock. So let me just look on IBKR. Sorry, I don't know why I was pointing down. I'm scared to take it out because last time it unbuttoned my shirt and then everybody got a sneak peek. So we don't want that again.
The chat's been asking for that for months.
No, but yeah, the tap's not working here, guys. So because it's a NYSE stock and that sometimes happens. Pardon me?
It's only tapping
513 we're seeing here, which is the closing price, guys.
Ape is now pumping too.
What?
Ape going
Ape is
for
moving.
150.
Okay, so
Ape is moving to the upside.
Ape,
so
baby.
this is a sympathy play. You could punch into this, expecting for AMC to keep going. Just buy it all. Buy it all.
Buy it
AMC to the
all,
moon.
baby.
Next up, $50. I'm not selling anything.
Anybody looking at BABA here?
55. All right.
Apes unite. This is a crazy long. I should be punching long on my product account here.
This should have been way more
baby.
size on this AMC.
Okay, I can't wait for
trade,
this to open
sadly,
up
but,
here. Are we gonna? Do you
let's
think
see.
we get a 5-minute halter or a 10-minuter?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they like the news.
We're gonna get
man.
5. We're gonna get 5. All right.
What time is it? We got about a minute and a half left until this thing opens at 30.58. It should be. Ape is still pumping to the high side. Let's see what happens here.
I can't believe
I'm getting
it.
a little
Yeah.
excited here.
Hold on. 9 a.m. this morning, we had a headline that read, AMC Entertainment Holdings is attracting investor attention. Here's what you should know. Is one of the stocks most watched by Zacks. It might be a good idea to review. No. Where is this investor attention that you guys speak of here? Okay, I'll have to read this later. It's kind of long-winded. I'm not going to read it on the air, but it looks like it was predicting this at 9 a.m. this morning. On my blotter, I got the news headline with respect to Amazon right at 25s. I got two at 25s. I got one was the halt, and the other one was the news catalyst, and that's when it really started moving. So clearly, somebody knew something here, all right? Someone was buying at these levels, but this is when the news was related. Like, they should be investigating people buying at this level here. Like, this is the investigation buy area that I would be if I was the SEC. Who's buying at these levels before it was released? So that's what I would like to know. Anyway. Max was punching long there. Max,
I was punching
explain
long.
yourself,
Clearly, I knew that it was going to happen. They would break $5 right as they announced the news. I don't know.
Explain yourself, Max.
Who's releasing this? GME is also pumping. So
I'm not surprised.
What's the guy's name in the chat? Michelle
Hebert.
Yes.
Michelle Hebert from yesterday.
Buying those 25 calls, they're starting to look a little better than they were earlier today because GME has now broken 23.
Here we go. It's pump. It just opened to the downside here. So let's see what's going to go on. Let's go ahead and take an exploratory long position. There we go. We just punched in long there. There we're pumping to the high side. Let's go ahead and take some out there. There we go. We'll take another piece out there. We're taking pieces out. Let's go. Let's go to the high side. We're long 15s. So we shall see if we get continuation. This should be interesting. There's probably going to be a lot of bamboozlement around these levels. I'm seeing blue come in. There we go. We're moving to the high side. I have a sitting order there. Not printed yet. Let's go ahead and take some more out at these levels. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Okay, so we're moving to the high side here. Printing. It's print city over here, baby. It's an absolute print fest. We're taking that long. I just need to know where my sharage is. Where is my sharage on this one? So here we go, back to the downside, and I'm going to get out of that one. I actually didn't get out there, so let's see what continues. Get out, get out, get out. Oh, I got to get out of that. There we go. And so we take some outage here, tiny bit of, what was that, like an 8-penny loss on that last little bit. It's going to pump to the high side again. Here we go.
Making new highs. We're going to print
baby.
Here. Target $6.
Take over.
Target $6.
This is going to be big. Meta's
we're just
moving
chilling
too.
here. I mean, AMC on news. What's better? What's better? Let's see if we can make a new high here. I'm not sure if that 38 high is real, but that 35 high was definitely real. There was an offer there. If we can chug through that, I think we can easily get to 550, and then we'll be offering out $6 after that. But let's see what happens here.
All right. I know this is not the sexy trade right now, but I'm absolutely printing on Meta as we get some more out here. I got to go back to Affirm because I'm printing on that one too. We're short 34s with large sharage, and now it's curling back down. It tested the 50. I wanted to add at that 50, but I didn't get a chance to because AMC was all the rave. Let's go back to AMC here because it's worth respecting because an Amazon headline is not to be taken lightly here, okay? It really isn't. An Amazon headline needs its due respect. So let's see if we get continuation. We're going to be looking for the high of day break. Currently, that HOD is sitting at 538. Guys, there's Amazon AMC news for everybody that's interested. Okay. There we go. So now we're moving back to the high side at 5 1/4. There we go.
Everybody punch long.
They were in the meeting. Amazon
go.
moving to the high side, baby. Here we go. There we go. We haven't taken day's high yet. 538. Keep an eye out for that 538. Sean is excited. He's next to me. He's printing on it. He's on one, baby.
All right, let's see if we can take up that 35. I think that's the level
baby.
that we need to get through. If we chug through 35, I'm looking for 50s. Let's see here.
Let's go.
Break
I'm
35.
long.
Let's go.
Let's go again.
Keep pumping. Keep pumping.
Yeah, we need to break through those highs. Adding a little bit there. Let's see what we do if we get some continuation. Let's sit at 40s to take some out at 42s. Let's see. We'll have to get there. There we go.
It's
What am
just
I
kind of
doing here?
grinding to the upside. This is like Baba, but on steroids. Let's,
It's
let's
nuts.
see what
It's
happens.
nuts. Yeah, so we're going to have to be patient with this one, but we're looking for that continuation through the high of day, 530. A lot of accumulation happening at these levels, but be careful, guys. I mean, I want to keep Bears versus Bulls is telling everyone to be careful in the chat, and I think rightfully so, because this is that kind of stock that you can really get burnt on. And AMD is tanking to the downside. I'm seeing a lot of big cappers move to the downside as well. Apple's moving to the downside. Google, you have Amazon, Meta as well. I got out of that Meta with my stop triggered there, I guess. So I'm no longer in that position. We took a nice scalp though on Meta to the high side, so happy about that. But we are back at this inflection point here, the 4,000 level on the ES. Let's see if we can do with this AMC. Can we get going here to the high side? We need to break that 538. We've only halted once so far. Again, in case you're just joining us, Amazon, there's a news headline, not saying this is accurate, but it's saying that Amazon is considering buying distressed AMC theater chain in seismic Hollywood streaming shift. That's a quote. It comes to us by way of an outlet called The Intersect. This is being re-reported by Benzinga. So that's the headline there. And if you want, this is the actual thing itself called The Intersect. So go ahead, have a look through there if you want to do your own fact-checking process. But that's the headline. So we shall see what happens there.
Looks like we got some dip buyers coming in here at 515, coming right back up. I think if we break that whole price at 510 area, if we break that, we might go down. But I'm chilling in this trade. I am pretty happy with what we got here. I just wish I had 10 times the size. I think AMC 2550 is an easy call right now.
AMC 2550. That's what I think we get some continuation, but
Amazon comes out and confirms this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be an absolute nut job of a move if Amazon comes out and confirms this. Stay tuned. Stay right here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be bringing you the updates should they come in. I'm seeing new news coming here. AMC shares are trading higher after Charles Gasparino, quote, tweeted a report from The Intersect suggesting Jeff Bezos is weighing an acquisition of the theater chain. So this is like a he said, she said, to him, to her type thing. So AMC shares trading higher after this individual by the name of Charles Gasparino quoted a tweet by a report by The Intersect, the one that we just showed you, suggesting that Jeff Bezos, again, is weighing to picking up that. So we shall see what happens with that. A lot of excitement, though. That's what we want to see. We want to see excitement on these markets, especially since we have viewers who are aiming for excitement, baby.
Yeah, so we just went down and tested that 510, that kind of double bottom there, and now we got buyers all the way back up to 525. So let's see what happens here. I did just get trailed out of AMD, sadly, but we got another AM that's pumping, and looking for high of day again on AMC.
All right, less of a sexy trade, but this Affirm trade is absolutely printing. So taking some out, got filled there at 25s. Another print there at 26s as we kind of step down. But I think the bulk of the move has been had unless we really get a nice flush back down. It's down, 9.5%. You could see this down 12, 13% easy. On that news, again, it's as a result of the Apple Pay Later news coming in that they're actually going to go ahead, and everything is in motion on that. So taking some out on the Affirm dip as it moves back down, but waiting. This is like a 10% position, guys, by the way, on AMC. So just was waiting to go long here. This is like very small. So I'm, if it breaks, if it continues to go, I got to take this profit taker out. Yeah, if it continues to go, I'll add to this above 540. Otherwise, if it breaks 5, I'll get out. So I'm looking for that hold of 5. If we can get that continuation to north side, great. If not, we already had the major move on it. This was the big move. This is a very small size. So let's see if we can get continuation. Otherwise, we shall look for something else and see what's up, Max.
Yeah, still just chilling in this. I think I'm going to grab a dip buy in front of $5, and then if we give up $5 for real, then
there will be bamboozle.
That's it.
Something tells me.
But I'm happy to see 5 break to the downside, and then see what happens after that breaks. I want to see some buying on the tape, and then I will get another piece long on this. I am looking for a bigger move on AMC We know that it is possible on this stock.
Oh,
so
no question.
I'm looking for 550. That's my level on the daily chart. That's what I think we can get to if the buyers step up in front of $5, and I will be one of them. What else do we have here?
It also is worth noting that we are very near day's lows on the NQ. Yes, not the ES, I'm talking about the NQ. There has been a very marked weakness with respect to the NQ versus the ES. We're not even close to day's lows on the NQ, but we are on the ES, but we are very close on the NQ. 12,657 is where we're at now. 12,650 is technically the low of day, so we are stair-stepping down, and that is easily observable on these big cap tech names. I'm talking about Google, I'm talking about Tesla, Apple, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft. They're all down and to the right. And shout out to the smart one earlier that told me that they don't go left. Right, but yeah, down and to the right are a lot of these names.
Hey,
so
you show me a stock that goes down to
here
the
comes
left,
5.
I'll
Here
show
comes
you
5.
how to make money. Let's
5
see
is
what
coming in
happens
here on AMC, so this will be an interesting.
See how it acts around here?
Yeah, do we get that bounce, or is it all she wrote? What am I doing here? Is it all she wrote? We're doing that dance with no pants around 5. Something tells me we break here, and then we probably pop back up. I probably won't participate in that break. The move's been had for me, 10% position here and trying to ride it through, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Really taking its time here, Max. What do you see?
I mean, the tape kind of stopped here, which means people are done selling. I don't know. I'm
think that
willing
5
to. I'm willing to accept
I'm
any
out here.
theory here. I know what I'm going to do. If this breaks 5 convincingly and stays under there, I will bail on my long. I've already got a good piece out.
Yeah,
we're kind of
likewise.
happy with this trade, but if it breaks and instantly reclaims, I'm going to get more long. I want to see this thing go back up into the 25s, and then I got my 39 offer out there, and I think we can still hit that one. So let's
Oh, here
see
it
here.
comes.
Here we come, down to $5. It still just doesn't want to print.
There it is. I'm out.
Doesn't want to print
Yeah,
below.
I got
I'm
out of
adding
that.
right there. 504, let's go. So we're back long. Now we're going back to the high side. Let's see if we can take out that 510, which was the breakdown level. Then we take out the halt price at 513, and then we're back into the 20s. Let's see if we can take out 25 and get to 550. What else
Do you
is
think
going
we hold
on?
here? Yeah, there we go.
It
Okay,
looks
so
like
let's
we're
get back
holding.
into that.
I'm happy with this trade. Let's see where we're gonna get out. I'll get some out at like 20, just to pay myself a little bit on this
There we
one
go.
because we are holding. And then we'll get some out at 30, and then we're holding the rest up to 550, and we'll see what happens there.
The bamboozlement is real. You knew that was going to touch that 5.
I knew you never want to say that you knew, but
No, of course not, no.
that was my theory that's what was going to happen there. These bots are dirty, but it only hit 99, so I'm willing to give that an extra 5 cents to see what happens there at that $5 level, which I deem to be a very important level on this stock.
Right.
GME kind of falling off though. So, but I mean, GME doesn't have news today. AMC has the news.
Right.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Maybe
they move with
Bezos comes
sympathy.
out and confirms this, and then maybe I can retire.
I love it. I love it. Someone telling me, yo, you're missing Farm Trader, saying you're missing MEA. Yes, it is going. It just got up below 28.50. I know, but I can't trade everything at the same time, guys. So if I'm going to focus on AMC, and I'm looking also at a firm because I've got ton of shareage on here, and that's why I really have to pay this respect. There we go. We are absolutely printing on this Affirm short. Let's take a little bit out there. Really, really going to town on Affirm here as we stair step down. Now 13 pennies in the money with large shareage. So happy with this one. AMC holding up as we get back in at 08s
go.
now,
Here we go.
riding through. Could we test 20s again? We're knocking on the door of 17s. I see 17s, possibly 18s coming up here on the ask real quick. The bid stepping up, the
Here
bid
we
getting
go.
thicker. There we go. We'll take a
Pumping.
tiny little piece. Pump it. There we go. We're going to take a little
Where's
bit
Brinkles
more
in the
here.
background?
Yeah, I know. Well, Brinkles does that too, right? There
Let's
we
go.
go.
We
Moving
gotta
up.
fill.
Let's go, baby.
Looking
Let's
for
go.
30s now.
Absolutely. Let's
go.
Hit
Sean's long too.
Sean hitting the bang there because
Hit
our
the
hands are
bang.
occupied. There we go.
We
We'll take another
are
piece
pumping.
out. There we go.
Let's
We're moving
go,
to the high
AMC.
side, ladies and gentlemen. Very excited. Pump it. Everyone's yelling. There we go. Take another piece out. We're looking for continuation, though. This like Mickey Mouse pop is not enough, man. We need go through.
This is,
5
we are
days.
just at
We
the
need
beginning right now.
Lambos,
Yeah.
Sean says.
We'll take
go.
a stroll to the Ferrari dealership after today.
I like
just
that.
around the corner.
I like that. I know, all right? Yeah, absolutely. So we got it here. Let's go. Let's continue. We're doing that test at 20 again, but the buyer's got to step up. Where's retail when you need them? So we'll take a little bit more shareage here as we get back into 20s. Hopefully we'll get that fill. The spread tight at 1 penny. But Max, what he was telling you earlier is, some of these spreads are a little deceiving. You look at the book, they're 1 penny. But
AMC, I would rate AMC at a 1 penny spread. This one is thick.
Super liquid.
You do have liquidity here. If you want to take 10,000 shares, you can take 10,000 shares of AMC. You can see hundreds here. You see 50s. You see all this size here. You're actually able to take real size on AMC, and I think that's why when it does pump, it goes crazy.
Absolutely. All right, so here we go. We'll take out some more there as we get to $quarter. So now it's Scalp City. So we're holding shareage though. So we're gonna have to let the shareage run here.
This 25 level seems to be a bit of a level, a micro level maybe on AMC, but I think we can crash through this pretty quickly and straight to the Ferrari dealership after that.
Yeah.
I thought it was Porsche for you.
What? Oh,
yeah,
straight to
it
the
is Porsche for me,
dealership,
but I
bro.
want to buy Prado Lambo so we can crash it into the lake.
Yeah. This guy is a Porsche guy. We talked about that yesterday. I got scolded a little bit by the chat for saying that I was not much of a Porsche guy, but shout out to my uncle and my cousin who are Porsche guys, and he took after my uncle too. My uncle got a Porsche, and then when he made it big boy, he went and got himself a Porsche. I love that. I love that. Nah. Yes, Sean. So apropos. We're scalping here in front of the $quarter, but definitely looking for continuation past that $quarter. I'm talking about AMC. I'm talking about the 525 level. We need continuation. I got longs at 508. I would have definitely loved to have that 5 dip. I got out like an ape around here at $5, but I had to draw the line somewhere. I'm also managing this trade here on Affirm, and let's cover a little bit more there. Large shareage on this one, still a lot more shareage to take out, but we'll have to see if it can continue to run to the downside. Here comes back AMC into 20s. What do we do here? Are we looking for continuation, or are you buying these dips?
I'm chilling on this one.
You're chilling.
I'm chilling. I'm not going to buy any more
You're looking
dips.
for continuation.
I think, we want to see that 510 hold and then see if we can go back to the upside. I think if we test 5 again, we're probably done for this move at least. So let's see if we can kind of soak this one back up to the upside, take out 25, and then I'm just chilling. I'm happy in this trade, so no complaints here. GME kind of caught a little bit of a bid off of VWAP, so maybe that's going to help us out. Let's see what Ape is getting up to right now.
All right,
Ape is pulling back.
news coming in for all our football fanatics out there. I'm getting information from the big kahunas. I love that. I'm getting information from the big kahunas that the Commanders are likely to be sold for, get this one, a cool $6 billion. Yes, the Commanders with that stadium. Yes, that stadium that's falling apart. Shout out to them. But yeah, no, in all seriousness now, that really kind of calls into question how much the Cowboys are worth. They're supposed to be the most expensive and most valuable sports franchise ahead of Real Madrid, ahead of Barcelona, Manchester United, you name them. So Sean was initially saying Jerry Jones is going to be pissed, but I think Jerry Jones is going to be happy. He's going to be happy, right? Exactly, right? And Sean's saying it's probably because he's happy because it's going to be worth a lot more, $10 billion. Well, yeah, and the Packers too, which are owned. The only franchise in the NFL owned by the fans, guys, and that's because it was grandfathered in from the AFL. Was it the AFL that the Packers were in? Was it the NFC? Yeah, I think it was your.
No, this has an owner.
No, it says it. I love this. All right, let's take some more shareage out here at 19s on AMC. I don't know, Max. Is this kind of anticlimactic, or we just only scratched the surface?
We've just scratched the surface. They've digested the news. Now we're chilling.
Like
Got
villains.
a good amount of profit out here, so now I can just hold this. I can be happy, hold up the mug. Shout out to Luca.
I like it.
And let's see what happens here.
I know
Let's see what
Luca would be
happens.
all over this trade on AMC.
Luca
There's
would be
no
all
question
over this
about
trade.
that.
Luca would be long, short, both at the same time. And
You're hilarious. Yeah, no. Excuse me, guys. Still getting over that illness. It's not completely gone. But neither are these profits that we're printing here on AMC. We're continuing to take shares out here at 21s. We're long 08s. The market continuing to huadung down to the downside. 12,646.75, the low on the NQ. We are very much near lows right now on the NQ. It has not been the week for big cap tech. It has been their week, last week. There we go, baby.
Here we go.
AMC pumping to the high side. Let's take more shares out into 30. There we go. We're going to take it out again. Got to be quick on the keys with this bad boy. There we go, up into 30s again. Can we get a break at 30? I'm seeing a lot of shares come in at that 30 level. Can you get eat up? It's getting taken out here, but there we go, back into 29. Let's take a bit more out there. Nice trades. Let's look to the high side. It's printing. That's it. I'm not going to take any more out, man. I'm going to end up running out of shares. And exactly what happened with Baba is going to happen on AMC. I'm going to find myself at $6 with like 10 shares. I'm going to be like really annoyed, right? So let's let this one run. We are obviously having trouble. Here comes 30 again. A bit of a hidden seller coming in at 30 again.
A little bit of a reserve there on 30, yeah. But that's the breakout price now. We break 30, we go to the high.
Yeah, so here we go. Very exciting. Again, be careful. You know what this is? It's a small cap crapper. It's, you can value it however you want, but it is the price action will reflect what the market thinks about it. And so that's all that matters for our purposes here, because we're trading price action. So let's see if we can get that continuation. Again, I'm looking for that 538 break. We haven't been seeing it, but we did get that nice bounce off 5. That's very bullish.
Yeah.
We're
16 billion market cap right now.
It's worth AMC? 16 billion market cap currently. Yeah, I'm seeing 2.78.
Oh, it's because it was the
Yeah. So I'm seeing $2.78 billion market cap on our friend AMC, of course. I'm just joking. Sean confirming that. So yeah, we got some good movement here.
It seems like it'll make these moves up, and then the tape kind of stops and it consolidates for a second, and then we make the next move up. So this is still looking pretty bullish. We're still holding this uptrend here. Let's see this thing pump to the upside.
Oh my God!
Through 30s. And that 550 is what we're looking for, and then $6.
Come to my chart on Affirm. This is an absolute
Let's go, Sheree.
We've been waiting for the Huadug,
Wow.
and there it is. Let's continue to take some more shareage here on our friend Affirm. As this one, what's happening? Why am I on Oscar, bro? Come on.
Oh no.
This stresses me out, bro. There we go.
There you go.
Okay, so there we go. Let's go ahead here. This is called grandfather fingers, bro. This is called slow man fingers. We're not printing on this one. Okay, I'm just long Oscar right now. I got long Oscar as it came in to VWAP. I don't know how I feel about this trade. I liked it a couple hours ago, but I don't know how I feel about it now. So I'm gonna have to look quickly at our friend Oscar over here. That doesn't bode well for what I'm trying to do, because I'm trying to manage 2 trades, which I don't like. OSCR, that's on the NQ. Of course it's not on the NQ. Of course it's not. There we go,
Oscar's
on the
New York.
NY. Yeah, there we go. Let's go. So looks like I'm long Oscar. I'm out of the penny of money. I'm going to give this to 6, guys. If it breaks 6, I'm out. I don't have patience. I'm in other trades. Let's go ahead and take another out here on Affirm. Where are we now with AMC? Are we knocking on the door? 5:30 again. Open the damn door, bro. Let's go. Let's go to the other side. I'm going to sit at 31s, bro. That's what I'm doing. I'm sitting here. I'm going to put an order at 31s.
There we
and
go.
there it goes, baby.
Here we
spend
go.
the money again. Let's go to the high side. Let's go take some more out. AMC moving. And this is what we're looking for. Bang, bang, bang. The apes are back in play. It's 2020 again, and we're printing.
2020 again, back to $50. Let's go, AMC. We're not selling anything until we take out this high. Squeeze them shorts. What was that?
It is C&C Print
Let's
Factory
go.
over here. It is the 90s. I'm loving this. You guys got C&C Print Factory. I know, yes, Neil gets it. Neil knows what I'm talking about. Let's take some more shareage out there through the 30s. We're still holding large shareage. That's the thing, guys. We're still holding large shares. So even though there's like a Picasso painting of outs here, we're still holding. So let this one run. Coming back in now. How much are we holding in terms of shares? Okay, I just need to realize that. I also need to de-risk a little bit on our firm short, so we'll take out a little bit more there at 16s. We got some out at 12s last. Recall, we're short 34s, so we're riding this one to the downside. There was a lot of shares added here in this consolidation area, and then we get that continuation, so pumped about that. And whoa, AMC coming back in here, Max.
We are coming back in. It bounced off that halt area again. So let's see. I think 510 is kind of the area. If this thing gives up 510, but I mean we have VWAP below that's above $5 now. So my stop's still $4.99. I'm chilling.
All right, yeah. So you're still waiting at that 5. I like that play. I think that makes eminent amount of sense. Let's go ahead and change VTXO, whatever this stock is, to AMC, because I need to keep my eye on the AMC 5-minute so I can get a more macro picture. We're obviously looking at the 1 over here, but we definitely need to keep our eye on the wider angle. So we've got 5 minutes left on the show. It kind of started off a little dull, and we didn't really have much in the way. It was a bit of an inside day market-wise on the big tech names, but hey, it woke up. We got the AMC long, we got the Affirm short, and we had a couple of other good trades. Here we go. AMC coming back into that 510 area. I'm long 08s.
This has been how this name has been trading. Like since this halt, it just kind of comes down, wicks down, soaks all that move up, and then goes back and makes a new high. So let's see what happens here on AMC. I'm still bullish until we break $4.99.
You're holding.
I mean, we got so many levels beneath us. I think we're good to go on this one. Did you end up getting into that OSCR?
Oscar, yeah. So I got to get out of that. Thank you for reminding me, because it just did break 6. So small shares, I'll get out of that one. Let me just look at quickly here. Yeah, Oscar, that's not. Yeah, you look. I set up the VWAP trade thinking it was going to get in earlier, and then obviously it didn't. It didn't materialize after that. Thank you. CINA 9714, Oscar under 6. Thank you for making me realize that. It's kind of hard.
That's a big pump up on AMC there. We just jumped up 5 cents from 12s to 17s.
Well, I like it. Let it run, baby.
That is the kind of buying that you want to see in this name. That's people marketing into this name. So let's see what happens here. Let's see if we can get back above 20s. I'm going to cancel my order there to get out, because if they're going to buy it like this, I only want to get out above the high right now. Let's see what happens here on AMC. They're just taking offers out. This is the short squeeze, isn't it? This is what, we still have what, 28% short, 25% short on AMC? That's a significant portion. And like we've been trading down in these levels for a long time. This is a legitimate spot where they can squeeze.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking. Okay, so people are saying lucid news. Yes, we okay. So it's Sean's telling me it's layoffs. We got that breakdown. We've been kind of doing bupkiss on lucid all day. It was 7%. We are down 7%, but it was not the mover that some of these other names are. But here's the news headline coming in. The volume also following it. I'm assuming that this is the volume as a result of the layoffs. Not sure why it's selling off in response to layoffs. Usually that's been met with market positivity as you looked at as a cost-cutting measure during times of austerity. That's usually good. But yeah, thank you, Jordan. I've been seeing you in the chat. You've been saying lucid news. I see ya. It's stair-stepping down, 754 low. We kind of rejected off the 50 period here a couple of times. We tried to curl back up, and it was met with rejections, 770. So you're 15 pennies or so in the money if you were to take that rejection off the 50 period. Good on you guys, keeping lucid on my side chart, but I have to manage this AMC trade as well as this Affirm short. Let's go ahead and de-risk a little bit more. There's so much shareage on for this stock, so we can take some out here. Back into 510 again on EMC. EMC looking to hold that $5 area, but it's been holding that 510 area for the last little while. But Max, letting you know that he's looking to hold that 5. I think I do agree with him on that one. Some people asking thoughts on Tesla. I'm sure there's probably a trade to be had on that at the moment. I got to concentrate on this. But as I'm looking on my side chart, I'm seeing a down, not even down and to the right. I just see down on Amazon. Amazon is moving very aggressively to the downside. Yeah. I'm assuming it's in response to the AMC news. So one goes up, the other goes down. Amazon selling aggressively off that 97.50 top. taking all the way down to 96.25 now, 933 low, looking to knock on the door of that 96 level at max.
Yeah, I was just having a look at AMD here. The market's kind of going down, and AMD is just chilling above that 93. So I guess I should never have stopped out of that one because we had the price. The price is 93. This is the level on AMD for now. The chips are strong, I guess. Let's take a look at Nvidia. Is Nvidia as strong? Nvidia is holding VWAP. AMD is strong while the market's going down. So the chips caught the bid when we got in there.
Yeah. Well,
damn, I do wish I was still long
AMD.
that one.
Well, I don't know if they caught the bid. I mean, AMD's still below VWAP, right? And it's much nearer the day's low. 92.87 days low. We're at 93.29. 96.94. That's high of day. So I think we're still, nearer the lower end of the scale there, but.
For sure.
Just kind of how I look at that. But back to this EMC trade, looking at this continuation here. But we're sizzling out. I feel. Can the volume get going again? Sure. Is it doing it now? No. But I'm going to hold. I like the $5 level, even if it comes down below 508. I'm still holding shareage on this one. How much shareage do I have? Yeah, no, I'm still holding shareage on this one. So, still more money to be had here. Should we pop up? Definitely looking for that 538. That's the top. That's the top today. Looking for continuation through that. But we're holding 5. We're above VWAP. And if you're looking for continuation, so far there's really nothing to show you that it's really going against you. I'm looking for that 5 as a decisive break to the downside to tell me the trade's been had. So getting some more out here. Sorry on a firm as I manage this as it kind of bottoms out at that 912. I'm going to be looking for that continuation into 9, that test at 9 eventually on a firm. Like I said, we're going to see double-digit negative on this one. We're already almost at 11%. We were talking about that at 7.5% or whatever, 8%. We're going to see double digits. But we are overtime now. I didn't even feel that.
Wow.
I'm just talking up a storm here, man. It is time to send you to the big kahunas for the closing show. But first, we're going to send you to the big desk where Brendan is.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a pretty exciting afternoon here as we continue to digest what would be pretty epic if Amazon does in fact have any interest, follow through with any interest in purchasing some AMC assets. Wow.